The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is hereby called to order. Good morning to my colleagues, to the central staff of the legislature, the viewing and listening audience. We have an extensive agenda today, and our testifiers are here present, so let us begin. Madam Clerk, may I have you call a roll call, please?
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes present. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff. Senator DeGraff absent. Senator Ray Fonseca.
I'm here.
Senator Fonseca present. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins absent. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis absent. Senator Lewis present.
Avery Lewis present. Mr. Chair, Avery Lewis present.
Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Here.
Senator Joseph present. Mr. Chair, you have 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We do have a quorum, so we'll continue. Is there any correspondent to read into the record?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Madam Clerk, we have established a quorum. Madam Clerk, please read the agenda into the record, please.
The 36th Legislature's Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will meet on Thursday, July 16, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. in the Frits E. Lawaetz Conference Room on St. Croix, U.S. Virgin Islands to consider the following official agenda. Block 1. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the VI Bureau of Corrections to include, but not limited to, the following: status of the federal consent decree and payments made to the independent monitoring team, status on staffing, including recruitment and retention, staff safety, health care, sanitation, and fire safety at all Bureau of Corrections facilities and at facilities where inmates are housed, status of all capital projects and capital improvement projects. Invited testifiers: Honorable Wynnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. Block 2. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the VI Police Department to include, but not limited to, the following: status of Executive Order 547/2026, status of the territory-wide camera project, an update on the most recent crime spree in the territory, robberies and homicides, inclusive of the department's short-term approach for resolution, an update on the department's long-term crime prevention and/or reduction plan for the territory. Invited testifier: Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Block 3. Bill number 36-0301. An act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, prohibiting incarcerated persons from possessing or using electronic communication or recording devices. Sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers: Honorable Wynnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Honorable Gordon Ray, Esquire, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, VI Department of Justice. Bill number 36-0231, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401 by adding Section 4507A to establish procedures for inmate transfers outside of the Virgin Islands. Sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers: Honorable Wynnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections. Honorable Gordon Ray, Esquire, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands, VI Department of Justice. Mr. Marshall A. Webster Sr., Esquire, Owner, Law Offices of Marshall A. Webster Sr., PC. Mr. Jomo Meade, Esquire, Chief Territorial Public Defender, Office of the Territorial Public Defender. Mr. Dennis Howell, Chairman, VI Parole Board. Block 4. Bill number 36-0242, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 305, Subchapter 1, Section 3561, Subsection A, by granting peace officer status to enforcement officers of the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation, sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Invited testifiers, Honorable Vincent L. Roberts, Commissioner, VI Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Bill number 36-0303, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424, to update child passenger safety requirements applicable to rental vehicles, sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bulkis Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department, Ms. Denise Gomez, Occupant Protection Program Manager, Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety. That concludes the reading of the agenda, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning again, everyone. Beginning with you, Director, state your name and title for the record, and a mic check.
Good morning. Wynnie, Testamark, Director, Bureau of Corrections.
We are ready, Director Testamark. You may proceed with your testimony.
Okay, great.
Or everybody else could state their name before you start.
Tamar McIntosh George, Quality Assurance Manager.
Dr. Linda Callwood, Medical Director.
Dr. Kaiser A. Callwood, Chief Strategy Officer.
Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director, Support Services.
Thank you.
Good. Good morning, Chairman Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Vice Chairman Ray Fonseca, esteemed members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Senator Giddens, Senator Lewis, Senator Bolquez, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Johnson, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, legislative staff, and all those joining us person and virtually. My name is Wynnie Testamark, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Today, I appear before you with deep respect and a renewed sense of purpose to provide testimony for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on the operations of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections, including the status of the federal consent decrees, payments to independent monitoring team, staffing and workforce development, institutional safety, healthcare, sanitation, fire safety, and ongoing capital and capital improvement projects. The Bureau remains committed to fulfilling its mission of operating safe, secure, humane, and constitutionally compliant correctional facilities while protecting the public and those entrusted to our care. Over the past several years, the Bureau has made measurable progress towards modernizing correctional operations, strengthening institutional security, improving healthcare delivery, and positioning the territory for the successful conclusion of decades of federal oversight. The Virgin Islands Department of Justice serves as lead counsel for both St. Croix and St. Thomas settlement agreements. In a coordinated efforts to advance towards resolution, the Department of Justice and Bureau of Corrections have engaged Butler Snow, a nationally recognized law firm with specialized expertise in correctional systems litigations and consent decree termination strategies. Working under the supervision of Department of Justice, the firm provides strategic legal guidance and utilizes a structured approach to assess, sustain compliance, and position the territory for the eventual dismissal of federal oversight. The Bureau is pleased to report significant progress under both settlement agreements. Following more than 40 years of federal oversight, the District Court of the Virgin Islands granted the territory joint motion to terminate the medical and dental care provisions of the St. Croix Settlement Agreement after filing of a joint declaration in July 2025, documenting sustained constitutional compliance. During the November 20th, 2025 status hearing, the Honorable Judge Wilma A. Lewis recognized the Bureau's sustained compliance with constitutional medical and dental standards, noting that long-standing deficiencies had been replaced by stable, modern, and constitutionally compliant healthcare systems. Court-appointed monitors similarly reported continued progress across additional operational areas. In the St. Thomas Settlement Agreement, a status conference was held before Chief Judge Robert A. Malloy on May 14, 2026. The court continues to evaluate the Bureau's compliance efforts while monitoring sustained performance in the remaining areas of the agreement. Collectively, these developments represent an important transition from achieving compliance to sustaining compliance. The Bureau remains committed to maintaining constitutional operations while working collaboratively with the Department of Justice, Butler Snow, and the independent monitoring team towards the successful conclusion of both settlement agreements. The Bureau continues to cooperate fully with the court-appointed independent monitoring team. Monitors conduct regular site visits, review policies and procedures, inspect institutional operations, interview staff and incarcerated individuals, and assess compliance with the settlement agreements. Payments to the independent monitoring team continue in accordance with the settlement agreements and court directives. The Bureau remains committed to supporting the monitoring process as an essential component of demonstrating sustained compliance and achieving the eventual termination of federal oversight. Staffing, recruitment, and retention. Correctional professionals remains the Bureau's greatest asset. Currently, the Bureau employs in St. Thomas 24 correctional officers, 2 supervisors, in addition to a warden and a correctional chief officer. Total sworn in St. Thomas, 28. In St. Croix, 38 correctional officers, 2 supervisors, in addition to a warden, assistant warden, and chief correctional officer. Total sworn in St. Croix, 43. Despite persistent staffing challenges affecting correctional agencies nationwide, these dedicated men and women continue to perform their duties with professionalism, dedication, and resilience. The Bureau continues to prioritize workforce development through expanded recruitment initiatives, including radio advertisements, career fairs, continuous vacancy announcements, examination waivers for qualified applicants where authorized, and close collaboration with the Division of Personnel to streamline hiring. These efforts have contributed to increased correctional recruit applications and the onboarding of new correctional officers across both districts. The Bureau also continues to invest in employee development through annual in-service training, leadership development, emergency preparedness, contraband interdiction, and professional certification programs to ensure staff remains prepared to meet evolving correctional challenges. Staff safety, security, and institutional operations. Maintaining a safe and secure environment for correctional staff, incarcerated individuals, and visitors remains one of the Bureau's highest priorities. Recognizing the increasing sophistication of contraband smuggling methods nationwide, the Bureau has implemented a comprehensive contraband interdiction strategy that includes established contraband policies, enhanced search procedures, annual officer training, intelligence gathering, and specialized K-9 detection capabilities. The Bureau has invested significantly in strengthening institutional security through the installation and expansion of advanced surveillance cameras, high-definition central control monitoring, X-ray contraband detection equipment, electronic key watcher accountability systems, perimeter fencing improvements, solar-powered security lighting, live view remote surveillance cameras, and backup power systems that ensure uninterrupted security operations during emergencies. The Bureau also modernized inmate classification practices, strengthened key control and evidence management procedures, and staff were trained in the use of body-worn camera technology to further enhance accountability and officer safety. Note that in fiscal year 2027, we will begin the pilot phase of the body-worn camera technology. The Bureau continued to invest in equipping staff with the vehicles, equipment, technology, and operational resources needed to perform their duties safely and effectively. Professional development remains a cornerstone of institutional safety through annual security training, firearms qualifications, crisis intervention team training, leadership development, K-9 certification, key control, inmate classification, emergency preparedness, correctional health care, legal updates, and supervisory training. Officer Speedy, the Bureau's certified narcotics detection K-9, plays an essential role in identifying illegal drugs and controlled substances entering the Bureau facilities. Complementing those efforts is Officer Blondie, an electronic detection K-9 specially trained to locate hidden cellular phones, electronic communication devices, electronic storage media, and related contraband. The Bureau also expanded its specialized K-9 program with additional trained handlers to further strengthen contraband detection and institutional security. These investments have been complemented by continued modernization of operational systems, including computerized maintenance management, expanded video technology for operational efficiency, and strengthened performance management and accountability systems. Together, these specialized resources, modern technologies, and highly trained personnel reflects the Bureau's commitment to adopting best practices in corrections, proactively addressing emerging threats, and managing a safe, secure, and professional correctional environment for staff, incarcerated individuals, and visitors. Healthcare and inmate services. The Bureau remains committed to meeting its constitutional obligation to provide quality health care services while maintaining responsible stewardship of public resources through enhanced oversight, strengthened contract management, and continuous quality improvement. In addition, the Bureau is dedicated to providing comprehensive rehabilitative and reentry services, including quality medical, dental, and behavioral health care, case management services, educational opportunities, vocational training, and evidence-based reentry programming. These services are designed to address the individual needs of those in custody, support personal growth and accountability, and prepare individuals for successful integration into the community. Over the past several years, the Bureau has significantly modernized correctional health care through the implementation of electronic medical records, telemedicine, and telepsychiatry services, expanded on-site dental care, enhanced contract oversight, and strengthened clinical staffing. As the only correctional system in the Caribbean to implement this comprehensive, technology-driven correctional health care model, the Bureau has established a regional benchmark for innovation and quality of care. The Bureau has expanded behavioral health services through dedicated mental health housing and treatment units, increased access to psychiatric and psychological care, crisis intervention services, medication management, substance abuse, trauma-informed counseling, anger management, conflict resolution, independent living skills, and other evidence-based therapeutic programming. The Bureau has also successfully transferred individuals requiring higher level of psychiatric care to specialized treatment facilities when clinically appropriate, and established preventative healthcare initiatives, including mammography services for female inmates. The Bureau continued to invest significant resources to ensure that constitutionally adequate health care remains available to every individual in its custody. In recent years, the Bureau has invested more than $1 million annually in inpatient and outpatient medical care to include medical supplies while continuing to provide comprehensive medical, dental, and mental health services. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the Bureau successfully implemented comprehensive infection control measures, became a CDC-authorized provider of both Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, maintained vaccine availability for inmates and staff, and successfully managed the pandemic without any inmate requiring hospitalization due to COVID-19 after the initial outbreak period. The recent termination of the medical and dental provisions of the Croix Settlement Agreement reflects the Bureau's sustained compliance with constitutional health care standards and the significant progress made in modernizing healthcare delivery within its institutions. As of July 2026, the Bureau houses 184 inmates locally, including 79 at the Criminal Justice Complex, 10 sentenced, 69 detainees, and 105 at the John A. Bell Adult Correctional Facilities, 54 sentenced and 51 detainees. Of those housed locally, 170 are male and 14 are female. In addition, the Bureau houses 169 inmates in contracted facilities off-island, including 33 inmates in Virginia Department of Corrections and 136 inmates in core civic correctional facilities. In total, the Bureau is responsible for 353 individuals in its custody. Regardless of housing location, the Bureau remains responsible for ensuring that every individual receives appropriate housing, nutrition, health care, transportation, security, and rehabilitative services at the territory's expense. Later this year, Bureau leadership intends to conduct oversight visits to the contracted correctional facilities in Virginia and core civic. These visits will include meeting with the facility administrators, review of inmate records to ensure they remain current and complete, inspection of facility operations, and individual meetings with Virgin Islands inmates to assess their well-being, address concerns, and ensure they continue to receive appropriate care and services. These visits reaffirm the Bureau's commitment to maintaining accountability for every person committed to its custody. Mental health care remains a critical component of correctional health care. Consequently, the Bureau has become one of the territory's largest providers of correctional behavioral health care services. Presently, approximately 40% of inmates within the Bureau facilities receive some form of mental health treatment. The Bureau operates a dedicated mental health treatment unit staffed by qualified behavioral health professionals and provides comprehensive psychiatric care, counseling, medication management, crisis intervention, and structured day treatment programming. These services are supported by multidisciplinary case management teams that begin individualized service planning on the first day of incarceration and coordinated treatment, educational program, vocational training, family engagement, and reentry preparation throughout an individual period of confinement. Together, these investments reflect the Bureau's continued commitment to improving healthcare outcomes, reducing recidivism, and ensuring that every individual in its custody receives safe, appropriate, and constitutionally compliant care. Sanitation and fire safety. The Bureau continues to maintain sanitation standards through routine inspections, preventative maintenance, housekeeping protocols, pest control, and environmental health practices that support safe and hygienic living conditions for both staff and inmates. Fire and life safety remains major priorities. The Bureau is currently working with D&B Engineering to finalize the design of a comprehensive fire alarm and fire suppression system for John A. Bell Adult Correctional Facility. This project represents an important investment in emergency preparedness and institutional safety. Capital projects. The Bureau continues to advance significant infrastructure projects that will improve correctional operations and modernize the territory's correctional system. Swan Annex. Working in partnership with the Office of Disaster Recovery, the Bureau has completed the architectural design for a new 207-bed correctional facility at the Swan Annex site. The Office of Disaster Recovery now serves as the lead agency responsible for project implementation and construction. John A. Bell Correctional Facility. The Bureau continues to work with Whit O'Brien and DLR Group on the development of construction drawings for a new perimeter security fence. The design process continues in collaboration with project stakeholders to ensure the final product satisfy operational and security requirements before moving on into construction. Additional improvements include completion of 100% of the new energy-efficient perimeter lighting system, continued collaboration with DMB Engineering on the design of a new fire alarm and fire suppression system, expansion of medical and mental health treatment areas to improve healthcare delivery and inmate services. These projects strengthen institutional security, improve operational resilience, and enhance the Bureau's ability to provide safe, modern, and constitutionally compliant correctional facilities. The Bureau respectfully recognizes the importance of continued funding, support from the legislature, including the Senate, to ensure that the territory maintains correctional institutions that meet constitutional standards, protect the safety of staff and individuals in custody, and support effective rehabilitation and reentry efforts. Sustained investment is essential to addressing critical infrastructure needs, maintaining security operation, and ensuring the territory's correctional system remains safe, effective, and constitutionally sound. Conclusion. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections has made measurable progress across every major operational area. The historic termination of the medical and dental provision of the St. Croix Settlement Agreement, continued advancement under the St. Thomas Settlement Agreement, strengthening recruitment efforts, investments in employee safety and professional developments, expanded healthcare oversight, enhanced contraband interdiction capabilities, and ongoing capital improvement all demonstrate the Bureau's commitment to continuous improvements and operational excellence. While important work remains, the Bureau has transitioned from simply achieving compliance to sustaining compliance. We remain committed to protecting public safety, supporting our dedicated correctional professionals, ensuring the constitutional care of those entrusted to our custody, and working collaboratively with the legislature, the Department of Justice, the federal courts, and our community partners as we move forward toward the successful conclusion of federal oversight. Thank you for the opportunity to provide this update. I welcome any question the committee may have.
Thank you, Director Testamark, for that comprehensive and well put together testimony. At this time, my colleagues will be having a 4-minute round. At this time, I also like to recognize non-committee member Carla Joseph, Senator Joseph. First senator that will be up will be Senator Angel Bocas, followed by Senator Ray Fonseca, followed by Senator Avery Johnson. Avery Lewis, sorry. We're back to the Senate that came back from San Antonio. Senator Carla Joseph. So at this time, Senator Bocas, you have your 4 minutes.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audiences. Good morning, Central staff, my staff, and the testifying panel before us here from the Bureau of Corrections and members here in the gallery this morning with us. I wanted to thank you for a very comprehensive testimony, Director. And I wanted to specifically ask you a few questions, especially when it comes to the federal consent decree. and its oversight. So you stated that the Bureau has transitioned from achieving compliance to sustaining compliance. What areas remain still under the oversight today? What are the benchmarks that you're working with to achieve them?
Thank you for that question. Ms. McIntosh, Compliant Quality Assurance, will respond. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon again. Tamar McIntosh George, Quality Assurance Manager. Currently, we have safety and supervision, mental health and suicide prevention, fire, life and safety, environmental health and safety, and training are still under supervision. And with those, the total points awarded overall is 246, which was an increase to 66% compliant with the agreement, which from the last reporting period was at 50, so that's a major increase. Some of our benchmarks we're focusing on for the 33rd reporting period, we're moving towards the conversation of terminating classification under supervision, training, grievance reporting. Those are the three who primarily met the benchmarks and reporting for the 32nd and the 33rd to move towards termination. Still strong focal point on all of the security provisions, which we know that attributes to staffing and facility infrastructure and consistent implementation and adherence to policies. But overall, we see great progress with the John A. Bell consent decree.
Yeah, I don't recall you doing this well last year, so I would give you all kudos on the improvements. Are there any areas where the monitors may continue to see any recurring deficiencies that seem to keep coming up?
Out of all of our provisions, we had two primarily that remains in compliance, but provisional compliance, as in if they continue seeing any type of downward trend, then we will move to partial, which was our investigative, administrative and investigation and incident reporting. Within those, there were nothing major that we feel as if we can't remain in sustained compliance with it. So we're just moving towards any type of tweaking of policies and just consistent overview of those provisions.
Okay, you did mention mental health.
Yes.
And approximately about 40% of your inmates are receiving mental health treatment. And what are some of the factors that are contributing to the higher percentage of that 40%? Able to share that with us?
Colwood? Dr. Linda Colwood, Medical Director. What do you mean by what's contributing?
Out of the 40%, what is the highest area? What percentage of the 40% is the bulk of it? The mental health treatment.
I'm still not clear on your question, but as far as
I apologize. For instance, let's say I'm not a doctor, but let's say substance abuse versus violence.
Diagnoses.
Yes.
The larger percentage is really schizophrenia, in my opinion.
Okay.
Just looking at the clinical data, we have a lack of facility to really take care of our patients who suffer from this mental condition. Therefore, the recidivism is higher in those individuals. They tend to remain at the facility for a longer time because of lack of placement within our community and difficulty finding placement for them off island. So schizophrenia is our major concern and the larger percentage of our individuals right now with mental health conditions.
And those are quarantined in a certain area? Or
They're not, we don't quarantine individuals with mental illness. When you quarantine someone, it's because you can catch the illnesses, and there's no such thing but with mental illness. But those individuals at CJC are kept in a certain cluster.
A cluster. Okay.
Yes. But at John A. Bell, the goal is to really be able to integrate the mentally ill within our general populations at the facility, because when you release them, they have to integrate into the world, the community. So We try to stabilize them, the mental health team. They give them all the tools, all the education, the medications that are necessary, and they tend to do very well while they're at the facilities. Our problem is when they're released. And we really need to come up with a system when they're released to follow them, provide them with a continuation of their medications, counseling, and until that's done, I really don't see any improvement.
Okay. And I know that you've spent about $1 million in inmate health care. When it comes to mental health versus medical health, those are two different pots that you're working from. How much of that is local versus federal?
It's all local.
All local.
Yeah.
So there's no opportunity for federal support in any of healthcare or mental health for the Bureau?
Federal support comes in with our programming. We're able to do a lot of programming utilizing federal funds, like the substance abuse program that we have, the classes that we have that's operated through federal funds, grants.
And how much are we spending for healthcare off island?
I'll get that number for you.
Okay. And if those, whatever that number is, has it increased or decreased over the past year? If you can, please.
Okay.
Just to sort of get a gist of where we're going, in what direction.
Okay, I'll get back to you.
I also wanted to ask about, of course, the off-island inmates. I see that you have 169 inmates that are in contracted facilities outside of the territory. And I'd really like to know the annual cost in relation to that as well, and if, in fact, that has gone up or going down at this specific time. And also, what's the long-term strategy for us as as a bureau, just to try to see what we can do to reduce or move away from the off-island reliance?
Director Testamark, what the long-term strategy, as I've stated from 2019 to today, the territory needs a facility that's able to take care of the individuals, a different classification of the inmates. You have to be able to classify these individuals appropriately, meaning that you have high, medium, low. You have individuals that's for protective custody. You have individuals that has to be separated from the general population, whether administratively or for themselves. And currently the territory does not have facilities to meet those obligations.
And Mr. Chair, if I may, please.
Yes, you may.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll just have those requests through the chair whenever you get them. And lastly, how often are families able to communicate with inmates that are housed in facilities outside of the territory or with core civic facilities?
The families are able to communicate with them daily. They're able to utilize the phone. In addition to that, they have inmates' families that travel to see them. And they have, scheduled visits with them. So whether it's virtually or in person, or they talk to them via phone, they are able to speak with them freely.
So there's healthy communication between...
For the ones that want to communicate with them, yes.
Well, thank you for your responses, and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and thank you for the line of questions, Senator. Director Testamark, as I know my colleagues asked about the consent decree, but can you share with the public where we were as far as dollars and cents and where we are today in spending for the monitors in costs? Good.
The cost of to take care of the monitoring of the consent decree is approximately $1.2 million that the territory spends for oversight annually.
But that cost has any decline since these moving up to 60%?
No, sir, it remains the same because that's a number that's agreed upon with the courts and the monitor and the territory.
Thank you for that response. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning to all the colleagues and to all the listening and viewing audience, and welcome to the Bureau of Corrections, Director Testamark and Dr. Kaiser Calwood and all of the distinguished staff. Director, I want to go to some questions on the consent decree. So I know the most difficult portions were removed, the medical and the dental sections. That's correct?
That is correct, Director Testamark.
Okay, so concerning the other areas, has the Bureau, in your opinion, achieved substantial compliance with the remaining areas where the government is ready to file a motion with the federal court to terminate? Give me an update on that.
Director Testamark, I'll let Ms. McIntosh respond. Go ahead, Ms. McIntosh.
Tamar McIntosh George, Quality Assurance Manager. Again, overall, the Bureau made significant progress. We're at 66% overall compliance for the settlement agreement. The information previously relayed was that our remaining provisions still under the settlement agreement overview is safety and supervision, with a total remaining points, I'll go in more detail, of 177. Mental health, suicide prevention, total remaining 72 points. Fire, life, and safety, total remaining 22. Environmental health and safety, total remaining also 22. And a training, total remaining of 8. To your question of overall, can we move toward termination? It's a process. Historically, with the termination of medical and dental, that was the first time any termination occurred within the John A. Bell or the Bureau of Corrections consent decree. So that was a significant milestone. We're moving towards the termination or the conversation of termination for classification, grievance system, and our classification, grievance system, and training. Now with that, of course, that's going to take the monitors drafting documentation supporting the termination, our legal counsel drafting documentation supporting the termination. So it is a process, but yes, we do see light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay, thanks for that detailed update. So, of those sections, which one is the most difficult to satisfy? Which of all those are the most difficult to satisfy?
For all of the ones listed, I would definitely say because of the facility infrastructure, the most difficult portion to satisfy is safety and supervision. Again, because it's not just dealing with staffing, but the physical structure of the facility, as the director mentioned before, being able to adequately separate individuals based off of their classification and to provide them the services that they need. Long term, the conversation definitely needs to shift to what facility could be best built to satisfy, the population and the things that the Bureau have to do to gain into compliance.
Okay, so I noticed that there were some issues with the plumbing systems functioning improperly, toilets, sinks, and showers, etc., and also some lighting issues. Have those been satisfied?
Director Testamark, yes, they have.
Okay, good. I want to get back to the question that Madam Rules Chair had mentioned, because Mr. Chair, if I can just be allowed to wrap up real quick.
Yeah, go ahead and wrap up.
I looked at the overall government spending, including the criminal justice, the Bureau of Corrections, Attorney General, VIPD, and all of those agencies, the public defender, and when you add all of those areas, it's actually the largest group of spending in the whole Virgin Islands government budget. It surpasses even the Department of Education. So these areas, of course, are very, very important, and any ways that we can improve efficiency and reduce costs will be very, very important. And thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you for your line of question, Senator Fonseca. At this time, Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 4 minutes. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good morning to the Testifiers, Bureau of Correction. How are you all doing this morning?
Good, thank
Director
you.
Testamark.
Good morning. Thank you.
Good. Director, in your testimony, you indicated that the Bureau currently has 28 sworn correctional staff in St. Thomas, 43 at St. Croix. Given the inmate population and the need for 24-hour operation, these staffing levels to me, I don't know what you and your team, it seems a bit low. What is your authorized staffing level?
When you say authorized, you mean for each facility?
Yes. Like,
Okay, I'll have to get that number for you.
how many vacancies you currently have?
Dr. Kaiser Cowell will
Officers.
respond.
Our current vacancy population is 69. In terms of correctional staff vacancies, we have a total of 31.
And my question to you, I guess, Dr. Kaiser, how would you be the one to answer this? You know, what specific recruitment and retention strategies are being implemented to attract and retain correctional officers beyond advertisements and career fairs? Besides the advertisement and the career fairs, what else we doing? We know the basics.
So beyond the advertisement, the career fairs, all those things, I think director has created a culture for rewarding staff, not necessarily in terms of monetary contribution, because I think one of the concerns when she came here, it was money. We addressed that. More than 72% in raises they have received from when they were making about 20-something thousand to what they're making now currently. So that's one. The second one has to do in terms of the different at Christmas, Thanksgiving, we ensure to give gift cards. Because, you know, based on the constraints of the government, there's only so much you can do. So the gift cards, we do celebration in terms of employee luncheons. We even had a time when we did a barbecue in St. Thomas, in St. Croix. They usually do a celebration party. We provide training. Off-island training. The staff even participated when they were able to go to New Mexico to participate in a terrorism training. So I think the Bureau, based on what we can do and the constraints we can do, Director has worked to ensure that we provide staff with benefits, not only a salary benefit, but also a benefit for productivity
1 minute.
and performance strategies.
Okay, you just talk a mouthful there, but, you know, really didn't really hear the crux of, you know, what the nitty-gritty of how we could, after we attract these folks, how we going to retain them solidly. But you talked about the constraints you have, so I leave it there. Anyhow, what about the infrastructure? Where are we with the improvement in the infrastructure, renovations and so forth? I know last time, couple different time we had issues with air conditioning, where we were modernizing the building and so forth. Here in the Farley Justice Complex, I know VIPD, they have to move out at some point in time to renovate their building, and we are working harmoniously to move out, to move back into a brand new building, or how is that going? Somebody tell me about it. And while we are did about the Farley Justice, the John Bell, and the halfway house on hand subways, where are we with those projects? Please.
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. Relative to, let's start with St. Thomas, the CJC complex. That is a joint motion, being that the building was destroyed. It was damaged, I should say, during the hurricane. So VIPD and BOC has to relocate in order for the repairs to be made. And in doing so, we realized that the building needs to be upgraded. The infrastructure needs to be upgraded with whether it's electronics, everything, plumbing, everything needs to be upgraded in that facility, that building. So currently we're in talks trying to figure out how best we can do it. Yes, VIPD has started moving their individual out. However, my staff, BOC, remains there because it's a little bit more challenging when we're talking about now relocating 70, an average of 75 to 100 inmates to the island of St. Croix, which will then create a whole nother challenge for St. Croix staffing and the physical plant. So currently we're looking, we strategize and looking at ways to come up to be able to satisfy both fixing the building, upgrading that building, and also taking care of the inmates that's interested in our care and our staff. So we're currently working with the stakeholders to do so.
So, Chair, if I just allow me to complete this thought here. What I really wanted to hear, Mr.
You could go ahead and wrap up there.
The Testamark would have been, to hear that we have FEMA funding, we have this funding, we're going to ask the legislature for X amount. I don't know, what it's going to take to upgrade the facility. If you had a timeline when we're going to be doing this transfer, because I know every place I look, different places, I see new signs of VIPD parking, whether it's Gottlieb, over Haven site someplace, they're moving out slowly but surely. So where corrections you need help, I think this is the time to put it on the record so we could know how maybe we need to assist, or you probably have insurance funds. I don't know. I don't put no water in your mouth. But please, tell me how we can help you with upgrading the facilities. And I think that's one way, Dr. Kaiser Calwood, that will make the officers and the staff feel a lot better in a more modernized facility. Make you feel like, hey, I want to come to work.
You're 100% correct. Thank you for that. Currently, again, Bureau of Corrections, there's a facility, the Swan Annex, the one that you're referring to as a halfway house. The territory does not have halfway house. However, the Swan Annex that was destroyed during the 2 hurricanes in 2017, FEMA obligated $25 million to replace that facility. Currently, that project, ODR, is the lead. We have a complete design of 207-bed facility that will facilitate the population there in St. Thomas. And again, currently that's ODR now oversees that project. And relative to, again, staff and inmates relocating from there temporarily, the CJC facility, that is in negotiation because it's a lot of different parts to move, and definitely the Bureau of Corrections will need funding to do so, not only for the inmates relocation but also for some of the staff. But VIPD and BOC along with ODR is in negotiations along with the unions to see what's best we can do to facilitate the move, because it's not as easy as just picking up inmates and bringing them to John A. Bell in St. Croix, because then you tip the scale another way. You create other problems under this settlement agreement. So again, it's something that has to be thoughtfully thought out and then methodically and strategically implement. So we welcome the legislature to assist in any way they can, monetary and strategically, just sitting and having a conversation, because again, it's not a Bureau of Correction issue, it's a territorial issue. We all have to sit to the table and come together and figure out what is best for the territory. Thank you.
All right. I wouldn't be here for second round of question. I have to step out, but I'll leave and with this one here, after the prisoners leave, does the Bureau track recidivism rates for individuals released from custody? And if so, what has been the impact of these rehabilitation and reentry programs on reducing repeat offenses? Have we been able to track, see what's going on, how we could, when they come back in one type of program, maybe we need to put this one back into, and so forth. Thank you very much. I'll allow you to respond on the chair time. I have to step out. Thank you very much for your testimony. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Avery Lewis. Yes, definitely the agency tracks individuals who have been released every 3 years. We do a cohort. Currently, our recidivism rate It was 11. However, it rose a little to 18%, the last cohort that we have. And again, we offer all the different programming. However, we're seeing a trend of individuals wanting to come back into the facility because they feel that they are better taken care of in the facilities versus on the street. So that's a challenge that we have. And again, it's not a Bureau of Corrections issue. It's a territory issue that we all, the stakeholders, need to come together and figure out what can we do to create those programs outside of Bureau of Corrections to help maintain those individuals while they're out. Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Since we're on the subject, what's based on your inmate population? What should be your staffing level? You're at staffing level right now with what you have, or you?
The staffing level is definitely low. Currently, we just recently did a staffing analysis. We had someone to come in and draft. We have a draft, and currently we're waiting for that draft to come to us because, again, dealing with the courts and the consent decree, we were required to have that. So we're waiting for that draft to come to us, and then we'll assess it. But definitely, yes, our numbers are low, and the goal is for us to increase the staffing.
And since you were speaking about if you had to relocate the individuals out of St. Thomas to St. Croix, how would you work your staffing? Do you have to relocate the workers as well? What's the overall plan? Or
currently, we will have to work with the union because, again, they're unionized individuals, and of course, some of the staff will have to come to St. Croix in order to be able to handle, both populations. So again, we're still in negotiation talking.
Thank you for that response. And at this time, the chair will recognize committee member Senator DeGraff and Senator Franklin Johnson. Madam Clerk, can you mark both senators as present and give me a roll call? Not a roll call, but attendance. A count, a number count.
Mr. Chair, you have 6 committee members present and 1 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sorry, Senator DeGraff. Senator Carla Joseph, you are recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, and of course, thank you, Minority Leader Senator DeGraff. I appreciate you making sure that we all stay in order. I want to, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, for bringing in the Bureau of Corrections today to provide some oversight on their operations and to give us some hard numbers and the progress that they have made. Kudos, major kudos to the team. I noted in your page 1 of your first testimony under federal consent decree, you mentioned, Director Testamark, that for more than 40 years, the federal oversight has been terminated because the Bureau has consistently shown a sustained constitutional compliance for the medical and dental care provisions. So I just paraphrased it. And that's a sizable, 40 years is a long time. And so kudos to you and your team for being able to achieve that. I don't remember anyone achieving any sustainable constitutional compliance, and you and your team did it. It's a good team. You should keep them. Now, St. Thomas is a deficiency. How is it that we don't have the same compliance, sustained constitutional compliance for the medical and dental in the St. Thomas and St. John district?
Tamar McIntosh, Quality Assurance Manager. It's under two different supervision. John A. Bell is being supervised by DOJ, while St. Thomas' case is being spearheaded by ACLU, which historically, within our opinion, it's been extremely combative, and it's not really a collaborative effort to move towards compliance.
Sorry to interrupt you, Ms. McIntosh. You are very knowledgeable. How can we get rid of these people who are combative? They cannot be combative on them.
Well, we're hoping under Judge Malloy.
The team.
Go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so we do we need to write a letter to Judge Malloy? Because if these human beings who are working and they're getting paid by us, our taxpayers' money?
Yes.
Yeah, they can't be combative. We are paying them. We and the hard-working taxpayers of the Virgin Islands are paying them. So I'm hoping that Judge Malloy is listening, because you cannot be combative. You have to be solutions-oriented. So we need to get rid of these human beings because that is not productive for our people, and is not a good use of hard taxpayers' money for you to be combative. You have to be solutions-oriented. I want to also really appreciate your response, Commissioner Director Testamark, that you have given me some information, and today you supply some information that we have based on your letter and response to my letter on July 8th. You said we had 66 detainees in the St. Thomas, St. John district, and now that number has risen to 69, and this is from July 8th. So you had an additional 3 detainees. And for the St. Croix district, you had reported on this July 8th letter, you had 53 detainees, and now that has dropped to 51. So something is happening in the St. Croix district. I mean, these are nominal numbers, but they're there. Now, I want to ask you, and this is very important, at least for me, how many of these human beings, the detainees, have been there? I need to get this information for 30 days to more than 5 years. How many of those detainees have been there? Because the Department of Justice is coming up, and I want to understand how we can't move these people out, and we are paying $320 a day to house the detainees, based on your testimony.
Director Testamark, we have approximately about 25 individuals, but I'll be able to give you exact numbers in a few minutes. But approximately it's about 25 individuals.
You know, like when you're doing billing, Mr. Chairman, I know my time has been called, but if I want her to be able to give me the precise time frame, if you don't mind.
Precise. Continue, finish up, wrap up.
Okay, so thank you. So when you're reporting the numbers, Director Testamark, I need to see them like this. Those who have been detained for 60 days, then I need to see those for a year, and then 2 years, then 3 years, etc. and etc. The numbers, just like that. So I could at least be able to see. I'm collecting data to see how we're working and to hold the Department of Justice and the judicial branch accountable, and you as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the time.
Thank you for that line of questioning. At this time, before I go, Director Testamark, I noticed you also mentioned about your fire system that you want to install. But in the interim, do you have a manual plan to, if you had something going on or you had a conversation with the fire department, or maybe they could lead you to a route?
Yes.
If you had an incident.
Tamar McIntosh George, Quality Assurance Managers. Currently, we utilize the normal fire, the smoke detectors, and then we have the horn system placed throughout the facility. And our policy definitely is very thorough on what's to happen in the case of a fire, and we correspond and coordinate it with the fire marshals as well.
You ever take a actual walk through
Yes.
action plan?
Yes, they have annual, we do an annual review with the fire marshals. So, and our fire plan literally is developed into our now fire policy. So,
Good enough. So when last did you had a drill?
last year, November. Oh, a drill? I mean, we didn't need a drill because we had an incident where the fire and PD actually came to the facility last month. So we'll utilize that as a drill. Yes. Yes, we do quarterly drills, and we completed a quarter just last month as well. We completed all areas, received one drill, whether it was just a simulation or an actual removal of the individuals and go through the process.
No, that's what I really wanted to know, because I wanted to make sure that everybody, like, train in your mind. At least if you're doing it in action, you know what the next step is if something do happen.
The requirement is every quarter. So every quarter, every areas of the facility has to have a drill conducted.
Thank you for that response. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers of your listening and present. Today's first block, the second bullet, I'm interested in status of staffing, including recruitment and retention, staff safety, healthcare, sanitation, and fire safety at all Bureau of Correction facilities and at facilities where inmates are housed. You just mentioned about, I guess, fire drills and stuff. What is your fire suppression system? What does it consist of now? Because I know that your sprinkler systems are not online right now. I don't know if it's for all your facilities, but during the budget hearing, I was told that. So what is your fire suppression system at each facility? What is considered that?
Tamar McIntosh, George, Quality Assurance Manager. Just to clarify, John A. Bell, you're correct, do not currently have a fire suppression system. Therefore, with the fire marshals, the plan was to ensure that there are smoke detectors throughout the facility and that we have a fire plan implemented, whereas if there's a smell or a sight of a fire, the officers are fully trained on how to evacuate the area while we contact the fire department for assistance.
Excuse me a minute. So between the time you smell a fire, you take action, still, what mechanism do you have? Do you have fire extinguishers throughout the facility?
Correct.
Okay, right. That's what I'm asking about your fire suppression. Do you have fire extinguishers that have been, and when's the last time have they been checked and certified?
We'll get the AW or the fire life and safety manager to come up.
Okay, good. And while you're waiting on them, I also want to know in regards to, we are in hurricane season presently. And I've been here from Hurricane Hugo and Marilyn and those where this facility here, the sea comes right up into the street. Now, I don't know the situation at St. Croix and but also what measures have we taken in regards to being in hurricane season in light of any pending storms?
Director Testamark, definitely the Bureau of Corrections, we're prepared if any hurricane comes. If we need to evacuate, the inmates will be evacuated, whether it's from St. Thomas or if they need to be, if the hurricane is that bad where they damage all facilities, we have an MOU with Core Civic where they will come and take our inmates and place them at one of their facilities. So we are definitely prepared. We have medication, we have food, and all supplies needed currently for our hurricane preparedness plan.
Okay, good. That's good to hear. Now, for staff safety, in regards to staff safety, and I know what is your recruitment and retention process right now? How is that looking? Because I'm thinking in terms of numbers is the most important part of staff safety. So you recruit and retention, what is that capacity right now?
Go ahead.
Can you? I'm trying to understand exactly the response, so I can give you the appropriate response. What are you trying to elicit?
Sure. How is your program? How many have you recruited? How many have you retained under recruitment and retention? And in addition, you're like I mentioned, the budget hearing, you're aware that corrections officers can work up until 65 years old.
Time.
I just need a few minutes to get the information to you, Senator.
Director
Okay.
Testamark, Senator McGrath, while Dr. Kaiser Carl will look for the information, I have the Fire Life Safety AW Samuel. He's here. He can respond to your question previously.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind, since my time been called.
No, I'll let you go ahead. So you go ahead and
Thank you,
respond.
Mr. Chair.
Place your name on the record first before you respond.
Good morning, Omar Samuel.
Morning.
I am currently the Fire Life Safety Manager and the Assistant Warden at Johnny Bell Correctional Facility.
You could redirect, Senator, you could redirect the question to him and the fire question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. My question was in regards to your fire suppression system. What actually does it consist of? Do you have fire extinguishers? When last have they been checked? Are they certified? Do you have, external hoses or anything that you can use to assist until the fire department reach in saving lives?
Okay. So we do have fire extinguishers placed throughout the facilities, both facilities on St. Thomas and St. Croix. In the kitchen, there is a suppression system. So that's different from the fire extinguishers. All staff has been trained with suppression notification in the event of a fire. The smoke detectors of initial notification, they are also being trained on procedures to notify and evacuate personnel if need be. Currently, right now, staff is going through the annual fire life safety training. So right now, they're getting trained in the suppression of fires by firelight, by Virgin Islands Fire Services.
Okay, and just in closing, what I think is very much needed in an enclosed environment, masks. Do you have protective masks? Again, you don't have to be in there fighting fire as if you're fire personnel, but because you're in enclosed facilities, do you have masks that you can utilize in getting prisoners and staff to safe areas?
Yes, we do have face masks that are utilized by staff for evacuation. So in the event that they have to evacuate, they don the mask and they could go to the housing unit and evacuate inmates safely.
An additional mask in case you need it for certain prisoners?
Yeah, for responding personnel, and also, yes, we do have.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for your...
And in regards to detention and staff safety that Dr. Calwood had asked, I don't know if you have gotten that information as yet. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So, Senator, regarding the recruits that you talked about, we did on St. Croix, from since 2019 to present in St. Croix, we had 11, and in St. Thomas, we had 14 for a total of 25 individual recruits we have brought on board.
Good. And how many have you retained from leaving? Who have been there?
I think those that have been retained, I think in St. Croix, maybe we have, I think, one person left, and in St. Thomas, 2 of them.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for that line of questions, Senator DeGraff. At this time, the chair recognizes Senator Franklin Johnson for your 4 minutes.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to the viewing and listening audience. Sorry for my late attendance, but I had to go and pay respect to the Miss Brady family, who they put to rest today. Director Testamark, I see you got a whole crew here. I hope you got somebody down by the prison.
Yes.
Up to this morning, traveling here, I received a letter. It came from an officer that was in great concern and spoke a lot about officers' morale. What would you consider the officer and the staff morale to be at this present moment?
Director Testamark, thank you for that question. I would say to you, officer morale, it all depends on the day and all depends on how individuals are feeling.
Well,
And it's hard. Overall, I
what-
would say it's good. Overall, I would say it's good. The challenges that, or the challenges that officers, staff may bring to our attention, they're addressed. Some things are beyond our control, and we redirect them to their union because some of the things is a union issue. But for the most part, whatever challenges that they have, once it's within our control, my control, they are addressed.
You've been director for 7.5 years, maybe 8.
That is correct, sir.
What's the status of the annex in St. Thomas? Have you went down there, visit the annex, walk through the annex?
Yes, sir. FEMA deemed it inhabitable, so $25 million was obligated to rebuild the annex, and currently it's 100% complete designed for a 207-bed facility, and currently ODR is the lead on that project.
When is the last time anybody from your staff take a walk through or visit that annex?
You're not allowed to. Once FEMA deem it inhabitable, you're not allowed to go back down there. It's settled. It's scheduled for demolition.
All right.
Mr. Abrams could probably respond
I want to
more.
share some picture before I go to my next topic on the annex. I'm going to stick with the annex today. Media, can you show some pictures here? That's the entrance to the annex. I went there. I walked straight inside. It's not secure. Go ahead with the next slide. These slides are medical record. I walk in there. Go to the next slide. More medical record. In fact, I delete one of my pictures because there's a picture of an individual in the medical record. Now, my reason for asking these questions, there's a law. It's called a HIPAA law. Did anybody found it necessary to secure that particular facility to make sure that people don't have just open access to go in there? Because all it takes is a chain and a lock. And I've been there for the 4th of July weekend. So was that not of a concern of no one?
Is that your question?
Yes, that's my question.
Director Testamark, what I will say to you, sir, that facility has been secured. Now you have vagrants that goes there, but again, it is the...
Please go back to my first picture, media. I went there the 4th of July weekend. Media, that's the entrance there. I went there was some guys doing body work across the road, and that's the open gate.
Well, we thank you for bringing that to our attention, sir, and we will deal with it. Thank you.
You know,
Time.
There's no wrap up here. These are some serious violations. People's rights have been violated. Irregardless of what FEMA say, it's you guys' responsibility to make sure that those files, those records, that building is secure. And it's not. I could go there today and walk straight in and go straight to all of those medical files. I sure hope before you leave here, somebody got called to secure that building. It's not what FEMA say, you know. It's what laws are being violated. Some of these individuals are still incarcerated, and their medical records, their files, what they've been charged with, sitting right there in the open. When I got the message about it, I don't just take people's word for granted. I went and I look. And I said I did it just this weekend for the 4th of July because I was in St. Thomas. And I found it to be true what the individual told me. I don't just take words. I follow up. So I would appreciate if somebody take it serious and go and secure that building. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question, Senator Johnson. Director Testamark, based on my colleague's line of questioning, can you please reach out to ODR and Property and Procurement and make sure we secure the facility?
We definitely will, sir. Thank you.
At this time, do we have any burning question from any senators? Lucas? St. Thomas? Senator Fonseca?
No.
Okay.
No, Mr. Chair.
Senator Joseph? Senator DeGraff? Okay, good. Senator Johnson, you have any?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As we speak here today, how many staff, correction officer, are eligible to retire today?
Dr. Kaiser Cowell would respond to that question.
Thank you, Senator, for the question. On St. Croix, we have a total of 19 on St. Croix, 9 on St. Thomas, total 28.
And your total number of correction officers on St. Croix is how much?
43.
43. So nearly half could leave. Have you guys been having conversation with them to see how you're going to work something out to hold on to some of them? Because if 19 people decides that they're going to retire, there's nothing we can do. But if we have some conversation with them to encourage them to try to hold on until you bridge the gap, maybe one or two might hold on. Yeah. And it depends on the condition too.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, Senator Johnson. Yes, we have those conversations with those employees, and what we've discovered is that although they may have the time, they literally can't leave. So although they may have 25, 30 years, they can't really leave because, again, that's why I impress upon them to come to work every day, do your best that you can. They have the time to retire, but they cannot with the GERS system. That's what a lot of them has been finding out. However, we continue to be there for our staff, continue to do our best to create an environment that will want them to stay as long as they possibly can. And whatever you can do to assist us, we will really appreciate it.
I ain't coming back.
No. Well.
Just a wrap-up question for the, your programs, if I may, Mr. Chair. Sometimes when I've been there, there was a machine, a piece of equipment that you guys spend a lot of money into. The
embroidery.
The embroidery machine. Please, the last time I've been there that I saw that machine, I had a conversation about the embroidery machine, why we are not reaching out to government agency who every agency has embroidery on their shirt, their polo. What's the status on that equipment? Have prisoners had been trained on it? And are you utilizing that piece of equipment? Because it's a money maker for you and a saver for the other agency that's going to private company doing the embroidery on their shirts.
Morning, Peter Abrahams, Assistant Director of Support Services. The machine is in great condition. It's functional. Yes, we had staff and inmates trained, and since those individuals have left, we have been making communication to have the folks come back and train some more individuals that are interested in learning how to do the embroidery stuff. And you're right, if you know, operationally, there's the ability to save money by doing outside work and also internal work, utilizing the machine.
That equipment should be used to train individuals who have longer time, so that when you train them, you know that they're going to be there for quite some time for the Bureau to make money. You spend more than $10,000 for that machine. I guarantee that.
You're absolutely right.
And you haven't made no money off of it.
No, we have not.
Have you utilized it for making any embroidery for even your staff?
Yes, we have utilized it, but yes, we have utilized the machine.
We can't be investing money for equipment to sit on when you have the cheapest labor. You cannot. It's a money maker. Every government agency, including the legislatures, we have embroidery. We go to private company to do it for our staff. You guys got a machine that probably worth $20,000 or more, and it's not being utilized. I sure hope the next time you come here that that machine is being put in place. People are trained, and people who have some time that's going to be there with you to utilize that piece of equipment. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the line of questioning. We exhausted the time for this block, and I'll thank my colleagues for their questions. And Director Testamark, you may have 30 seconds to close.
Again, I want to say thank you and the committee for inviting us here to give a report on the Bureau of Corrections. I also brought with me some individuals that's interested in our care because I wanted you all to see what they look like. I want you all to see what they look like. They're right behind me. We have individuals that range different, whether it's mentally ill, from an individual who came in. Some of you all know him from on the street, but if you see him now, you won't even recognize him. To individuals that's here, that's working in our vocational programs, that's just doing a phenomenal job. And I just wanted you all to see some of these individuals that we have here with us. I know they can't talk with you all right now, but probably offline you could have a conversation with them, so they could tell you the impact of the programs and the different things. But I just want to say again, we thank you all. My staff and I, we continue to do the work of the people. We know that corrections is a thankless job, but we care. So we are here, and we continue to look forward to the collaborative effort with you all to assist us in meeting our compliance. Thank you.
Quickly before you leave, do you want to have these individuals to stand?
Yes, I do.
Well, these individuals
Thank you.
can stand.
I thought you'd never ask. Stand up, guys.
That's wonderful. So all of you are prepared to get back on the street amongst the population of outside of Golden Grove? That's wonderful. I know I visited the facilities maybe a year ago, and I met with some of the mental health, and they had some groups, and the groups were pretty well. I met with 2 groups.
Yes.
And I stayed in for at least 5 or 10 minutes. Although when I got in there, some of them were questioning, you gonna really come to us? But again, it's about humans, and humans make mistakes, and humans recover, and I like to see good behaviors, and I know it. So thank you guys for coming out today, and thank you, Mr. Testifier.
And that is what corrections is all about. My staff, we stay with them 24/7, taking care of these individuals. When they came into us was at their lowest. But again, with dedication, hard work, and caring, this is what we can achieve, because these individuals eventually will be coming back out into the community to live amongst us. So again, I want to say thank you to each and every one of you all.
And thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety stands in a recess for 3 minutes. Committee of Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety is back on record. We have the testifiers ready for the next block. Madam Clerk, call up the block number 2.
Block 2. The Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety will receive an update on the operations of the VI Police Department to include, but not limited to, the following: status of Executive Order 547-2026, status of territory-wide camera project, an update on the most recent crime spree in the territory, robberies and homicides, inclusive of the department's short-term approach for resolution, an update on the department's long-term crime prevention and or reduction plan for the territory. Invited testifier, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. That concludes the reading of Block 2.
Yes. Assistant Commissioner Sean Santos, could you put your name and title on the record, and we'll go down and get everybody else name and title. Testifiers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to members of the legislature, listening and viewing audience. Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Police Department.
Chief.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naomi Joseph. I'm the current Deputy Chief, St. Croix District.
St. Thomas.
Good morning. My name is Rael Donistorg, Deputy Chief, St. Thomas, Water Island District.
Good morning. Clayton Brown, Deputy Chief, St. John.
Okay.
Good morning. Kishana Tui, Director of Information Systems.
Thank you. Well, Assistant Commissioner Santos, you may proceed with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the Senate, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on these very important matters. I am Sean A. Santos Sr., Assistant Commissioner of Police for the Virgin Islands Police Department, present on behalf of Police Commissioner Mario M. Brooks, who could not be here today due to his military obligations. We sincerely appreciate this opportunity to provide an update on the operations for the Virgin Islands Police Department. We appreciate the committee's continued partnership and support as we work together to strengthen public safety throughout the Virgin Islands. On June 29, 2026, Governor Albert Bryan Jr. issued Executive Order number 547-2026, authorizing the temporary assignment of peace officers from multiple government agencies to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department during a recent increase in violent crime. The initiative concluded on July 12th, that ran concurrently with the annual St. John celebration. During this 14-day operation, the department implemented intelligence-led policing strategies that included saturation patrols, violent offender suppression, traffic enforcement, gun violence reduction operations, and real-time intelligence support, marine operations, and drone deployments. The results were significant. We increased police visibility in high crime areas, conducted hundreds of community contacts, expanded traffic enforcement, strengthened celebration security, and successfully integrated officers from multiple agencies into a unified public safety mission. Most importantly, this initiative demonstrated that coordinated government resources and intelligence-driven policing can improve public safety without permanently expending law enforcement resources. Attached, you'll find the data sheets that reflected the results of these initiatives. Public safety technology. The department continues to modernize its public safety technology. More than 100 surveillance cameras have now been deployed across the territory. Phase 2 installations are complete on St. Thomas and St. John, while installations continue on St. Croix. We have also installed over 50 license plate recognition cameras at strategic locations and will continue expanding that network across the territory, starting with the town of Frederickstead on St. Croix. These systems, along with the ShotSpotter technology, are now integrated into a centralized platform that supports our real-time intelligence centers on St. Croix and St. Thomas. These technologies are already helping investigators excuse me, identify suspects, locate stolen vehicles, track criminal activity, provide real-time intelligence, and improve officer safety. As additional cameras and technology come online, these capabilities will continue to grow, thereby providing the VIPD with the investigative support that we so desperately need. Recent violent crime activity. The recent increase in robberies, homicides has understandably raised concerns throughout our community. In response, the department immediately implemented an aggressive violence reduction strategy focused on intelligence-led enforcement, focused on repeat violent offenders, increased patrols in areas identified as areas of concerns, and stronger criminal investigations. We also maintain very close working relationships with our federal partners, increased our community engagement, and have improved our relationship with our colleagues at the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. These efforts remain ongoing, and we remain committed to identifying, arresting, and successfully prosecuting those responsible while preventing retaliatory violence. Long-term crime reduction strategy. While enforcement is critical, lasting reductions in violent crime require a balanced approach. Our long-term strategy includes expanding our real-time intelligence centers, launching of the drone as first responder program, increasing surveillance and license plate recognition technology. Expanding on our regional investigative support remains one of the most important goals in our strategic plan. It is only through alliance made with our Caribbean counterparts that we continue to build those relationships, share critical intelligence, and focus on crime disruption and deterrence initiatives. This is how we will finally see the crime reduction that we seek. As a pillar in our overall strategy, we have also increased our investment in youth intervention programs. These programs under the Office of Community Relations continue to reap amazing results. We will continue to expand these programs, targeting our youth for an improved future within our community. This comprehensive approach reflects national best practices while addressing the unique public safety needs for our Virgin Islands. Current crime statistics. For calendar year 2026, VIPD's Part 1 statistics reflect a 13% decrease in violent crime when compared to the statistics for the calendar year 2025. Throughout quarterly ComStat analysis, the intelligence reviews, we continue focusing our resources on deterrence of crime. These figures remain subject to change as investigations continue. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, the Virgin Islands Police Department remains committed to protecting our community through professionalism, innovation, accountability, and strong partnerships. Our recent crime reduction initiative demonstrated that collaboration among government agencies can produce meaningful public safety results without creating additional law enforcement entities. At the same time, our continued investments in technology, intelligence-led policing, and community partnerships are building a better, more effective police department for the future. On behalf of Commissioner Mara Brooks and the dedicated men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department, I want to thank Governor Albert Bryan Jr. and Lieutenant Governor Trugenza Roach, this legislature, our federal and territorial partners, and the people of the Virgin Islands continue support. Thank you for the opportunity, and we remain available to answer any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Santos. My colleagues, the testimony that was given in twofold. That the commissioner was expecting to go into the bills one time, but we're gonna have a 4-minute run just on the updates, and then we'll deal with the bills. after. So at this time, the chair will recognize Senator Angel Volquez for your 4 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning to the listening and viewing audience, central staff, my staff, and the testifying panel here before us from the Virgin Islands Police Department. I wanted to start off with the Crime Reduction Initiative. The executive order temporarily reassigned police officers from other government agencies, and obviously now that time has expired, and now that the officers have now returned to their regular duties, how is the department sustaining that lapse, in the sense of having so many officers available at one given point in time? Perhaps that should be the norm at all times, maybe. But maybe you could sort of elaborate a little bit on that for me.
Yes, Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner. I'll definitely have the chiefs on either district chime in on that. However, I would like to impart that it wasn't really a significant increase that we were hoping for. At this current time, we do have the academy class that started on the island of St. Croix and very shortly St. Thomas. We do still have a need for officers throughout the territory. And, we do appreciate what the outer agencies have done for us in coming out and assisting. We do look forward to more of that. But again, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Naomi Joseph first, so that she could let you know how that assisted us on the island of St. Croix, and then of course Rael Donastaga and St. Thomas.
Morning again. I smile because we got 6 people that came to assist. 6. That's what we got, 6 on St. Croix. So the 6 that came, we used to the best of our ability.
I don't mean to interrupt, if I might. Are we saying that of the pool available of what's the proper term?
Law
enforcement officers, only 6 step forward? Or is it that the pool is of 6? What are we saying here?
We were only able to obtain 6 on St. Croix.
So if in fact there is an executive order demanding that officers need to work with the VIPD, why was only 6 utilized or step forward?
Well, 6 was what we were able to get, sir.
How many officers do we have in all? What's the pool right now in the St. Croix district? Not from your department, but outside of the department that you could have chosen from.
Right. Well, off the top of my head, I do know that there are certain entities that may have, like, for instance, and I'm just ballparking here. For instance, DLCA, I think they have about 2. And like Fire on St. Croix has like 1. So it's not really that much to pull from the pool offhand.
1.
Let's move on to St. Thomas and St. John. So we have 6 on St. Croix.
Good morning, Deputy Chief Rael Donastaga. We were able to obtain 11 law enforcement officers from outside agencies, which is included Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Lottery, and Fire EMS.
And that's for St. Thomas, St. John District, or just the island of St. Thomas? And Mr. Chairman,
those were just for St. Thomas. At the time, St. John was doing their festivals. Therefore, St. Thomas went ahead and we tried to cover as much as we can based on St. John being concentrated on the festival festivities.
Okay, so, I mean, we know that the department cannot sustain its current enforcement strategy with the existing staffing levels that is before the department, because we see that there are, overtime, vacancies, retirements. What is the current strength of the department in each district when it comes to officers? Let's start with St. Croix. Oh, go ahead, Deputy Commissioner.
So, Assistant Commissioner Santos, as far as the agencies are concerned, as far as staffing, I would say that we're on either district, we're at half capacity at this time. So we're just, without really giving the exact number, we're at actually half of where we need to be.
And has that changed significantly since the past fiscal year? Have
No.
you lost? Same?
Yeah, same.
And I don't want to abuse my time, but go ahead. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. So what resignations have we seen this year? How many?
That's something I'll have to get those numbers to you to give you exact, sir.
Okay. And when it comes to patrol officers or on-duty officers with typical shifts in each district, when I was younger, I saw a lot of, I know it's a different age now, a different time, but I saw a lot of foot patrol. I think, for me at least growing up, the foot patrol was a good way to sort of get into the communities and interact. I know that maybe things have changed, but are we open to seeing more foot patrol or community engagement in the sense of officers going into some of these communities and monitoring or even interacting or building relationships?
The only issue, Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix, the issue we have, sir, is they're actually moving from call to call. So when they're in a community, they will take the time to walk around if they need to, depending on what the case calls for. But for the most part, we don't get that opportunity to do the foot patrol or the community engagement that we'd want to, because one, we're really short-staffed, and we're moving from case to case.
But ultimately, if you were staffed enough, that would be something
Of
that
course,
you would,
yes,
would be,
because
okay.
I mean, you're able to do that personal interaction, you build that relationship with the community, it works. Because if the kids know you from, year high, as an adulthood, they walk up to you, hey, officer, so-and-so, and, you still got that relationship that would yield benefits at the end of the day. And we want that, but we just don't have the personnel to do it as much as we would like. We do have foot patrol in the town areas that we do on a daily basis. So the community or the business communities get that relationship building that still going on in both towns.
Thank you. And, I haven't been in law enforcement, but a lot of my family members have, like my uncle Jimmy Powell on St. John, Mr. Rabsat and others. But when I was growing up, they really had a huge presence in the community. They were always moving around and interacting. And I see that, I think it's Chief Cornelius. I want to commend him. I think he's very big on community engagement, and I want to commend him on all the efforts that he's been doing in the community on behalf of the department. I'd love to see more of that happening throughout the districts as well. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Yes, and thank you, Senator, for that line of question. Before I go to Senator Johnson for his point of information, I would like a follow-up question. Did you guys reach out to the Office of Cannabis Regulation for the officers that they have?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, the executive order went out to all.
But I mean, have they communicated with you? I noticed you mentioned some of the other agencies. I didn't hear anything about waste management either, so I want to know those. I know for sure the cannabis have 4. Waste management, I don't know the number, if it's 6 or 8. So I'm just asking. I know it's an executive order, so I want to know if any communication from these agencies reached out to you, letting you know that we are under such an operation at this time, and could you lay off of us for this period?
Yes, we did have some of those, Assistant Commissioner Santos, we did have some agencies did call to say, well, hey, at this time I have one or two. As far as cannabis regulations, per se, I haven't personally, I don't know if Commissioner Brooks has, but I personally haven't had any communication with them.
Okay, good. Thank you for your response. Senator Johnson, you're recognized for your point of information.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I want to go back on the line of question my colleague had in regards to the town patrol, because we have to be able to protect our people that lives on these islands first and foremost, especially our business people who have business in the towns. And I've seen in time when we have cruise ship, we have a lot of manpower walking through our towns. And I'm not saying you need the same amount when there isn't a cruise ship. But that visibility in town for the business owners, both town, even St. Thomas and St. John, is important. Because just the detection of officers being in present sometimes curtail and stop things from happening. And I'm trying to figure this out. Why are we not making sure that we have these assignments that somebody at least patrolling our towns? Because it's very serious. People have business they invested their money in and scared to open the door, scared to even invest more. And if we can't make sure that the towns them are secure, business go for naught, it close. And small business is what keeps this engine rolling more than anything else. And that's a big problem for the business owners. And I'm quite sure when you guys meet with them, you hear that. So what can we do to try to make sure we assign somebody in those towns?
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix. We do have foot patrol in the Christianstead and Frederickstead town on a daily basis. We do. Every day.
I gonna look.
Please do.
I gonna look because
please do.
I go through the towns them regular, especially Frederickstead. I never leave Frederickstead to go Christianstead without going through the town. I'm glad I said that. There's a young officer I want to really, I don't know her name off the top. I really want to commend her. She's in Frederickstead in the morning, and this lady actually raking up garbage. I said, "What are you doing?" She said, "I love Frederickstead town, and I do this before I do my duty." So she goes out there early in the morning before her shift, and if she see trash in her area, she got her garbage bag, the rake, the gloves, and everything, and clean in the town. I commend her for that. I don't know her name, but she's doing a hell of a job representing.
Sir, that's Officer Karima Liebert.
Okay. Go ahead.
Please,
At this time, the chair will recognize Senator presence of non-committee member Senator Kurt Burley and committee member, you could mark him present, Kenneth Gittins. At this time, I'll recognize Senator Bolkes. You recognize.
Yeah, thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask a quick question, but before I do that, I wanted to also amend my statement with officers that looked out for me when I was a boy and with foot patrol, because I he's sitting in the chambers on St. Thomas, Chief Brown. So I apologize for missing you, sir. But he's known me from since I was a boy and has always been looking out for me and many members of our community. So I wanted to make sure that was placed on the record as well. In relation to Christianstead and Frederickstead towns, we have a hybrid, and I use that word, of tourists and locals that traverse in those areas. And I know that I believe it was a year and a half ago that there was a shooting, and we were in a hearing such as this when we all heard about it. The individual, Dirty Heart is what they call him, the comedian and so forth. And I traverse the Christianstead boardwalk a lot whenever I'm here on St. Croix, and I don't always see a police presence on the boardwalk. So I just want to at least state that. It is an area where tourists and locals alike traverse, so I'm not sure if you're strengthening efforts in that area, but I believe there's a lot of things happening down there, and having an officer to dispatch would make a huge difference. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Chair recognizes Senator Bailey for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers. You said on a daily basis there are individuals in town. From what time to what time? Is there a void at any time, or are you saying that 24/7 there are individuals patrolling?
Normally during the daytime business hours, and it's the SOB, or Special Operation Bureau that we're utilizing, specifically our bike patrol. So they're in town on foot and utilizing bikes.
So 8
and
to 5?
they're there from more so between 10 and go to 8 in the evening.
Okay, there are a number of individuals that go to Christians, that go to Freddy's for dinner, walking back to the cars by themselves. I know a local Virgin Islander just recently in the town of Frederickstead was assaulted and his truck was stolen. We
That's
got
2
to
o'clock
have
in
the
the morning,
presence.
though.
Huh?
That was this a little later in the evening.
And
We can't be every place.
You can't be every place, but there's certain places we need to be. And until the restaurants are closed, we need to have coverage, because you have individuals that are, in Christian Center especially, that with a lot of restaurants that are walking back to the government parking lot. So we just need to have that presence, because somehow those individuals that are now robbing people believe it's a free-for-all. And there's just been a tremendous spike in robberies, I know especially on St. Croix, that we need to get control of. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the line of questions. Senator Co-Chair Ray Fonseca, your 6 minutes.
Yes.
You recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And welcome to the law enforcement staff, Assistant Commissioner Santos, Deputy Donista, and also Brown, and all the other members. You know, some of these questions I don't even know if that I have. I don't even know if the public can even be aware of this, and if that's the case, then just please say so. But you made the statement that you're basically operating at 50% of your, the force that you'd like to have. So I would like to know if a resident was to call 911, say someone is breaking into the home, and what is the average amount of time that they should expect to wait before a police officer arrives? And do you believe that time that the VIPD would arrive meets the level of service that the people of the Virgin Islands deserve?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, although we're at 50%, Senator, we don't close, right? We're still under operation regardless. We still have officers out there. And as far as your question is concerned, it kind of depends on what's going on at that time. So I won't be able to give you a definitive answer as far as the response time. Response times varies depending on where you're at, or what time of day it is, especially if you're in St. Thomas on a cruise ship day, and depending on where that officer may be. But as far as officers responding, sir, we do have officers that will be responding. We do work with our 911 dispatch center, who assist us in ensuring that we prioritize our calls of service for our major crimes to ensure that the officers' response time are well within that time. I don't know if my deputy chiefs have anything else that they would like to add to that, sir, but I hope I answer your question.
No, your deputy can respond on the chair's time, but I want to move on from that.
Okay.
So the governor issued executive order number 5472026. Basically, it gives you the temporary other peace officers under your control. Just give me some ideas if you think that is something that maybe VIPD needs to have done more consistently from time to time, or whether it should be the authority of the police commissioner to be able to do that without having to go through the executive branch. Because, the way how I look at it, VIPD is the real police. Those are the ones that are in the line of fire. My mom was a police, so I know how it is, when you're going out there and, your mother is going out is not easy. And, there's other peace officers that get the benefits of a police, but they don't have the same risk. So tell me how you feel about if the authority of the police commissioner, if the police commissioner should have that authority to call in the other peace officers.
Assistant Commissioner Santos, great question. I would like to say yes to that question. However, I do know that the other agencies do have their area of responsibility. I think we could work a bit better together as far as
2 minutes.
Once assistance is needed, we could look out for each other more. There are some misdemeanor offenses that do happen out on our streets, such as traffic violations and so forth, that we could use the assistance of those agencies when they're traversing the roadways just like us. But I definitely would like to see a much more collaborative effort, but I do know that they do have some personnel not restrictions, but they don't have as much personnel that they would like just as we would, sir.
Good. And, in your defense, I know the public tends to give a disproportionate amount of blame to the VIPD for a crime, but there's a lot of factors involved. There's other players. They got the Department of Justice, the Bureau of Corrections, but specifically you have the community and the family plays a role in it. So I just want you to answer a couple questions, because in your duty, there are certain traits that you see, or habits or patterns that you see in those that are committing a crime. We heard testimony previously from the Bureau of Corrections where the average inmate is about 24 years old.
30
That's a
seconds.
young child. So quickly now, I want to go to the illegal firearms. How are the illegal firearms going? You've collected more this year, last year. How is it? How many have been seized this year, and how does it compare to previous years?
Thank you, Senator. Assistant Commissioner Santos, as far as recovered firearms for calendar year, we're looking at year 2025, we're at 52 recovered firearms, and then in 2026 we have 87 firearms recovered.
Okay, that's great. Congratulations. We're taking these illegal guns off of the street, and I imagine most of them had the serial number, what do you call it?
Obliterated.
Obliterated. And were any of them ghost guns, etc.? Do you see any increase in those type of guns, the internet guns? I mean, mail order guns, etc., Mr. Chair. You could answer in Mr. Chair's time. Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Santos and all of the other staff.
Yes, sir. So to your answer, we do see them. I won't say there's an increase, but as long with the weapons that are serial numbers that are obliterated, we do see those ghost guns from time to time as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Blessing.
Yeah, thank you for that line of questions, Senator Fonseca. Senator Avery Lewis. Senator Carla Joseph. Well, Senator Dwayne DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6
thank
minutes.
you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. At one point, the Assistant Commissioner used to have a set of officers over here used to call jump out. You still have a jump out crew in the police department?
Deputy Chief Rael Danestor, we don't like to use the term jump out crew, but we do have a special response team that is similar to that.
Okay, and you have one in St. Thomas that is current out there doing hung in the pavement and a regular?
Yes, sir.
Okay, St. Croix, you have a
We do.
set of officers? Okay,
Both
good,
districts,
good.
yes, we do.
Okay, I'm sad to hear executive order come out from the governor and everybody don't respond. I think that's a major problem. And for officer, you said Karima Liebert, you know what she's doing is so ironic, is called a police call. You do a police call every day, and I do it while you walk from one point to the next and pick up the garbage. Really, really commend her for doing that. That's above and beyond. Now, in regards to the officer that came out for the executive order, how were they paid? Were they paid from VIPD or were they paid from their departments?
Naomi Joseph, St. Croix Deputy Chief, they were paid by their departments.
Okay, so they were paid overtime also from their departments or from PD?
We didn't have much overtime. There's limitations with their collective bargaining agreement in those agencies, so they only use them but when they were available.
Wow, St. Thomas?
Same, based on their collective bargaining agreements, we're only able to utilize them, most of them within their 8 hours.
Okay, and those who don't have collective bargaining agreements, like Latry and them that don't have, I don't think they unionize employees, so how were they utilized?
Well, we did, on St. Croix, we did have the one gentleman that we utilized. He gladly came and worked with us. He's one of those legendary police. His father was a police, so police run through his veins, so he didn't mind doing that.
Okay. Okay, so now the retention. How is the retention in the department in light of officers being able to allow to work up until 65 with certain parameters? How is the retention? Have we seen any officers who decide to stay on a little longer while we try to work out these staffing issues?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, we have seen some. I know at this point I do have one over in St. Thomas who is actually trying to come back, and we're working with him on that. But as far as retaining, we always try our best. But I'm gonna be honest with you, and as you know, with this line of work, sir, sometimes when you're just ready to go, you're with the amount of time a lot of you officers have put in. You know, for instance, my deputy chief, she
5 months to go.
she tells us every day she got 5 months to go, but she's a dedicated officer. She's put in her time over 40
41 years.
Over 41 years of experience and dedicated service. And so, you know, at certain times, sir, when officers or command staff get to that point, you know, we try our best, but when they're ready to go, we honor them.
And thank you to all you, thank you to you and your staff and support staff, because again, it's one thing when you don't see police and you call for police and they come. It's a totally different experience once they show up, you know. So if they don't show up, it's one thing, but once they come, it's such a relief, you know. So now for morale, what is morale on St. Thomas, morale on St. Croix? What are we looking at? Percentage, number 1 through 10, morale.
On St. Croix, I would say morale is about a 5.
5, St. Thomas?
I would give it the same.
Okay, so do we have things in place to at least address the morale in the department? You know, to bring up the morale. Do we have things in place?
Yes, we do.
How often?
We have Officer of the Month to assist in building morale.
Every month, you said?
Yes.
Officer of the Month, St. Croix?
Same thing.
Okay. And now we have the cameras. What percentage of cameras are completed on St. Croix? What percentage of cameras are completed on St. Thomas?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, I would have Director Kishana Tweed on St. Thomas answer that question.
Good.
Good day, Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. On St. Thomas, we have 100%. St. Thomas St. John District, we have 100% completed. And then over in the St. Croix District, I would say we have about 85% completed. We just have a few more cameras to install.
Okay, good. Now, we now also have the real-time crime centers. What percentage of those crime centers are completed on St. Thomas and St. Croix?
Time.
Director Tweed.
So we both have two, our real-time centers are completed as far as the technology and our staffing in there in the St. Thomas, St. John District, and also in the St. Croix District. So we do have two real-time centers that are operating right now.
Okay, so have they assisted with being of great service in that crime wave that we just had?
Deputy Chief Rael Danistor. Yes, we highly rely on the modern technology, and we've been utilizing the real-time crime centers.
Okay, on St. Croix?
On Naomi Joseph St. Croix, yes, we have been utilizing it. I mean, it's a blessing. We're able to see things in real time and actually track individuals' movements back and forth. So it's been a blessing in our investigative methods.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, I'll just close with this one here. With the recent crime spree that we've seen with robberies, homicides, were we able to determine if any of them were linked? And is it a trend that we may see going forward that may raise its head in the near future or far future? Were we able to determine any links, collaborations or so, with any of them, St. Thomas and Croix?
Sorry, Naomi Joseph, when you said link, you talking about link between the districts or link between the perpetrators?
Link between the perpetrators in the crimes, as my colleague mentioned about robberies in the area. Could it be because of police not being in the area? Could it be because of lighting? Could it be because of our real-time crime area center was not able to pick up that? Have we seen any links that we could put together and make an analysis going forward to help with our strategies?
Yes, we have.
Okay, St. Thomas?
Yes, sir. Yes, we have.
Okay, I'll take that. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question. At this time, Chair will recognize Senator Johnson for his point of information.
And also my time, right?
Your time, right.
I'll use I'll just roll right in it. But we spoke about 100% of your cameras on St. Thomas, 85% on St. Croix. Are these cameras actively being monitored by somebody?
Yes, Senator.
On both islands?
Yes, Senator.
All right, then my next question will be how many homicides we have had and how many arrests to match these homicides?
For calendar year 2026, 25, sir.
25 homicide?
Yes, sir.
How many arrests?
Thus far, for calendar year 2026, 1.
That's not a good number. That's not a good number. And that's why I asked about these cameras, how efficient they are. Are they in the right location? So that when people report of a crime or something like that, because the last homicide we had in Frederick said, I stayed on my porch and heard all the gunshots. Dial 911, and next thing I know I heard ambulance. So I would hope that you had cameras to the Carlton traffic light, the Good Hope traffic light, because vehicles are going to be tearing out of these areas. Anytime you hear these things happen, how many of these cameras are being utilized to try to track down car just speeding out, just taking off at a high pace?
That Assistant Commissioner Santos, that's the one of the first, along with sending units to the area. That's one of the first areas we go to back to our camera systems to see what we could pick up. And it's not just the camera systems within that area. We're talking about different intersections that may lead or exit from the area of where the homicide occurred.
Have we extended shot spotter as far, because a couple times I've heard that it's not throughout the territory, it's only certain range and area. Have you expanded farther so that we can have more reach?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, I'll refer that to Director Tweed, but from what I do remember, I think it was, and Director Tweed could correct me, back in 2022 or 2023, or so, we did expand from then. But to this date, we haven't expanded again, but we did do an expansion at some time. So I'll turn it over to Director Tweed.
Kishana Tweed, Director of Information Systems. Yes, we have expanded, as a Assistant Commissioner mentioned previously. We are trying to allocate some more funding so that we can be able to expand the project some more.
And my biggest question here today is these off-road vehicles that continually roam in our street. And the basic law, any motorized, and correct me if I'm wrong, any motorized vehicle that's on our highway, our roads, must be registered, licensed, and have insurance. Is that a true statement?
Yes, Senator.
Well, help me out with these off-road vehicles, because lately, I think within the last month, somebody else lost their life again. And many times when these off-road vehicles hit people, personal vehicle, people don't get a compensation. They can't get a car fix. They can't get nothing. So help me out a little bit with it. And I've seen some difference, because I've seen some of the bigger off-road vehicles on St. Thomas with license plate on them. I ain't seen it in St. Croix. So why one place registering them, licensing them, and the next district is not registering and licensing them? Help me out with those two things.
Naomi Joseph, St. Croix District Deputy Chief. They are being licensed in both districts. And the problem is the owners aren't doing that. And then we have some restrictions as to how we can pursue.
All right. You got drones. Am I right to say you have drones? You have drones, right?
Yes, Senator.
And I'm going to put this out here. Every Sunday, we know where they go. We know exactly all the off-road vehicle go. Why have we not utilized our drone? Monitor them. Do a curtailing where they park up, because they ain't take a helicopter and take the drone from wherever they come from to the beach. But if you monitor them with your drone, you film it, you have evidence for court that, hey, we follow these drones to whichever beach they go, we rally it, and we take all of them up. Why this isn't happening? For me, that's simple. You guys tell me the hardship in doing it.
Thank you, Senator. Great question. So we are almost completed with the Brink drone program. That is the drones that will be stationed on different parts of the island throughout St. Croix and St. Thomas. Those drones have a much more longer range, and they'll be working in tandem with each other so that if one is about to lose range, the other one would take off. So what is going to have are pods, right, that are able to recharge those drones. So when they are stationed in different locations, because versus the drones we have now, sir, they are in cases with the officers and they have to be deployed. So these other drones that we're having, they're going to be monitored in the real-time crime center, where there will be a pilot flying those drones or monitoring those drones. So once we get that established, and sir, we have already started. Brink has been in the territory already. St. Croix will be starting where the construction will begin. Once that happens, sir, I'm sure that we will be running that same initiative for those illegal ATVs.
If I may just wrap up on this, Mr. Chair. How soon this is expected to go in place? Because people are losing their lives and people's property is being destroyed with these off-road vehicles being on our highway and byways.
Absolutely, sir. Assistant Commissioner Santos, we could expect the at this point in time, and again, Director Tweed could correct me or jump in, the drones are being built at this time. the stations are being built at this time, and we're waiting to receive those stations to start placing them in those locations. So we could expect, and I'm hoping without any, and God forbid we have any storms right now because we don't need it right now, but by, I'll say, sir, by hopefully end of summer, maybe by October, we start getting those build-outs and stations set up.
I sure hope you get this on board as fast as possible to save lives and property.
Absolutely.
Because that's what's happening.
Absolutely.
Too much young people losing their lives, and you couldn't ride a bike without a helmet. To everybody up and down without a helmet.
Yes, sir.
And that's the law too.
Yes, it is.
And so we must put these things in place and enforce them. I think the biggest problem you will hear people in this territory say, there's no enforcement. A broken light, a ticket. I know I'm going to get a ticket long ago if I had a broken light. We're not seeing these things enough. Any day I get on the road, I could see cars running red light, and to tell people when the light turn green, don't mash. Pause. Because somebody coming through. Those cameras should be by now picking this up, and we need to make sure we put these things in place. Until people get hit in their pocket and deep, ain't gonna stop. People gonna continue losing their lives and property, and I'm pleading that we put these mechanisms and these tools that we got in place to curtail this reckless driving on this territory. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Johnson, for that line of questioning. Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I find it hard to believe that we need drones in order to stop individuals in groups of 20 and 25 riding vehicles that are not licensed. You're telling me that the police department can't initiate any type of plan to curtail those vehicles, or at the very least to make sure that every single person is wearing a helmet, that all of a sudden we reach a department where anybody can ride a motorcycle with no helmet, and we need a drone, we need a special plan, we need this or that you can't get somebody to stop and say, hey, you got to put on your helmet, at the very least, that they don't kill themselves? Why are we making things more complicated? And what is the cost of this drone initiative? It cost us the next $200,000? What's the cost of that? And why can't manpower just a special initiative? And I'm not saying that you need to go and arrest them. There's certain gas stations, all of them fuel up at the meet at a certain time. Why somebody can't go there and just have a discussion? Hey, you guys can't do this, you need to da-da-da-da-da. It's off-road, you can't be on the highway. Just a discussion. Or why can't you go to the leaders? They're leaders of all of those groups. And just have a discussion as to appropriate behavior for those vehicles.
Sure.
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix. Senator Biale, we have done that. We have gone to the beaches where they are. We have gone to the service stations. We have stopped the few that would stop when they see us, that don't run. And we have spoken to them about the proper gear that they should be wearing while operating these vehicles. Even gone as far as to funerals. He's being buried because he wasn't wearing gear. And explain these safety precautions to these people, but they choose to do it the other way around.
And while he's being buried because he wasn't wearing gear, the whole entourage is in the funeral going directly to the graveyard.
Exactly.
At some point, right? Years ago, people feared police. In your beginning of your 41 years, probably for the first 20, there was
I would take the bike.
An innate fear, and there was respect. The police department got to take back the street in terms of respect, in terms of individuals knowing that you can't do X, Y, and Z because you're going to be held. If I tell you don't ride your ATV without gear and I see you the next time, I taking it. If I can't take it there, we know where they live. You could drive around and see them. You take a picture. But we have to step it up. We really got to step it up because there's no this climate of people just doing whatever they want. And we really got to stop that. And I applaud you guys for your effort, but we got to step up. We really got to step up the game. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bailey, for that line of questions. The mic recognize, the chair recognized Senator Gittins for his point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Don't be afraid to say that the first and third branch of government has caused some of these delays. And it's no excuse for enforcement not to take place. Because as I sit here, I just had my staff bring me 2 books that I still keep with me. And I just want to know if the Virgin Islands Police Department still use them. You have the field manual, and you got the police manual. And in these, I just sat here and heard several discussions from the Vice Chair Fonseca asking about response time, which it actually starts from 911 when the call come in. We know that you have priority 1, 2, and 3 calls that must be assigned within a specific period of time. I heard my good fellow colleague from Frederiksted and the majority leader talking about the off-road vehicles and whatnot. And I concur with the majority leader. We really don't need no drone to do this. The manuals, again, speak to, as he asked the question I just showed the chairman, it spoke to roadblocks. We need to see the roadblocks taking place. We see where they are. We need to do the roadblocks. We don't have to do a full chase. We understand that the chase could put people's lives in more danger. But they're going to one end of the island. We know that they got to come back a certain way. I have sent videos of what the officers were doing in St. Martin. And when they went down with a whole trailer and blocked the road, they had to come back out because they were one way in, one way out. And when they were coming out, they take all of them up that wasn't registered. And you don't give them back until they get registered. We have also implemented and addressed the traffic fines to implement the traffic, to implement the impound lot. We haven't heard anything about the impound lot. This will address exactly what my colleagues are asking about. These guys don't run the streets. And we got to show them that. And I agree 100% with the majority leader that once upon a time, there was a fear of the police in this territory. Today, they could drive right across the police station with no license plate, heavy tints. They're firing shot right now across the police station because they don't give a damn, and shooting up the police station. We need to talk about these things. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And these manuals speak to not only the roadblocks, it speaks to traffic enforcement, the vehicle impoundment, reporting of damaged government property, etc. Every time we put up a sign or what do you call it, the median and whatnot, someplace, somebody knock it down. Are we going after these people's personal insurance to ensure that they're paying for it and not the taxpayer? It also speaks to the dress code at the police department. I am totally embarrassed when I see some of the dress of officers. And I go into the courts. Just week before I went into court in St. Thomas and saw the dress attire of some officers there. Totally embarrassed. We need to have conversations on this. We need to bring respect back to the police department, and we have to respect ourselves first before they respect us. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You guys have any stats on how many folks was lost their life on these off-road? Any kind of numbers for at least the last 2-3 years?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, Senator, I don't have that this time, but I could get that for you.
If you can, I really would appreciate to hear those numbers. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Yes, thank you for the line of question. Assistant Commissioner Santos, in following up on that, what about just accidents on these four-wheelers? If any accidents at all that you actually had one that may be disabled at the accident and you had to take it away? Any of such?
That we took the vehicle itself?
The four-wheeler, I mean, if it had an accident, maybe it will if it registered, I don't expect for you to take it back. If it's unregistered, I expect it for it to be taken away. Because if it's registered, it's just an accident. It's an accident. But if it's unregistered and on a government road, and again, an accident, they shouldn't be moving from that point. That's my point.
Right, but I'm sorry, Naomi Joseph. The few that we've had fatalities this year.
Yeah.
But these accidents happen off road.
Okay.
Not on the government road. So there was no confiscation of the vehicles.
Good. Thank you for that response.
Deputy Chief Donna Stewart. As far as confiscation of these off-road vehicles, I can't give you a count in reference to them being confiscated relevant to an accident. However, we've had several initiatives here in the St. Thomas Water Island District where we have a trailer load full of those vehicles, and the reduction of these off-road vehicles has been reduced, and the roadway has been tremendously reduced. We have containers full of them.
Thank you for that response. Point of information, Senator Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I've noticed that because I have read from the St. Thomas District where they have pulled ATVs off the road and actually found illegal weapons on more than one occasion. So whatever initiative they're utilizing at St. Thomas, you ain't got to go far. St. Thomas is different, I know. But whatever initiative they're using, look at that initiative, tweak it for the Big Island, and let's see if we could get it going over here. So commendations to St. Thomas for the work you've been doing with getting the ATVs and those weapons that you have found as a result of stopping ATVs off the street.
Yes. The chair recognizes Senator Gittins for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Assistant Commissioner, I truly appreciate the dedication of the men and women of the Virgin Islands Police Department. However, I remain concerned with the rush of violent crimes that we've been seeing, especially June into this month. And the one especially that I just made reference to with these bandits driving by the police station, exchanging gunfire and damaging the police station. Thank God no officers were injured and no innocent bystanders were injured. We're talking about all this technology. How are we coming on that investigation without being too specific?
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix, we were able to locate the perpetrators, and so we know who they are. We made searches, and we are working towards closure.
Okay. I will take you for that and don't ask anything else. I expect to hear about arrests coming shortly. I'm also concerned because with these Russia crimes, some of them are really, really frightening for our elderly population. And I'm wondering why no public service announcements from the police department, just basically keeping our residents up to date on how they should be able to protect themselves, especially within their homes. This last one that I just heard about with an individual being tied up in their home for so many hours and later released. What are we doing to ramp up on public service announcements to our residents?
Right now, we are doing some public alerts, bulletins, so that the community is aware of what's happening, because we do have a uptick in the robbery and burglary first. Specifically burglary first, you're in your home sleeping and individuals breaking in. So we are trying our best to keep the community informed, asking them to do some precautionary stuff to protect themselves while indoors, and so that's what we're doing now. Glenn Drake, who is our media relation individuals, he is putting those together right now.
All right, thank you for that. And while we're there, I mean, I love your attire. I love the deputy chiefs in St. Thomas, although I really don't like the uniform, but you're properly attired. I am asking you all to make sure that it filtered down. All your officers should be looking like you. I was really embarrassed the other day when I went to court. That's not what I remember going to court. I either had to be in full uniform or with a jacket or a tie on, whether in full uniform or non-uniform assignment. I'm asking you all to really address that. Now, there's legislation before us that I've introduced to integrate all law enforcement officers within the Virgin Islands Police Department for a period of
2 minutes.
I think it's 90 days, upwards to 180 days. The legislation is in. I do intend to move on it still. I applaud the governor for the executive order the other day, but that's why I'm putting in the bill, because that executive order was just, let's do something. In this case, this is going to be well explained and planned out as to exactly what we expect to be done. I will share the bill draft with you so that you can see what it is, and it will require the district chiefs to come up with a plan as well, because you know we have an overtime runaway train. People getting locked up on the mainland for abuse of overtime, which are actually criminal acts. And I need proper supervision to be taking place. And we understand why some of it got out. But all we need to do is lock up one or two, and you're going to see it's going to stop. I agree with my one colleague about making people feel it in their pockets. Now, the cameras that we're talking about, they're all operational. I'm not asking you where they are, where they're not working or anything like that, but you testified, I believe, to 100 cameras.
Time.
Are they all working?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, for the most part, yes, Senator, they are working. I do know, I was speaking to one of my directors yesterday. There was one that just got struck not too long ago on Melvin Evans Highway, and we're working towards getting that repaired, sir. But, you know, we do have some challenges sometime where one or two may be down, but we do, our team does a great job on getting back on it and trying to get those back in operational, whether it may be weather condition issues or, you know, someone doing work on one of the poles and accidentally hit one. So we do, once we see that they're down within the real-time crime center, we go forward and get those back and up and running as soon as possible.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, I got just one or two quick questions, may I?
Yes, you may wrap up.
The license plate recognition, they're currently operational?
Yes, Senator.
What's the number of stolen vehicles recovered by these cameras? How many arrests resulted directly from these LPRs?
Senator, at this time, I don't have anything offhand. That is something I'll have to get back to you.
I'm hoping that all entry and exit points are also covered, the main ones.
Well, that's the idea, sir. Is to, I'm sure you could remember those choke point maps. We still use them to today, and we work towards getting those cameras within those choke point areas.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Bailey, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've been talking about those cameras for the last 4 years. 4 or 5 years in reference to making it an effective tool to fight crime. At some point, we must see the results of the utilization of those cameras. I hear of everything that is taking place. You hear of all of the robberies. You hear of the homicide. But somehow the community don't get information that correlates with the crime that is taking place. I just came back from Florida. I'm looking at the TV. It's flashing. If you saw this car, if you saw this individual, the individual have on a mask, so it's a blurry picture, but they're putting it out there because there's somebody that is going to recognize. We were having a hearing in St. Thomas, and we were outside, and we just heard a bunch of police cars. I just robbed Cardo Jewelers on bikes. High day, like 12:30, 1 o'clock. If you're going to have an arrest now, you could tell me so I could be happy, and I won't continue. But they robbed Cardo Jewelers and went down Main Street. Are you going to tell me no camera, nothing picked up? You heard no information. There were 2 individuals on bike. They went into Savannah. They went this street. They went that. Did you see them? We had cameras that track these bikes. We don't know who they are, but you gave that information. Why isn't the community getting information? There were robberies along all of the bars going down west. One after that, I think they hit like 7 bars in one day they robbed. Or 6 bars. How many bars were robbed? Are you looking, Detective?
I don't know if you're using the wrong terminology or not.
Okay, maybe the wrong terminology. Officer.
A robbery is totally different than a burglary. So we had a number of burglaries.
Let me use incident. That'll cover everything. They were incident.
Burglary.
A burglary. Okay,
so burglaries. They broke in while no one was there.
Okay.
Versus a robbery where people are in the place and they come in guns and they take personal belongings from you.
Oh, thank you. I used to call all of them robberies, so thank you for that education.
They're not. Different things.
Okay, different. And yes. That's what you hear, you learn. But there were some similarities, I'm sure, that you picked up on cameras, etc.
With the burglaries, yes.
With the burglaries.
With information that we have, yes.
The community need to know so you could get additional information. All I'm saying is, if you know a white car is involved in a burglary or a robbery, the particular make, why isn't that immediately out there? A robbery just took place. Anyone that see a white car with suspicious individuals in it, please call the hotline number. We need to the community need to become involved because a lot of the issues go back to the community. And they go back to the household, and they go back to individuals who are allowing individuals in their house to rob and come in with a gun, come in with illegal material, and they're not saying nothing. And then when something happened that is more serious, that they know dead, everybody then saying, oh, they were trying to do this. But you really condone that behavior over and over and over. So I know the community hasn't been as forthcoming to the police department as they need to be. And I'm putting a plea order to the community. And if we're going to decrease the number of murders, then everybody in our household got to be responsible. Because you know who had. The Senate know who had. And I'm sure the officers know who had. But you don't have the information to prove it. But the individuals in their own house know that they're involved in stuff. And you continue to not tell them to cut the nonsense out. And then you want to know what happens when they're hurt. This island too small to be having all of these criminal activities. Jobs knocking down and the thief in a chain. Gun butting people for a chain. Killing a teenager for jewelry, and they got jobs out there. The police department really need to beef up. I wish that you could bring back even just a group of retirees to mentor the young police officers. Because a lot of times they need a mentor. Whether it's for a year, but just bring back a group, a special assignment. Because the elements of the police department that have always been great, some of them gone home. Some of them might be a little older, but their brain's still working good and they know all the initiative. We got to take control of the street. Nobody should be coercing any police officer and getting away with it. Because if they go to white America, they ain't going to cost a state trooper because they know they're going to be dealt with. But when they're here, they want to go on your mother, your this, your that. And then we allow them to do it. That's the disturbance of the peace. I don't know. Let me don't call no more things. Okay, you're going to define it for me.
A police officer peace cannot be disturbed. I just
take that back. What? That my peace will be disturbed all the time?
Senator Gittins.
He knows well.
No, peace cannot be disturbed.
Let me, I don't even know. My time gone? Okay. A pet peeve of mine. You have all of these fights taking place in the community. They're videotaping the fights and putting it up on Facebook. They're sending in WhatsApp. The face as clear as day. Adults stamping people, doing this, doing that. All of them need to be arrested. You have the evidence. They're there, they're fighting. Is that disturbing the peace? That's disturbing the peace?
Yes, sir.
We need to arrest all of them.
And assault.
Because sometimes it's right there in the comments. Mary, why did you do that? Susan, you did this. They give you the information. But if you don't want to arrest them, then they think that fighting is okay in the community. The police officers did a good job with stop and fight in St. John after the Juve. But there was one missing element. All of them, your whole should have had a handcuff. Not part. Whole handcuff, China van. Whole handcuff, China van. Let people quarrel. They're going to learn how to behave. You got to stamp it out. Not you parting the same person from fighting 2-3 times. You separate him, he run and coming back. You separate him, again, handcuff is behind. Put him in a vehicle. We got to take back, and part of it is the fights. Whether they're fighting at Corky Point, wherever, and it's all over. Because our fighters think it's with the 2 women on the beach, rolling after they boat facility. But we got to really clamp down on this behavior. Because this generation believe they could do what they want, when they want, how they want. And we got to tell them, no, it's not allowed. You're going to be arrested. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, coming to you. Thank you for that line of question. Assistant Commissioner Santos, my question would be on the same. From the fights, if we tend not to make the arrest, the children then believe it's right. It's the right thing to do. So if we start to look at the behavior of our children today, they're younger, they're ready to cuss the officer, because that's what they're seeing and nobody ain't getting no problems. They're ready to fight. And I want to know too is if, in essence of time, if some officer don't make an arrest because they don't want the complications of having to make an arrest. Because it's easier to behave and let you walk off and you write a little script. Bosses, you make an arrest, you got to go to court. So all of that is a way in. I'm just asking if you think that's some of the issues that they don't pursue. Well,
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix. It's more than an arrest. We're the beginning, we're the entry part into the system. When I go to court, I need to be able to prove that individuals in the video that you're seeing is who I think they are. So I need to walk. It's not Naomi going to court and say that I saw Clifford Joseph and I know Clifford Joseph. I have to bring somebody else in court to say that was Clifford Joseph. That's the level, the threshold that we have to jump over. So I have you on camera. Clifford, I know you. But I got to bring Angel Bolke to say, yes, that was Clifford. He had nothing to do with VIPD. He has to come out as a witness to say that, and that's another problem that we have.
That's an obstacle for you guys. So you saying that
that's what the AG's office wants.
The camera by itself.
The camera by itself is not.
So all the technology we're investing in.
It's not. We have to bring witnesses to say that's who that is.
So So I think then we need to maybe make a next move towards some kind of laboratories being here, because we can't continue just waiting for somebody else to make a person guilty. If we have a camera showing you who the person is, something missing. Some kind of link is missing. Cause some link is missing between the site and the camera. The identification of the person is there. The facial is here. Unless you could bring somebody that look just like me, then I could see we question and I telling you that's not Judge, that's not me. So they just saying that's not me with a camera flick, and they free.
It is a burden of proof that we have to bring, because we have that burden of proof. We have to go beyond a reasonable doubt. We have to be able to prove that the individual that's depicted in that video is in fact who we think it is. So I have to bring proof that that's who that is. And the proof cannot just be me, the officer, saying that that's who it is. I have to bring somebody else to identify that individual.
So
and that was in both courts, both district and both the Attorney General Office, local Attorney General Office, and the U.S. Attorney Office that both told us the same thing.
So facial recognition does not count in court here. That's what we're saying. Or to the AD office.
You're going to have facial recognition, but it's not going to be the police saying that that's who it is. It can't just be me coming in court and saying, yes, I saw the individual in the video. I know that that was Clifford Joseph, and that's why I went for Clifford Joseph. I have to bring a witness to attest to that fact as well.
Before I go to the next senator, I have 2 points. So the question is, now you're talking about the facial recognition, you know, in a physical altercation, and that's my question before, a physical altercation, an arrest to be made. What's the issue with arrest to be made with a physical altercation?
That bring proof that that's who that is.
No, the two individuals fighting, so you have two officers on the scene.
On the scene, yes, on the scene. That's a crime that happened to the president of the officer. Yes, they can go right ahead and make the arrest, but you're talking about what they see on the video.
Okay, but what's the difference with if in a domestic situation, boss is on the street? When I'm saying that is because, yes, it's normally family, regardless of loved one or brother, sister, with a domestic. But I'm just saying to you, when you get on a scene, you still meet if you meet two individuals that were actually fighting, a report is called in, 911, two guys are fighting. You show up on the scene, you meet two individuals, one eye black, the next one missing a teeth. Where would we go from there? We still need somebody to say that that's the two guys that were fighting?
If it's a domestic, no.
No, not a domestic. This is out in the street.
A simple assault that occurring, people fighting, holding on. I wouldn't say that we were definitely. Yeah, it would be a misdemeanor that didn't occur in the officer's presence. So it's not like I could just, if I pull up and the fight was happening, yes, I could jump in and arrest the two parties. If I arrive and the fight is no longer in progress, I am not witnessing two people fighting, that I cannot just go into an arrest because it did not happen in my presence. That's the law. So the law has to be addressed. You need to change the laws to accommodate the new technology that exists now. I can see that there's Joe Blow on camera and fit it within the Constitution. We can make that arrest.
Thank you for that response. This point of information, Senator Bailey, and then Senator Gittins.
So you have some recommendations to this body in terms of us changing the law so you could utilize facial recognition? Or tweaking the law to see what we need to do to make it work?
I'm certain we can give you suggestions.
Okay.
Without a doubt.
I would recommend, if you see Clifford and Kenny in a fight, I didn't say senators, I said somebody named Clifford and somebody named Kenny. And the two of them are fighting, and Jamila put it up on Facebook. You go and you arrest the two of them. Bring Clifford's wife as a witness, bring Kenny's sister, bring everybody, and let them go in court and lie as to whether or not that is not Clifford and Jamila. Let me see if these parents and loved ones are willing to lie. We have him, we asking you now, is that your husband on tape? Lie to the court and perjure yourself. So let's go to that level. Let's force, let we see whether or not, because a lot of the incidents, I just use that, don't worry about the scenario. A lot of the incidents are young individuals. So let's see how far their parents are willing to go to protect these individuals who are destroying themselves and destroying all of these events on a regular basis. Calling the siblings, the adult, calling the parents, is that your child? And let me see if they're going to come there and lie. Let them perjure themselves. Then they can't bail when anything happens.
Give you a story?
Say that again?
They give you a story?
Yes, please. And
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief St. Croix. We had a kidnap for rape case that happened here in St. Croix. They took the two individuals by gunpoint, took them Sonias to the bank, made the male victim remove money, had them on the camera for the bank, took the picture from the camera to the suspect's grandmother, and I said, "Is this your grandson?" And she told me, "Yes, that's my grandson." We built our case, went to trial. When she sat down in district court, you know what she said? "That was my grandson. The officer make me say so. She come here, she make me do that. I didn't mean to say that was my grandson." So at the end of the day, me, Naomi, my credibility was put on the line because she said I force her, I compel her to lie. So we have to go with multiple layers of proof. So me coming and getting you to say, "Yeah, that's my son, that's my daughter," get you to come to court now to say the same thing is where we need that to occur. You could tell me anything during the course of my investigation. I build my case based on what was said to me. But when I get in court, is what you say. Trust me. The attorney sat down there, and by the time she was done, I was a bad guy. I arrested an innocent person who I have on video, both in where it started in the housing community that it started, because I have him on video there. We tracked them all the way to the bank. The victims both come to court and say, "Yeah, that's who do it." But at the end of the day, the one guy was found not guilty because I, Naomi, compelled the grandmother to say that that's who it was. Easy for VIPD. We could do all of that. But when we get to court, different story.
Wow.
And yes, they'll come in court and lie.
With a point of information.
I'll close by saying that I've looked at a lot of situations, both in St. Croix and St. Thomas, and if individuals didn't get away from technicalities or by technicalities, they would have still been alive today.
That's right.
So a lot of people out there, when you're trying to get your loved one off and this technicality and that technicality, there's two types of justice, you know. You could go through the legal justice system and you're incarcerated and we try to rehab you and you come out, or you could go through street justice. And street justice ain't going to ask a bunch of questions as to whether or not that was your facial recognition and all of that. So we have a decision that we need to make as a community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Before I go to the next senator for his point, I'll be having a conversation with the AG on that subject matter. The chair recognizes Senator Gittins.
I sit in here and writing notes because I'm like just boiling. First of all, articulation, proper documentation. Deputy, much respect to you, but I don't agree with you that you can't arrest based on surveillance footage. Otherwise, we wasting money, putting money towards all these modern technology. 3 things that the courts are going to possibly looking for. And that's why I said I had to sit down here and write some notes. The first thing is, and they got attorneys out in the audience, so if I wrong, just throw a paper at me. The first thing they'll be looking for is authentication with the videos. The video must be what it says it is.
Yes.
You're going to also be looking at reliability. It must establish that it wasn't altered. And then compliance with evidentiary rules in a legal system. Kudos to the St. Thomas St. John District. Just the other day, finally, someone was arrested utilizing those same videos that you're talking about. And I pray that that young lady is doing much better today. But until I went public and talk about that stamping of that young lady at Red Hook Dock, we saw that you went to the AG's office, we saw that you got your warrant, and someone was arrested. Going back to what the majority leader was talking about with all these fights and whatnot, I agree with him. A lot more people should have been in handcuffs, not just the one mother. And if I was a defense lawyer, I would have been all over the government too, because she had several charges, and one of them was disturbance of the peace by fighting. Kudos. But who she was fighting with? Herself? Nobody else saying get locked up. That part, I couldn't understand why the judge found probable cause. You gotta tell them, bring the other party, she won't fighting herself. Disturbance of the peace by fighting means that I was in a physical altercation with somebody else. So that other person should have been arrested as well. And then going back to the disturbance of the peace, the officer's peace may not be disturbed, because you're absolutely correct, and that's how Justice Cabret and I got so close, and she became like my advisor. Those judges back in the day used to hold your hand and show you the proper way. Because I had a good arrest in her court, and they had to be thrown out because I didn't say the right thing. But disturbance of the peace, you're absolutely correct that you can't disturb an officer's peace. But what about the peace of the citizens out there that's being disturbed? You have disorderly conduct in the code. Start charging these people. Maybe, colleagues, what we need to look at, which I'm exploring now, is that we're able to give citations for these type of behavior in the public. And again, let them pay out the pocket, not us put them in BOC and we got to pay them. I mean, we got to pay for food, medical, free living, make sure they got air conditioned when WAPA going constantly out here and they got generator and everything. We need to start making people accountable, but we can't keep providing excuses for people out there to perform like that. Children only doing what they're seeing adults able to get away with today. And lastly, the majority leader, I constantly hear you talking about taking back control of the streets. I always tell people, and I want to say again, in order for us to take back control of the streets, we got to take control of our homes first. That's where it begins. And lastly, for sure, emergency warning of the general public. Again, it's in the manuals. Let's just go back to basics. Let's go back to basics. That's what we've been asking. The last time we spoke about going back to basics, the person that sat in front of us, being a former commissioner, see what ended up happening? I mean, let's back to basics. Maybe if we utilize that, we won't be in the predicament that we're in today. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. The chair recognizes Senator Avery Lewis for your 6 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon. Colleagues, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin, and good afternoon, VIPD. VIPD, good afternoon. Good, good.
Good afternoon.
Let me start. Let me get this one out of the way. Deputy Chief, real Donny Sog, how are you doing
Yes, sir.
today? Good. Well, let me back up. Sorry, Deputy. Assistant Commissioner Santos, where we stand with vehicles? Conditions, we have enough, we have some order. Preferably, let's talk about patrol.
This time, Assistant Commissioner Santos, as far as vehicles are concerned, we did put in to start looking for more vehicles for the patrol element because, we needed some more. And, as time progresses, those vehicles that we currently have, they should be, moving out of, some of them should be moving out of compliance soon. So we're still, we're looking for that and also for funding to purchase those vehicles, those new vehicles for the officers.
So let me say this here publicly and real clear. I for our locals making $1, but that thing what we had last time, we ain't doing that one again. Bring the vehicles, them complete. Where they sit down, park up nearly 2-3 years before we could use them, we ain't doing that one again. Deputy Chief, let me bring a concern to you here. I was text with this one. How we stand with vehicles in your district with for patrol? But there's a concern that there's not enough vehicles for patrol, and I guess commanders, whoever, are going home with vehicles, and patrols don't have enough vehicles to utilize. How do we respond to that?
I have to be honest. We do have an ailing fleet. However, as far as with supervisors going on with vehicles, the supervisors have been ordered to, if they at any time there's a shortage of vehicles, that they are to relinquish their vehicles to the patrolman who has to take cases.
All right. So I just a concern that your officers have. So maybe you might want to look into it. I'm not there. That would be you and Deputy Chief Brown to look into that. Ms. Tweed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Senator.
I know one time we had a talk about a year ago of the building, and you had a lot of e-waste. How did we come with that? How are we coming along with that?
We've made some progress, but we also have some more that we are working on removing also. So
when you say progress, you shift it from one room to another room, or you get it out?
No, Senator, we got rid of that, and now have another set that we're working on getting rid of.
So thank you. Assistant Commissioner Santos, good afternoon again.
Good afternoon, sir.
I apologize if you talked about it earlier, but how are we coming with renovations to all your buildings?
So as far as renovations to all our buildings, when it comes to the Rainbow Building, we just made contact again with our builder on St. Croix for our movements of moving the officers out of the Rainbow Building into a newer building. After speaking with our director, we're supposed to go meet with the contractor so that we could see what's the status. We do know that construction has begun, and with the construction moving forward, we were in hopes to be moving in by this time this year. However, it looks like that has been pushed back. I want to believe some renovations were completed at our Marshall Command building. And then we have a renovation.
2 minutes.
That we're waiting on doors to be hung on a building in St. Thomas, and I think that was completed just recently as well.
So at the Parallel Justice Complex, I know you've been transitioning out. What is the time frame for full vacancy of that building so work could really commence?
I would have to get back to you on that, Senator. I don't know if Deputy Chief Donstock have any info on that, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
No, sir, I don't have any information on that.
Thank you. Assistant Commissioner, let's talk. How many captains do you have at this time?
I'll have the Deputy Chiefs for the district answer for their district, sir.
Starting Deputy Chief Donstock? Sorry.
Yes, sir, we're approximately 5 captains.
5 lieutenants?
Approximately 7.
Sergeants?
Close to 10 sergeants.
Or 10? Give or take.
Give or take.
Corporals?
None.
Good. St. Croix? Captains?
In the operation division, we got 2 captains. Lieutenants.
Overall. How many captains?
I have 2 captains.
Okay. Lieutenants?
About 5. Sergeants, about
Sergeant?
9 or so.
Okay. Anybody in VIPD, whether the deputy chiefs at this time, help me out. What about the corporal rank? I know we had an issue with the unions. When we going to rectify so we can start promoting to corporals? Whether I know it's now a tested rank, right? Right? Incorrect. Deputy chief, Daniel.
The last that I heard in reference to that, they wanted to make it a testable rank. I haven't heard any further information relevant to the corporal being a tested rank.
So we don't see the need for a corporal in the district assistant, in the territory, Assistant Commissioner Santos? Where were the corporals?
Absolutely. There's always, having more is not a problem. St. Croix, we don't have any more at this time as well. But we definitely have been exploring it, and we just want to make sure that we don't violate the CBA or the guidelines set forth by the courts. So that's something that we are looking at, sir.
It is, Mr. Chairman, if I may just conclude. It is Santos, I think we've been on this road quite a little while now, and I think there's a need for corporal. I mean, it shows, we have some individuals that, let's put them to the test. Let's test them. Let's get a extra layer of supervisory going, Nothing wrong with it. Before, it used to be a rank that was given away, I guess, by the governor or the commissioner or something. But now I think there's a need for the corporal rank. And, it's about the third or fourth time I've asked this question. I really haven't gotten a good answer. Now I understand it's a testable rank. When are we going to get with division of personnel, the unions, the bargaining units? Let's identify the test and let's move on.
Yeah, absolutely, Senator. I definitely bring that forward with the commissioner so we could move forward on that.
And lastly, before I conclude, is we have Act 9056 with the lethal weapon training. Have we started to plan on it or start to come up with anything on it?
Yes, sir. We have. I've been discussing with our legal team as far as curriculums are concerned. Supposed to, take that forward to my training officer in charge of training for review to assist us with that as well. So we have been having discussions about it so that we could get that rolling.
Thank you. I'll come back for another question, but I really wanted to ask the Deputy Chief over here some questions as it pertains to these functions that we have in the night. So I'll come back for another question. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you for that line of question, Senator Lewis. My question to you, Assistant Commissioner, is what's your consent decree monetary expenditure at this time?
I don't have the expenditure, the exact amount at this time, Senator, to give you. I do know that it's been somewhat decreased due to the fact that we have substantial compliance on all paragraphs at this time. So that tends to move down once you've made some progress. Not only have we had substantial compliance and all, we're right now in the monitoring phase. We're 6 months into the monitoring phase since compliance.
Is this full compliance?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's wonderful.
Yeah, full compliance. We just had citizen complaints removed. Okay. That has went through its monitoring period, and now since that has went through its monitoring period, that it's now over. So now we're now in the monitoring period for supervision and management and use of force. Again, we're 6 months in, so we're trucking along to ensure that we maintain that substantial compliance.
But if not today, I'd still like you to submit that.
Absolutely.
For me.
Absolutely.
Okay. At this time, the chair will go to a round, burning question round. We'll start off with Senator Angel Volkers.
Chair, thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that the VIPD is they're conducting a traffic safety education and awareness initiative from July 15th to August 15th. I wanted to know how that was going, and also what is the status of the PAL programming for the island of St. John?
PAL for
PAL.
Oh, I do know. I'll have to get with our director for PAL as to the status for St. John. I do know on St. Croix and St. Thomas we just completed the summer program, but offhand I won't be able to give you an exact answer for St. John, sir. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, well, I'm hoping that the program extends to the island of St. John. There is
Absolutely.
interest there as well.
Yes, sir.
But if you could answer the first half in relation to the traffic study education and awareness initiative.
Sir, I have to get back to you on that as well. Our highway safety representative was supposed to be here today, but I haven't seen her.
I know. We had a lot of discussions about the ATVs and stuff. It would
Yes.
have been good for her to be here to
Yeah, I agree.
elaborate on. Okay. That's it for me, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Bolkes, for the line of question. Senator Fonseca, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Assistant Commissioner Santos, do we have in the Virgin Islands the Bloods, the red one and the blue one, the gangs, what you call the blue one again? The Crips. Do we have evidence of Bloods and Crips gangs in the Virgin Islands?
Assistant Commissioner Santos, to say, sir, exactly those gangs, I could say no. We do have some organized crime groups, but to say exactly we have Bloods and Crips here, as far as I know, no, sir.
Okay. Quickly, Mr. Chair, I'll wrap up. So, Assistant Commissioner, one of the frustrations you hear is that sometimes after a shooting or a homicide, people may be present, but no one want to snitch. Nobody saw anything, and is that significant in you solving the crime? Do you experience problems in those areas?
Absolutely, Assistant Commissioner Santos. Absolutely, Senator. Myself, I'm sure a lot of us here in the VIPD territory wide have received phone calls from individuals who give information, and they tell you straight up they're not willing to come forward as far as giving us that information to say they will come to court to help testify, and we have to respect that. We do have some individuals who do come forward and are willing and have assisted us successfully. So I won't knock that down and say that no one has never came forward. We have had community members that have actually came forward and assisted us in solving these crimes with successful convictions.
So since you say we don't have the gangs, those Crips and the blue one, I mean, the Bloods, the Crips is the red. The Bloods is the red.
Crips is the blue.
Since you said that we don't have those, what are they afraid of? Do they believe, or in your opinion, do they believe that their own police that they call might snitch on them, or what? Why are they not cooperating if they saw the crime?
As far as the community members?
Yes. Or anybody that could be a witness to a crime.
It could be different reasons why, sir. A lot of it is because they don't want to tell on the other individual. Some of it is because they're their own relatives. Some of it is because of they're afraid, and I'll be frank, they're just afraid. I can say that, in my tenure with the Virgin Islands Police Department, I'm sure the deputy chiefs in both districts could also elaborate. But we have hidden witnesses successfully, where we have hidden them throughout areas in the United States, brought them home to testify, and send them back to wherever, and successfully without issues, and had successful convictions with their assistance.
Yeah, because, I remember just, and I'll wrap up quickly, Mr. Chair, just in Pearson Gardens the other day, there was a guy that was actually going to testify, and he got shot, and basically the judge had to throw out the case. And, it's amazing, how things happen in the community. You wonder if there's a lack of confidence and the people are scared that repercussions, or they just, I don't know. It's a difficult one. But thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Lewis, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Deputy Chief, Understood.
Yes, sir.
And I would say in the St. Thomas St. John district, the district we reside in, these functions that we have in the evening time, whether there's wet pet or clubs or whatever, not some of the clubs, but the ones that are advertised, that we see being advertised, is there anything that they communicate with the chief's office and say, well, hey, I'm having this particular function? I know some would ask for maybe road permits to close roads and anything, but are you aware, your office aware of the different functions that happen on the weekends?
Yes, we are. Many of the functions come to our office for permits. However, on a weekly basis, our crime analysis team from our department, from the planning division, they send out a memo in reference to all functions that are going on every weekend.
Well, I know you're manpower limited, and the point I was trying to get to is, if you have this information, would you say, in St. John as well, hey, we know Avery's jam is going on Saturday night, and he have X band this, that, and that going down about 3-4-ish. So do we have units in that area, or just wait for the call to come? I'm just asking.
No, usually we plan ahead. Usually we have special operations units when feasible, working in those areas, and we have patrol, of course, doing routine inspections when they can. However, our patrol is usually trying to catch up on their call for services.
Okay, good. And last question for you, Deputy Chief. Those are mobile camera units you have. Solar ones, I guess you would say.
Yes.
The mobile camera station.
Yes, I understand what you're saying.
All of them that we see on the road are functioning?
Most of them are, yes.
They used to carry a message with it. Why we cut the message?
I'm not familiar with the messages that you've seen.
No.
Are you sure they're our cameras?
Your cameras used to say, these are something, they had a message going with it. And then they would say, police are now being notified or something. It had a message going along with the cameras, because they used to have it in Red Hook. And how I know, one time when I was administrator, they brought me in, and that time Chief Phillips was there, because the folks were saying that the message was traveling up the hill. But nobody never complained when Duffys were making noise. But the camera was saying, this area is guarded by VIPD. It had a message going with it. You turn it off, you don't remember the message.
Ms. Tweed just advised that it does have that capability.
So I'm going crazy, right?
No, you're not, sir.
Thank you. He's a bread body.
Be honest with you, I've never heard it. Be honest with you, I've never heard it.
The one in St. Croix playing with some words, and you over here playing with words, but they have a message. Let's turn back on the message. Maybe if they hear the thing going, we'll call up some of these things. We cannot be saying one way, we're trying to fight crime, and then 5-6 people say are trying to sleep, but then it detouring the crime. That's how I look at it. And the last thing I'll say is that AC Santos, the cameras that we're talking about in the traffic, for the traffic cameras, are those the ones that we have on island, or we have the rapid shutters cameras already?
Yeah, the Assistant Commissioner Santos, the flat cameras operate with the photo shutter speed that we discussed a while back. The red light camera project, and I can let Ms. Tweed elaborate a bit more. That's something that we're currently going through the process with vendors to choose a vendor.
Good. So the ones where we have, because I have legislation in place to provide some funding when it come available, so we could get these rapid shutter cameras that will catch the license plate, catch the sticker, catch images of the drivers and so forth, then even catch the back of the car. It's like different catches. So those with the red light system do that?
Yes, but the red light camera project cameras, there's a bit more to it because we have to come in line with BMV, Department of Justice, Superior Court, because of course once they run a red light with the red light camera project, that's where citation is, it goes through the process with justice and everyone, and then that's where the citations will start being sent to the owner of those vehicles.
But I'll also say this, before we implement, it doesn't seem like it being implemented, but I think we need to have a bigger conversation, because if the rapid shutter cameras and the red light system we're talking about both don't coincide, we need to get a one-time system instead of have a piece over here, a piece here, there's something else ain't working. I'm tired of the piecemealing, because we buying one set of things, are we talking about rapid shutter cameras? We could catch license plate, catch stickers, catch images, catch, the whole shape of the car, then even hook into BMV so, tickets could be transmitted immediately, the courts could be notified and everything. Versus the red light system, where we still have to do some manual work, I have an issue with that. But let's have the hard conversation up front, let the Senate know what's going on. Let's assist. Thank you very much. And, VIPD, thank you for what you do every day. I feel safe at times, but I know when I make that call, the cavalry coming. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I may answer a question that Senator Avery Lewis had.
You may.
Senator Lewis, regarding the corporal testing, I received a message that this fiscal year we'll be going forward with testing, and the materials are currently being reviewed, the test materials. So it should be done by this fiscal year, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will now recognize non-committee member Senator Nobel Francis. Thank you for joining us. At this time, Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just boil it down to half and half make one, or one and one make two. The red light camera standards are higher, they seem to be lower than if you have a camera that sees somebody fighting. PD have to have somebody to verify who the persons are. With a red light camera, a car runs through a traffic light and you see that license plate number, that make and model of that vehicle. Do you have to have the same standard for somebody to come and verify that that vehicle is, I guess, owned by the individual or whatever? What is the standard for the red light camera versus the situation where the camera picks up somebody fighting or so? Assistant Commissioner? Or
yeah,
Chief,
Assistant Commissioner Santos. It's totally different, sir, from the CCTV cameras. So I really would like to understand your question.
No, the question in regards to what Deputy Chief Joseph and St. Croix said, that when somebody videotapes a group of people fighting, or a group of people beating someone, and you see them, someone has to come and identify those. So that standard is greater than with a traffic light camera, you go through the traffic light. Do I have to do any other verification to say that, hey, have somebody to verify that this vehicle is my vehicle, or pass through the light? Is it a different standard? Okay.
So one of the things I also missed to say, Senator, is that we also have to come before the legislature for legislation regarding the red light camera project. So I was remiss by saying that we still need legislation for the red light camera project, sir, before we could even move forward.
Okay, great. That's what we're trying to link. And then in closing, the real-time crime center. I would like you to elaborate about it. Let the community know we have this in our toolbox as one of our tools toward crime fighting and public safety overall and service to the community. Elaborate to the people what it really is about so they would be aware that, hey, we have gone to an extra level in service to the community as a whole. Please.
Assistant Commissioner Santos. Yes, Senator. The Real-Time Crime Center is the center where we have all our technologies that are currently in place and that will be in place to assist the Virgin Islands Police Department as a crime fighting tool, where all of our systems are being placed on one platform, regardless as to if it's ShotSpotter technology, our license plate reader technology, our CCT camera technology. This Real-Time Crime Center helps us where we were able to integrate all of our technologies into one location to better help our officers in solving crime.
Okay, thank you for that. So our body cams and with the vehicles, all of that. And, you know, something we say we don't want to tell the public, but I think this is something we need to let the public know, that we ramping up things to take it to the next level. So we're not just sitting back, VIPD sitting back doing nothing, our numbers are dwindling. No, let the community know that we are doing some great things, moving forward with technology to make sure this territory stays safe and we provide the service needed. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator Franklin Johnson, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I saw some guys had 5 minutes. So I looking for at least 4. AC Santos, you was to get some numbers for me. Did you by chance get the numbers of those homicides by those off-road vehicle?
No, sir, I haven't got that as yet.
You're supposed to got people monitoring this thing to just...
Yeah, I do have some of my folks monitoring, sir. So
well, you guys who monitor are doing a good job right now.
So I'll be sure to get that.
But I want to ask you then, which crimes have showed great increase and which ones have shown a decrease as far as crimes in this territory right now?
Sir, I have my chiefs in either district answer that question. Could you repeat the question, Senator?
What crimes have shown increase and which one of them have shown a decrease as of late?
Naomi Joseph, St. Croix Deputy Chief. In terms of felony crimes, we have an increase in, right now, in robberies first, which is home invasions, and we have an increase in burglary first and robbery first. We have a decrease in reportable rapes right now.
What? Say that again?
Reportable rapes. There is a decrease. Outside of that, it's an everyday.
All right, then my last question is easy. What's the department top 3 public safety priorities for the remainder of 2026? what's your top 3 priorities? Things that you would like to get a grip of. Top 3.
Here on St. Croix, definitely getting a grip on the burglaries, whether it be the burglary threat where they're breaking in people, businesses and homes while they're absent, or the home invasion, and of course the robberies. The murders are a different story because we just can't plan for it. Private opportunities, but we definitely want to see a decrease in those, and we're planning for those. Burglaries, robberies, moving towards our SOB units, our quick response unit, doing more enforcement, and hopefully with intel, we're able to pinpoint who the perpetrators are and get them arrested and off the street.
Same thing to St. Thomas.
Deputy Chief Donna Stewart. I would concur with what Deputy Chief Joseph is saying. We want to get a hold. First of all, I'd like to put homicides on the top of our list. That's one thing we need to always have a handle on. However, we have still working on that. Robberies and burglaries are also on our top priorities. One of the main things that really concerns me, and like I said, for those who know me, I'm very straightforward. Especially the daylight robberies in the downtown unit, that's our infrastructure. Those things bother me, so that's high on my priority list. We continue to have initiatives with collaboration of Special Operations, Intel, and Investigation Bureau to address those different types of crimes.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate what both of you said. Those off-road vehicles, as we speak about them, we saw what happened in St. Thomas, and it's only going to be more of that happening if we don't get them off the road. So I implore that you guys really do what you can to start just stepping up the beat on them, because the same way that happened in St. Thomas, it'll happen again. It'll happen in different places. It'll happen in people, home invasion. Those little dot bikes, those little scooters could just go through a road, while the police vehicle have to stay on the main road. You're not going to catch up with them, so you got to get them off the road. I really pleading that you guys start taking action to do some serious enforcement and let people pay out of their pocket. Sometimes it's hot when they got to pay continuously. If they're going to continue getting away with it, they're going to continue running the streets. We need to bring these type of crimes to curtail so that people could enjoy the towns. People who have business could invest more into their business. If I was a business owner and I ain't seen a police, me trying to be police for my own business when I trying to make money, you know. A small business drive this economy, and we have to find ways to make them comfortable to want to invest and more people to invest into small business in our towns. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question. Senator Gittinger, recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was some talks about the vehicle fleet. I'm not understanding really and truly what's taking place here. About a year ago, many of my colleagues and myself were talking about some 40 or 50 cars parked at property and procurement, marked police cars. They were sitting at property and procurement for just about 2 years exactly before they were released to the police department. June 2023 to sometime in summer of 2025. I believe the number was 40. And a vendor was paid to put cages in those vehicles. They were paid in excess of $1 million. Of the 40 vehicles, only 15 were retrofitted with the cages. Where the money gone? Tell me about this investigation. It just so happened we got VIPD here, we got a Bureau of Corrections here, and I am one that'll look out for our vendors. When they ain't get paid, I will be the first to pick up the phone and call to say, hey, why they ain't getting paid? But when they're going to take the money and go and don't provide the services, I got a problem with that too. So VIPD here, BOC here, 'cause they had an incident too with some badges. They pay for it and they ain't get the badges yet. You here in front of us, tell me about the remaining 25 cars that didn't get retrofitted, one. And what happened to those vehicles that were split? I think 18 came to St. Croix, 18 went to St. Thomas, and about 4 to St. John. Why we having a year later now having an issue with police cars?
Assistant Commissioner Santos. So a lot of those vehicles were dealt with. The vendor did come to either district to complete the retrofit. I have to check to see how much were completed, and I don't have that offhand where if they've been 100% completed. I do know that the materials did go to either district, and there was working towards completion. I can't give you a definitive answer right now as to how much have been, but I do know they were being worked on and where they are now. I could honestly say, Senator, that route we will not be going again, that's for sure. To include the fact that those vehicles were not police package vehicles. Those were standard vehicles. So with them being standard, the retrofit process was difficult for our vendors because they had to get completely different wire harnesses. That car is not built.
Difficult for some. The thing is that a vendor was paid in excess of $1 million.
Absolutely.
And we haven't gotten what we paid for.
Right. And I won't deny that, Senator.
So I will just say, I ain't going to let you beat a dead horse. Through the chair, let us know what's the status of the remainder and what investigations have been taking place. I will follow up too with the Inspector General office. I really need for us as a body to truly staff up the Inspector General's office so it could be what it is supposed to be. We need to be going after our local monies too. Only when the feds looking out for their dollar, they will spend $500 to collect that dollar. But when it comes to our local money, we ain't got nobody looking out for it. As long as I'm here, I'm going to be looking out for our local dollars. So please give us a follow-up on that. And
Yes,
lastly, to that regard, in my days of policing, a police commissioner, a police chief, a deputy chief will give up their car in a heartbeat to give to the patrol officer so that they can get from case to case. Everybody seemed to be going home with a car. And across this government, everybody got the highest end car driving home. I don't understand what's going on in this government. But we just say we ain't got no money. But we need to pull our resources and ensure that the men and women who are supposed to be out there providing the services are able to do so in a safe vehicle. So please, if there's any more complaints of a patrol officer don't have a vehicle, I expect to see commissioner, assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, director, special assistant to who, and everybody to give up their cars and provide for the patrol division and traffic division, traffic bureau to have a vehicle. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question. Senator Bailey, you're recognized for your burning question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In reference to your academy class, you have one that just started in St. Croix?
Assistant Commissioner Santos. Yes, Senator.
How many cadets? Now, my next question, were the individuals that has already passed all the other components but was awaiting the psychological, so they're not in this class?
Yes, Senator. There were a couple of those in that instance.
Is there an issue with paying the psychologist? And what I'm asking is, we have a need for police officers, so
Yes.
we really need all those individuals to be in this particular class. It can't be one small component that they didn't have one thing as to why they're not in the class. So what was the holdup? The psychologist?
No, the psychologist wasn't a holdup, Senator. It was, just us having to get them funded.
To get who funded?
The psychologist, sir.
So it is a problem.
Well, yes. Because I'll tell you what happened was that we had some individuals.
I want to solve the problem. I ain't even need that. Don't get frustrated.
No, I was explaining,
Okay.
but you don't want me to explain.
No, because I only have limited time. But go ahead so you don't get frustrated.
I
Explain.
ain't frustrated. No, it's just.
Go ahead. Explain.
You asked a question and.
I'm trying to get a solution, though.
Well, so what happened, Senator, is that we had some individuals who were coming into the class. Some of them, because it took too long, they decided to opt out. We had some of them that just didn't pass the psychologicals at all. Some of them didn't pass their medical as well, sir. So when we found out that the numbers were too low, we got another 14 that was pending. So with that 14 pending, we went and turned in for quotes and so forth, but then it was too late, sir. That's what had happened.
It was too late for them to go through the psychological, or you don't have the money to pay for those psychological?
We have the funding, but what happened, Senator, is that they had other agencies that have been waiting for a long time as well, and they didn't want to lose their people as far as their officers coming into the academy as well.
So what is the plan for those individuals? What was it, 14?
Yes, sir.
What's the plan for those 14? Are they going to be able to join this class, or you got to wait until our next class? If you wait until our next class, you might lose some of the 14.
That is correct. That is a possibility. Just like last time, we may end up losing that 14.
So what's the plan?
Full transparency.
What's the plan?
Well, the plan is to try and get this academy class going. We're going to get St. Thomas flowing very shortly. And if we have to staff up to start our next class, because we've done it before, because we have a myriad of instructors throughout the department. If we have to do that, then that's something we'll do. But we're really trying to get as much officers or much recruiting done and academy classes flowing.
Okay. I'm not sure if I'm necessarily pleased with the answer. We need to get those 14 individuals, because I know we're going to lose them. They're going to take a job and they're going to go someplace else. I don't know if it was better to delay the class 2 weeks and try to get those 14 individuals, as many as them, to have the psychological and then start the class with a larger amount, than to wait, because you're going to lose them. I know a couple that said, if it doesn't come through, they've been waiting, they're going to relocate. So we don't need to lose anybody that wants to be an officer, anybody that wants to work at Bureau of Corrections. We need to do everything possible to keep them, because it's hard to find. So if something special could be done to get those 14 cadets into this academy, it would be great. And the St. Thomas class is about to start when?
I'm waiting to get that information, sir, but
Okay.
the current class is 8.
Okay. Now, do all of your cars have to have GPS installed?
Yes, Senator.
And they're being monitored?
Yes, Senator.
And who's paying for this system?
We are.
Do you know that Property and Procurement has a system that we're paying $212,000 for?
Yes, we are aware.
And how come you're not using that system, since it's already paid for and save your money?
Well, so we have 2 systems, sir. One came with the newer cars automatically, and then once we get the in-car solutions going, the cars that are outfitted with the internet, 911 will be able to see the car so that they could dispatch the closest unit to a lot of our cases. So that's not something to say that.
So the system you're using has different capabilities to the system that PMP is using?
Yes, sir.
And you need yours because yours is going to be linked to 911?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That's fine with me. I would just end with saying, be creative with coming up with a plan for those 14 individuals so we don't lose them.
Yes,
them.
sir.
If you got to delay and get them, let's get that done as quick as possible. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that line of question. Assistant Commissioner Santos, how much weeks gone into this class that already just started?
The training started the 29th of June.
So don't you think it still makes some sense to kind of delay a portion of this class or get this other 14 in? I mean, it's a conversation to be having you and the commissioner could have.
It
I'm
is.
just saying that it makes sense to me, because along the way, I've been through the class, and I know to myself, you don't get casualty along the way. Ain't everybody going to make it through the class.
Correct.
That's for sure. So if you're at 8, you might end up with 5.
Correct.
So if you get the next 8, you might end up with 12.
Correct.
So I think it still makes some sense from June to now to consider some other portion of the class that they could be doing now, either something outside like the life safety stuff for the swimmers that the adults could pick up on the back end.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a conversation you and the commissioner should have and try and move forward those other individuals, because the need for police officers, without question, we need them.
Correct.
I could see the your deputy chief smiling when I said the need. And she'll be how much money she says she have?
5.
So that's our next officer leaving. I mean, next personnel, believe me.
Yes, sir.
The chair would recognize non-community member, Senator Noble Francis.
Pleasant good afternoon, Mr. Chair, colleagues, to the testifiers, those that's viewing and listening. I apologize for being late. I had some other engagement to do before I get here. I wanted to start off because one of the things that I want to recommend, Assistant Commissioner, is there may be an opportunity for us to be able to hire those individuals under the CSO program so that we don't lose them. I think it's critical that we're able to try to harness every possibility there. So if you have some vacancies in that area, let's split it up. It's just for maybe 3-4 months. We could special fund them so that they could cover that time until such time as you can bring them on as police officers. So please consider that. So you good with that?
Yes, Senator.
Very well. So tell me, how do you feel about getting back to basic? I know that the previous commissioner said that those were the old days and we're moving on from this. But how do you feel about getting back to the basic? And I asked you that question because I heard the deputy chief talk about burglaries, for example. And burglaries is really a situation waiting to happen because a lot of these burglaries, these individuals are armed. So any confrontation, and we have seen this over the years, you move from burglary to robberies to homicides. The deputy chief and I worked special assignment back in those days. We were placed in Golden Rock at one point to address burglaries that were happening in that area. That's in way back in 1987, 1988. But I'm saying that these things pop up and then we have to attack them head on. So I wanted to ask you, in terms of these back to basic, how important do you believe that we get back to basic community-oriented policing in your leadership role?
Yes, Senator. Good question, Assistant Commissioner Santos. Getting back to basics, in my opinion, I will never dismiss that. That is something that definitely will work. The police presence has always worked. As you know, when I was in special operations, you were the commissioner at the time. You've been out on the field with us when we had the broken window initiative that worked out very well. So with the technology-based policing and intelligence-driven, the basic policing definitely is on help.
So you saw my paper? COP, intelligence, back to basic, technology.
I guess I learned well, didn't I?
You learned damn well. So now that you have learned, I want you to hold these people accountable.
Absolutely, Senator.
You know what I'm saying? I think that this is not rocket science. I think that getting back to basic is so critical. Deputy Chief, what's your thought about getting back to basic? How do you feel about that? What do you believe that needs to happen? I know that we have evolved as a police department. I'll tell you that when I was there, I was screaming for an additional 100 officers, and you're significantly shorter today than we were back then. So we have to allow for technology to be able to support our endeavor. We will never be able to ramp up to that level in the near future. How do you feel about getting back to basic or basic traffic enforcement, developing our intelligence unit to make sure that they go out there and gain the intelligence? We have a few bandits that's wreaking havoc on this community, and we really got to take the fight to them. So I just wanted to get your perspective on that.
Naomi Joseph, Deputy Chief Secretary. We are, in fact, utilizing the old school method. We are beating the streets. We are out there. There are a lot of things we just can't talk about, because then the perpetrators then know we onto them. So kind of walking with a big stick but being quiet about it. So objectively, we're hoping that with what we're doing now, just basic police work, that we will be able to at least break up this current burglary units, burglars that's out there, just wreaking havoc on people's livelihoods. We're not far from it. The thing is that they're a little bit more intelligent than they used to be. Put it this way, you watch enough TV. So the burglars aren't going in the homes without covering their hands and without covering the face.
Yes.
So we're having that as a problem. We had AFIS back then, so they would go in with nothing on their hand. We get a latent prints. We're able to run it through AFIS and then go back and, on the back end, identify the perpetrator. They're not doing that like that anymore. So we have a little bit more footwork to do, but we're going backwards, doing that basic police work. That's what we're doing right now. So we're out there with our intel unit, trying to figure out who the thieves are, trying to figure out who buying the items, things like that. So that's what we're doing. Basic police work.
So thank you for saying that, because that exercise is not for me. It's for those business owners that's being impacted. It's for the community, the store owners in downtown Christiansted, that again, we have worked hard in building the trust of this community. And it's critical that we assure them that, the police department is onto this, so that they can continue to provide us with the information that's necessary for us to be able to solve crime. Our intelligence unit, do we have an intelligence unit, Assistant Commissioner?
Yes, we do, sir.
We have a SWAT team?
Yes, we do, sir.
Very well. And what's the status of the psychologist? That's one of the proudest hires that I made as soon as becoming police commissioner, was a police psychologist, understanding the stress and depression of our police officers. What's happening within that space, as well as to be able to provide some of these recruits to be able to do the analysis for recruits and candidates.
So currently we do have the psychologist, sir. How we've been working with the funding is pretty much as a drawdown right now. The scope of work and contracts, we're getting that done so that we could go through the process again with PMP. So for right now, she's been assisting us with, yes, the recruiting or onboarding of applicants, but also with our officers who are coming back to duty, officers who may have been in incidences of high stressors and so forth. She's been assisting us with that as well.
Very well. Thank you for your response. Please take into consideration the CSOs and trying to save those potential recruits, because I think it's so critical. Once we lose them, they go elsewhere, they relocate, they're gone. So I think that those that's interested, policing, nursing, teaching is a dying profession. We have a lot of people that's now no longer interested in those areas. So, when we have a 14-person class, that is monumental, and I think that we should not miss that opportunity in getting those on board. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for the time and opportunity.
Yes, as the chair recognized the last point before we take a recess. Senator Bailey, you were recognized for your point.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to the 14 individuals, Assistant Commissioner, the academy is what, like 7 months? 6, 7?
Around that, sir. I don't have the exact number, but okay. Yes, sir.
What would prohibit the department from allowing those 14 individuals to enter the class and take the psychological during that 7-month period? Because there are other factors when they're in the class. If they don't pass, then they don't continue. So this would just be one of those factors to start the class. If you could get the psychological in 2 weeks,
right.
You get it.
Yeah, so it's not only psychological, sir, because what they do is they go from the psychological to the medical as well. So that's a factor as well, the two components, psychological and medical. We really don't want them entering without the medical at least, because it's a possibility of injuries, or they may have
so
a
it's like
illness.
a physical to make sure they're in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so why don't you mandate to get it? If you want to join the class, you get the physical, go to a doctor, you get it by Wednesday or Thursday, and the psychological, but to get them in.
Right.
I just need to get them in. Why? Let the onus be on them.
Right.
You have 5 days to get your medical completed. If it's in, you start the class. The psychological will take place at some point during the class. But just to get those 14 individuals in if you can take that under consideration.
Yes, Senator, I'll definitely take this back to my Deputy Commissioner of Professional Standards to see what options we could explore to expedite that process.
And who is that person?
That is Deputy Commissioner Jason Marsh.
Okay, so hopefully my good commissioner and his chief of staff and the police officer in St. Thomas could weigh in and try to make sure that they call Marsh and get this to happen so those individuals could start the class within 2 weeks. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the line of question. Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety stands in at 5 minutes. Recess. The Committee of Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety is back on the record. Madam Clerk, please call up the items on Block 3 on today's agenda.
Block 3, Bill number 36-0301, an act amending Title 14, Virgin Islands Code, prohibiting incarcerated persons from possessing or using electronic communication or recording devices, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers, Honorable Wynnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department, Honorable Gordon Ree, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. Bill number 36-0231, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401 by adding Section 4507A to establish procedures for inmate transfers outside of the Virgin Islands, sponsored by Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Invited testifiers, Honorable Wynnie Testamark, Director, VI Bureau of Corrections, Honorable Gordon Ree, Attorney General of the Virgin Islands Department of Justice, Mr. Marshall A. Webster Sr., Owner, Law Offices of Marshall A. Webster Sr., PC, Mr. Jomo Meade, Chief Territorial Public Defender, Office of the Territorial Public Defender, Mr. Dennis Howell, Chairman, VI Parole Board. That concludes the reading of Block 3, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon to all. It's been a long day. At the outset, I want to first thank each of my colleagues who joined me in co-sponsoring this important piece of legislation. Senators Angel Bolkes, Novelli Francis Jr., Hubert Frederick, Franklin D. Johnson, Clifford A. Joseph Sr., Kurt Vaile. Your willingness to stand behind this measure demonstrates our shared commitment to improving safety, security, and accountability within the Bureau of Corrections. I also want to thank all of today's testifiers for taking the time to review this piece of legislation and provide your testimony. Your expertise and perspectives are invaluable as we work together to strengthen our correctional system. Colleagues, the purpose of the bill, Bill number 36-0301, is straightforward. It is intended to prohibit incarcerated persons from possessing or using unauthorized electronic and recording devices while housed in the custody of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Unfortunately, many of us have witnessed disturbing videos circulating across social media showing inmates or detainees being assaulted inside our correctional facilities. These recordings depict violent incidents resulting in injuries and raise serious concerns about institutional security, inmate safety, and public confidence in our correctional system. The reality is, those videos should never have existed within the facility in the first place. Correctional facilities are designed to provide a secure environment for the custody, supervision, and rehabilitation of incarcerated individuals. Unauthorized cell phones and electronic recordings or devices undermine the mission of the Bureau. These devices can facilitate criminal activity, intimidate victims, and witnesses, compromise investigations, coordinate contraband trafficking, threaten staff safety, and broadcast acts of violence that should never occur inside a secured institution. As the primary sponsor of this legislation and as someone who proudly served the territory as a law enforcement officer for many years, I also recognize the importance, or an important reality that must be acknowledged. These devices are not walking through the prison on their own. Where they are being smuggled in by visitors, introduced by individuals working within the institution, or entering because security screening procedures have failed, we must be honest enough to recognize that this problem extends well beyond inmate possession. Preventing contraband requires accountability at every level of the correctional system. While this bill focuses appropriately on prohibiting inmate possession and use of these devices, I believe it should also serve as a reminder that everyone is entrusted with the operation and security of our correctional facilities, and that they have a responsibility to prevent contraband from entering in the first place. Security is everyone's responsibility. This legislation is one important component to strengthening institutional security, protecting correctional officers and staff, safeguarding inmates, and preserving the integrity of our correctional system. So I respectfully ask for the committee's favorable consideration on this bill as we deliberate on it today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. We will begin with the testimony on bill number 360301. Testifier, state your name and title for the record, starting with BOC Director Testamark.
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections.
Good.
Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner, Virgin Islands Police Department.
Yeah, I know.
Tony Marshall, A. Webster, but I have to say...
No, you're okay. You go on the next one.
Thank you.
St. Thomas, Attorney Clement.
Chief Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement, Department of Justice.
Thank you. You could begin, Director Testamark.
Good afternoon, Chairman Christopher Joseph Jr., Vice Chairman Ray Fonseca, esteemed members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, Senator Giddens, Senator Lewis, Senator Bolquez, Senator DeGraff, and Senator Johnson, distinguished members of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands, and all those joining us in person and virtually. My name is Wynnie Testamark, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as the Director of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. Today, I appear before you with deep respect and a renewed sense of purpose to provide testimony for the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections respectfully submits this testimony in support of the proposed bill number 360301, legislation that strengthens the territory's ability to prevent the possession and use of unauthorized electronic communication and recording devices within correctional facilities. The Bureau's foremost responsibility is to maintain safe, secure, and orderly institutions while protecting correctional officers, incarcerated individuals, visitors, and the public. The growing availability of contraband electronic devices, particularly cell phones and wireless communication devices, has become one of the most significant security challenges facing correctional agencies nationwide. These devices undermine institutional security by providing unmonitored access to outside individuals and networks, allowing incarcerated persons to circumvent established communication systems and institutional oversight. Across the United States, correctional agencies have identified contraband cell phones as a major and growing threat to institutional safety and public security. A 2024 national assessment conducted by the Urban Institute in partnership with Correctional Leaders Association and the American Correction Association, which I am an active member, found that more than 25,000 contraband cell phones were recovered across 20 state correctional systems in a single year. The report also concluded that correctional leaders overwhelmingly view contraband cell phones as a significant threat to institutional operations and public safety, while acknowledging that the actual number of devices in circulation is likely much higher because only recovered devices are counted. In contrast, a review of the contraband cell phone confiscation within the Bureau's facilities indicates an overall downward trend recoveries. At John A. Bell, confiscation increased significantly during 2024 before declining in 2025 and continuing to trend downward through June 2026. CJC has demonstrated a consistent reduction in confiscation since 2023, with only a slight increase observed during the first half of 2026. Overall, the data suggests continued improvement in the Bureau's cell phone contraband control efforts, reflecting the effectiveness of its comprehensive security measures, staff training, and proactive enforcement strategies. Contraband electronic devices have been used to coordinate criminal enterprises, intimidate witnesses and victims, facilitate drug trafficking, arrange the introduction of additional contraband, compromise institutional security, and direct criminal activity beyond prison walls. Federal authorities have long recognized these risks, prompting continued investment in technologies such as signal detection systems, managed access, and targeted signal interruption to combat unauthorized communications within correctional institutions. Correctional institutions are also confronting evolving methods of introducing prohibited devices into secure facilities. In addition to traditional smuggling methods involving visitors or staff misconduct, agencies across the country have reported a substantial increase in the use of drones to deliver cellular phones, narcotics, weapons, and other contraband directly into prison compounds. These developments illustrate that correctional security must continuously evolve to address emerging technologies and increasingly sophisticated methods of introducing contraband. The Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections has taken proactive steps to address these evolving threats. The Bureau has implemented a comprehensive contraband interdiction strategy that includes established policies governing the prevention, detection, and seizure of prohibited items within its facilities. Correctional officers receive annual training on contraband detection, search procedure, evidence handling, and institutional security practices to ensure they remain prepared to identify and respond to emerging threats. In addition, all other staff complete annual policy review training to maintain awareness of applicable procedures, responsibilities, and institutional security requirements. Additionally, the Bureau has its specialized K-9 capabilities to strengthen interdiction efforts. Officer Speedy, a certified narcotic detection K-9, plays a critical role in detecting illegal drugs and other controlled substances entering Bureau facilities. Complementing those efforts is Officer Blondie, an electronics detection K-9 specially trained to locate hidden cellular phones, electronic communication devices, and electronic storage media. The deployment of these specialized K-9 teams, in conjunction with comprehensive staff training, demonstrates the Bureau's commitment to utilizing innovative and proven correctional security practices to intercept contraband before it can compromise institutional safety. The proposed bill number 360301 complements these existing efforts by providing stronger statutory authority to address unauthorized electronic devices. The legislation established clear prohibitions against the possession of cell phones, cellular telephones, wireless communication devices, electronic recording devices, and equipment capable of transmitting or broadcasting audio or video. It also defines constructive possession, establishes criminal penalties for violations, and imposes accountability on individuals who facilitate or participate in the use of prohibited devices to record or disseminate violent incidents within correctional facilities. The proposed bill's provisions requiring policies for the detection and seizure of prohibited devices and annual training for correctional officers are consistent with practices the Bureau has already implemented. The Bureau's policy is reviewed and updated on an annual basis or whenever an incident or operational need dictates that revisions are necessary. Codifying these measures in laws reinforces the importance of maintaining uniform standards and ensures that future correctional operations continue to prioritize contraband interdiction and institutional security. The Bureau believes that secure and well-managed correctional facilities are essential to public safety. Unauthorized electronic devices compromise the integrity of correctional operations, endanger correctional staff and incarcerated individuals, and create opportunities for criminal conduct that extends beyond institutional walls. Bill number 360301 provides an important statutory framework that enhances the Bureau's ability to deter, detect, and address these threats while reinforcing accountability throughout the correctional system. For these reasons, the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections respectfully supports the proposed bill number 360301 and urges the committee to give the measure favorable consideration. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony. I'm available to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you for your testimony. We go to St. Thomas. DOJ.
Good morning, Vice Chairman Fonseca, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, legislative staff, and everyone joining us in person and online. My name is Ian S.A. Clement, and I serve as the Chief Deputy Attorney General for the Virgin Islands Department of Justice. I'm here on behalf of Attorney General Gordon C. Ray to present the Department's testimony on Bill number 360301. The Department of Justice endorses Bill number 360301. The Department supports its purpose, favors the creation of a criminal penalty for contraband electronic devices, and appreciates Senator Giddens and the 7 co-sponsors for introducing the measure. Attached to this testimony and submitted for the record is a set of 10 recommended amendments linked to the bill's subsections. To save the committee's time, I will not read the appendix aloud. I request that it be entered into the record in its entirety. I will use my remarks today to explain why the department supports the bill and to present 4 of those amendments directly to the committee. A contraband cellular phone inside a correctional facility is not just a nuisance. It is a tool. It is used to coordinate drug sales on the street from within a cell. It helps to locate, contact, and threaten witnesses who are scheduled to testify against a person with the phone. It connects to victims and their families. It facilitates introduction of more contraband and plans for escape. It is used to film assaults inside the facility and broadcast them, humiliating the victim, showing the power of the person who ordered it, and recruiting outside. Each of those uses constitutes an attack on the administration of justice. When a witness in a homicide case receives a message sent from within a Bureau facility, the department loses the case and the people of the Virgin Islands lose the conviction. The department's interest in this bill is immediate and tangible. Let me also clarify what this bill is not and should not be interpreted as a lawful monitored affordable communication between an incarcerated person and their family. It is not the lawful monitored affordable communication between an incarcerated person and their family is not contraband. It is good correctional practice, and the department supports it. Nothing in Bill 360301 targets this, and the department would not support a measure that does. The solution for families who cannot afford to stay in contact is a better lawful channel, not a makeshift phone under a mattress. The department supports this bill, and urges the committee to strengthen it. I present 4 points that the office must prove beyond a reasonable doubt in these cases. First and most important, the bill must reach the people who bring in the phones. As drafted, subsection C1 only addresses any individual in the custody of the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections. It does not establish any offense related to the introduction, delivery, or conveyance of the contraband devices. However, such devices do not appear inside a secure facility by themselves. They are brought through doors, passed during visitation, thrown or flown over the perimeter, or concealed in deliveries. The department urges the committee to add an offense that makes it illegal for any person to introduce, deliver, provide, attempt, or conspire to provide a prohibited device or any component of one to someone in the custody of the Bureau, or to process or to possess such a device within a correctional facility without written authorization from the director. The department also recommends increased penalties for individuals who are employees, contractors, vendors, or volunteers of the Bureau. Since this is a breach of trust and the most common method of contraband entry, it should carry the heaviest consequences under the law. Second, the bill needs an authorized use exemption, or it will criminalize conduct the Bureau itself requires. Subsection C1D covers equipment capable of audio or visual recording, transmitting, or live broadcasting. Literally interpreted, this includes a Bureau-issued tablet, an improved video visitation terminal, a telemedicine cart, a device used for confidential video conference with a counsel, a hearing aid with a witness connection, and a medical monitor that transmits data to a physician. As written, an inmate on a lawful video call with his attorney commits a felony. The department requests a clear exemption for any device provided, issued, or authorized in writing by the director or her designee, and for any medical device that is prescribed and approved through the Bureau's medical authority. Third, the penalty lacks teeth and a single sentence fixes it. Subsection C3 provides for the imprisonment of not less than 1 year and not more than 5 years, or a fine of not more than $5,000 or both. Consider who the defendant is. He is already incarcerated. A $5,000 fine against an indigent inmate yields nothing, and a sentence of 1 to 5 years imposed concurrently with his current sentence costs him nothing at all. The department asks the committee to explicitly state that any prison term imposed under this subsection shall run consecutively to any sentence a person is already serving. Without that clarification, this statute is merely a press release. With it, it becomes a deterrent. The department also notes that the not less than 1 year language is currently meaningless, as the court may impose a fine instead. The committee should decide whether it intends a mandatory minimum and state that clearly. Fourth, the department urges the committee to strike or substantially rewrite subsection C5. I bring up this point because the office would need to defend this provision against a motion to dismiss. As written, it makes a felony to knowingly participate in acts of violence in proximity to a prohibited device, or to allow such acts to be recorded without reporting to the warden, director, or correctional officer, or to attempt to prevent them. The knowledge requirement applies to this violence, not to the device. An inmate who commits an assault without knowing that a third person across the day room is filming is guilty of a felony under this language. The terms are unclear. In proximity to does not specify a distance. Allows such acts to be recorded assumes a duty and ability to prevent recordings and or attempt to prevent them, is grammatically disconnected from anything. Additionally, the reporting requirement creates a crime of omission, making it a felony for a person in custody not to report. This body understands what happens inside the facility to someone who fails to do so. The department will not encourage inmate witnesses to cooperate by threatening them with prosecution. If the committee wants to punish the recording and broadcasting of prison violence, and the department agrees it should, the key element is that the defendant knew their participants were being recorded or transmitted, or that it was arranged to be. The department suggests this be addressed through a graduated penalty based on the device's use as detailed in the appendix. I will raise one additional matter that could save the territory money. Subsection C6 instructs the Bureau to use signal detection technologies. The department strongly supports this, but also warns that jamming cellular signals is illegal under federal law, and a territorial correctional facility cannot legally operate a jammer. Legal options include managed access contraband interdiction systems authorized by the Federal Communications Commission, detection equipment, and canine assets. The department requests that the subsection be amended to specify the use of lawful technologies authorized under federal law, ensuring the Bureau does not spend funds on equipment it cannot legally use. Additionally, the department asked the committee to allocate funds for this technology and for the digital forensic capacity needed to establish constructive possession under subsection C2 in shared cell and dormitory environments. The Department of Justice supports Bill number 360301. The conduct it addresses is ongoing and real, directly impacting the department's cases and the safety of witnesses who trust us enough to come forward. The department urges the committee to close the introduction gap, add an authorized use exception, make sentences consecutive, and strike subsection C5. With these changes, this body will provide the Bureau and the department with a functional statute. I thank the committee for the opportunity to testify. This concludes my remarks, and I am prepared to answer any questions that this body may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Who speaks to this bill? Bill number 360231. Senator Gittins, you may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all again. I thank and acknowledge all the testimonies that were submitted from the Attorney General's office, Attorney Marshall Webster, even the chairman of the VA Parole Board, Mr. Dennis Howell. Colleagues, this legislation is not about being soft on crime. It is about being smart, fair, accountable, and transparent in how we exercise one of government's most significant powers, the authority to remove a Virgin Islander or a Virgin Islands inmate from our community and place that individual thousands of miles away from family, legal counsel, and rehabilitative support. We're speaking to Bill number 36-0231. When our courts sentence an individual to incarceration, the punishment imposed is the loss of liberty, not unnecessary loss of family connection, access to counsel, or opportunities for rehabilitation unless those restrictions are truly warranted. The bill recognizes that there are circumstances where an inmate must be transferred off island. There are legitimate security concerns. There are medical and mental health situations that cannot always be addressed within the territory. There are emergencies where immediate action is, in fact, necessary. This legislation does not eliminate those options, nor does it tie the hands of the Bureau of Corrections. Instead, it establishes reasonable safeguards to ensure that such decisions are made thoroughly or thoughtfully, consistently, and with appropriate oversight. Under this bill, inmate transfers are no longer left solely to a single administrative decision. Before an inmate serving less than 10 years can be transferred outside the territory, the request must be documented, reviewed by a multidisciplinary committee representing legal, medical, mental health, and family interests, and ultimately approved by the governor. Emergency transfers remain available whenever immediate action is necessary to protect staff, inmates, or the public. These are common sense checks and balances. This legislation also promotes rehabilitation. Research consistently demonstrates that inmates who maintain healthy family connections and participate in educational and vocational training are more likely to be successful or to successfully reintegrate into society and less likely to reoffend. Every successful rehabilitation not only benefits the individual but also enhances public safety for our entire community. Equally important, this measure increases government accountability by requiring annual reporting to the legislature regarding off-island transfers, the reasons for those transfers, where inmates are housed, the length of their placement and family visitation data when applicable. Sunshine and transparency strengthen public confidence in our correctional system. As legislators, we have a responsibility to ensure that government exercises its authority responsibly. Oversight is not interference. Don't get the two twisted. Accountability is not obstruction. Transparency is not bureaucracy. These principles are fundamental to good government. This bill carefully balances three important interests: protecting public safety, preserving institutional security, and safeguarding the rights afforded to individuals under our laws. It recognizes the operational needs of the Bureau of Corrections while ensuring that decisions affecting the lives of Virgin Islanders are subject to meaningful review and oversight. I believe this legislation reflects the values of fairness, accountability, and responsible governance that the people of the Virgin Islands expects from this body. I respectfully ask you, colleagues, to support this measure and join me in strengthening our correctional system through greater transparency, better oversight, and continued commitment to rehabilitation where appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I respectfully ask for the committee's favorable consideration of this measure as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Giddens. And Director Testamark, you could start with your testimony, please.
Director Testamark, thank you for the opportunity to testify regarding Bill number 360231. The Bureau of Corrections recognizes and appreciates the legislature's commitment to rehabilitation, family unity, accountability, and humane correctional practices. Maintaining family connections and providing meaningful rehabilitative opportunities are important objectives that can improve institutional adjustments and successful reentry. The Bureau shares these goals and remains committed to working collaboratively with the legislature to promote transparency and rehabilitation. The proposed legislation, as drafted, presents significant operational, legal, constitutional, and public safety concerns. It would substantially limit the Bureau's ability to manage inmate populations, maintain institutional security, respond to emergencies, protect staff and inmates, comply with federal law, and exercise the professional judgment required of modern correctional systems. For these reasons, the Bureau respectively opposes Bill number 360231 unless it is substantially amended. 1. The bill restricts essential correctional authority. Correctional institutions are dynamic, high-security environments that require constant assessment and rapid decision-making. Unlike most government agencies, correctional administrators must be able to respond immediately to changing security conditions, including violence, gang activities, retaliatory threats, staff shortages, medical and mental health emergencies, infrastructure failures, escape intelligence, witness protection concerns, protective custody needs, and institutional disturbances. The authority to transfer inmates is one of the Bureau's most important management tools. Transfers are frequently necessary to prevent violence, separate incompatible inmates, protect vulnerable individuals, relieve overcrowding, respond to emergencies, or maintain institutional order. Bill number 360231 would significantly restrict this authority by requiring committee review, expanded procedural requirements, legal notifications, gubernatorial approval, mandatory timelines, and additional reporting obligations before many transfer decisions can occur. These requirements are incompatible with the realities of correctional operations and risk delaying actions that must often be taken immediately to preserve the safety and security of inmates, staff, and the institution. 2, the bill undermines professional correctional judgment. Inmate classification and transfer decisions are required specialized expertise and are based on continuous assessments of numerous security factors, including custody level, disciplinary history, gang affiliation, escape risk, mental health, medical needs, housing compatibility, witness protection concerns, institutional intelligence, staffing conditions, and facility capacity. National correctional standards consistently recognize that these decisions should remain within the discretion of trained correctional professionals who possess direct operational responsibility and access to confidential intelligence. The bill, as proposed, introduces external participants into this process and requires broader dissemination of information related to transfer decisions. Many transfer determinations are based on confidential intelligence obtained through internal investigations, law enforcement coordination, informants, intercepted communication, and security threat assessments. Disclosure of sensitive information outside established correctional intelligence channels may have serious consequences, including increased risk of retaliation against informants, witness intimidation, compromised investigation, coordinated gang activities, and threats to institutional security and staff. These concerns underscore the importance of maintaining appropriate confidentiality safeguards to protect individuals, preserve the integrity of intelligence operations, and ensure the continued safety and security of the institution. Operational decisions involving inmate safety often depends upon maintaining strict confidentiality and the ability to act without delay. 3, the bill conflicts with national correctional standards. National correctional organizations, including American Correctional Association, the National Institute of Corrections, the Correctional Leaders Association, formerly known as ASCA, Association of State Correctional Administrators, at which I am an active member, and the United States Department of Justice recognize several core principles of correctional management. First, correctional leaders must retain broad discretion over inmate classification, housing assignments, transfers, emergency response, and institutional security because they possess the expertise and real-time operational knowledge necessary to maintain safe institutions. Second, classification system must remain flexible. Housing and transfers decisions frequently change in response to evolving intelligence, disciplinary incidents, gang activities, mental health crisis, staffing shortages, population levels, and emergency conditions. Rigid statutory procedures interferes with this flexibility. Finally, institutional security depends upon confidential intelligence gathering and limited dissemination of security-sensitive information. The bill does not adequately account for these operational realities. 4, gubernatorial approval is operationally impractical. One of the bill's most concerning provisions requires gubernatorial approval for inmate transfers. Correctional transfer decisions often involve rapidly developing security situations requiring immediate action, including credible assault threats, gang retaliation, inmate extortion, witness protection, staffing emergencies, coordinated disturbances, and institutional security breaches. These operational decisions have historically been entrusted to correctional professionals because they require specialized expertise and immediate access to institutional intelligence. Requiring executive approval introduces unnecessary delays, administrative burdens, uncertainty regarding decision-making authority, and potential liability. No major correctional system in the United States requires gubernatorial approval for routine inmate transfer decisions because such a requirement is inconsistent with accepted correctional management practices. 5. The bill may jeopardize federal and constitutional compliance. The Virgin Islands correctional system has historically operated under federal oversight concerning overcrowding, staffing, inmate protection, medical and mental health care, and unconstitutional conditions of confinement. The Bureau must retain flexibility to manage inmate population in order to comply with constitutional standards and federal obligations. Off-island transfers have historically been an essential tool to reduce overcrowding, separate violent inmates, provide specialized housing and treatment, address security concerns, and maintain safe conditions. Restricting transfer authority may impair compliance with constitutional requirements, federal monitoring obligation, staffing requirements, inmate protection standards, and the Prison Rape Elimination Act, also known as PREA. It may also increase the territory's exposure to litigation involving overcrowding, deliberate indifference, failure to protect, unsafe conditions, and other constitutional claims. 6. The bill limits emergency response. Although the legislation contains an emergency provision, it remains inconsistent with the realities of correctional operations. Correctional emergencies, including riots, PREA incidents, coordinated gang assaults, hostage situations, targeted violence, infrastructure failures, emergency lockdowns, and staffing crises can escalate within minutes. Institutional leadership must be able to relocate inmates immediately without waiting for procedural review or statutory notice requirements. Effective emergency management depends upon rapid decision-making, operational flexibility, and professional discretion. 7. The bill creates significant administrative burdens. The proposed legislation establishes extensive procedural requirements, including committee review, legal notification, gubernatorial approval, documentation reporting obligations, compliance tracking, and policy revisions. These requirements would consume limited personnel and financial resources that should instead support institutional security, inmate supervision, rehabilitation, medical care, and staffing. The proposed bill also increases the likelihood of litigation concerning transfer decisions, procedural compliance, confidentiality, and classification disputes, further diverting resources from the Bureau's core public safety mission. 8. The bill may undermine staff safety and rehabilitation. Correctional officers work in one of the most dangerous environments. Their safety depends upon the Bureau's ability to respond quickly to emerging threats, separate hostile inmates, address gang activity, stabilize in housing units, and maintain institutional control. Restricting transfer authority increases the risk of staff assaults, inmate violence, institutional instability, staff burnout, recruitment challenges, and decline in morale. When correctional personnel are required to manage heightened security risk without the ability to make timely housing or classification adjustments, the resultant operational pressures can contribute to chronic stress, emotional fatigue, and reduced job satisfaction among staff. Over time, these conditions may accelerate burnout, increase absenteeism and turnover, negatively impact staff retention, and make it more difficult to recruit and maintain qualified correctional professionals. Declining morale can also affect teamwork, communication, and overall institutional effectiveness, ultimately creating additional challenges to maintain a safe and secure correctional environment. Moreover, while the proposed bill seeks to promote rehabilitation, institutional instability undermines the objective. Safe, secure, and well-managed facilities are essential for educational programming, mental health treatment, family engagement, and successful rehabilitation. When facilities become overcrowded or unsafe, rehabilitative programming inevitably suffers. The Bureau of Corrections remains committed to supporting rehabilitation efforts through initiatives that promotes positive engagement, personal development, and community connections, including family fun days, structured activities, rehabilitative programs, and challenges designed to encourage accountability, teamwork, and personal growth. Maintaining a safe and stable institution environment is critical to ensuring these programs remain effective and accessible to individuals in custody as they prepare for successful reintegration into the community. Conclusion. The Bureau fully supports legislature's commitment to rehabilitation, transparency, and family engagement. However, the bill as proposed, 360231, would significantly impair the Bureau's ability to manage correctional institutions safely and effectively. The legislation restricts professional correctional discretions, conflicts with nationally accepted correctional standards, impairs emergency response, threatens institutional security, risks disclosure of confidential intelligence, creates PREA and constitutional compliance concerns, interferes with federal obligations, and increases risk to both staff and inmates. Any reform of inmate transfer procedures should preserve the Bureau's authority to make timely classification and transfer decisions based on evolving security conditions, confidential intelligence, staffing realities, and institutional needs. Operational flexibility, emergency responsiveness, intelligence, confidentiality, and professional correctional judgments are indispensable to maintaining safe and constitutional correctional facilities. For these reasons, the Bureau respectfully urges that the proposed bill number 360231 not be adopted in its current form and recommends that the legislation be substantially amended to preserve the operational authority necessary for effective correctional management. Maintaining this authority is essential to protecting the safety and security of individuals in custody, correctional staff, and the general public. Any legislative changes affecting correctional operations must balance rehabilitative goals with the practical realities of maintaining secure facilities, preventing violence, managing risk, and ensuring that the Bureau can respond swiftly and effectively to circumstances that may threaten institutional or public safety. Thank you for the opportunity to present this testimony.
Thank you, Director Testamark. I got mashed my brakes a little bit. I think I skipped over the commissioner on the first bill. Assistant Commissioner Santos, could you read your testimony for bill number 360301?
Sure. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members of the 36th Legislature, listening and viewing audience. Again, my name is Sean Santos, Assistant Commissioner of Virgin Islands Police Department, here to give testimony on bill number 36-0301. The Virgin Islands Police Department strongly supports bill number 36-0301, the illegal possession of cellular phones and other electronic communication devices by incarcerated individuals presents a serious threat to public safety. These devices are frequently used to coordinate criminal activity, intimidate victims and witnesses, direct gang operations, facilitate narcotics trafficking, commit fraud, plan assaults, and interfere with ongoing investigations. When located within the Bureau of Corrections, VIPD personnel are notified and provide support by way of device exploitation. The data is then utilized for further investigations inside and outside the facility. This legislation strengthens institutional security, protects the public, and supports law enforcement efforts by establishing meaningful penalties for possession of these devices. The VIPD respectfully urges the committee to give Bill number 36-0301 favorable consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner Santos, for your testimony. This time we'll take testimony from Attorney Webster.
Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon, Chairman, Honorable Clifford A. Joseph, Senator, Senior of the Committee of Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, and the Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittins, Vice President of the Senate, and the sponsor of Bill number 36-0231, and other senators present of the 36th Legislature of the Virgin Islands of the United States. That is Honorable Noble A. Francis Jr., the Honorable Franklin D. Johnson, who I affectionately refer to as Frankie, the Honorable Angel L. Borges Jr., and the senators who are attending and I cannot see in St. Thomas at this time. I hereby present my testimony on an act to amend Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401 or 401 by adding Section 4507A to establish procedures for persons committed to the Virgin Islands Bureau of Correction and the transfer to prisons facilities outside the United States, which, in my view, is a necessary amendment for a number of reasons I hope to expound upon in my presentation before you. Under existing Virgin Islands law, the decision to send an individual committed to the Virgin Islands Bureau of Corrections, that's the BOC, off island, potentially for the remainder of a lengthy sentence, thousands of miles from home, family, friends, his attorney, and support system, rests with a single unelected executive official, the director of the Bureau of Correction, subject to no legislatively defined criteria, no independent review, no deadline, no guaranteed notice to the inmate's family, and so forth. I would like to offer a sincere gratitude to the chairman of this committee, the Honorable Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Sr., and the sponsor of this bill, Vice President of the Legislature, the Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittins, for the invitation to present my opinion and views on the matter for consideration. I truly appreciate this opportunity. I sincerely hope I am not speaking solely on my behalf, but for the many others, and especially for those who are our most vulnerable citizens, their families, friends, and supporters. Thank you, senators, again for the invitation and opportunity. Now, excuse me. Permit me to first give a brief history of my educational background and work experience so that listening audience may appreciate the scope and limitation of my understanding on the subject matter we are about to address. A brief biography of who I am, not necessarily in chronological sequence, for those who may not know me and or may be listening outside the presence of this esteemed chamber, virtually or otherwise.
You recognize you, Senator Giddens.
Thank you. With all due respect, can I move to waive the reading of the personal history and go straight to the testimony in the essence of time. I so move.
Okay, thank you. Okay. All right, let me go straight to the testimony.
The motion has been properly moved and seconded. Hearing no objections, so ordered. You could paraphrase and go forward.
Okay, great. All right. As a practicing attorney, I'm moving forward. As a practicing attorney, I have tried various criminal, civil, and family matters, both in federal and local courts in St. Thomas and in St. Croix. The most difficult and daunting, grievous experience in my practice is standing before a court on sentencing day with my client. And I imagine it's a grievous experience for the judges as well. It is not difficult because I have developed a confidential and special relationship with my client. I do that with every client, whether criminal or not. It is difficult because I am acutely aware of the foundational law that freed the slaves in this country. That is the 13th Amendment to the United States Constitution, which reads, Section 1, neither slavery nor involuntary servitude, except as a punishment for a crime whereof the party shall have been duly convicted, shall exist within the United States or any place subject to their jurisdiction. Section 2 of the 13th Amendment reads, Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. 13th Amendment, ratified on December 6, 1865, formally abolished slavery and involuntary servitude in the United States, except as a punishment for a crime where the individual has been convicted. That's Section 1. And Section 2 grants Congress the power to enforce this article, Article 13. Now, I don't want anyone walking away believing that Title 13 only applied to the newly freed population of enslaved people. Because here comes the 14th Amendment, July 9, 1868, less than 3 years later, mandating there will be no discrimination in the application of the laws of any state or the United States with regard to race, color, national origin, religion, gender, you know the rest. Thus extending the application of the 13th Amendment to everyone without regard to race, color, national origin, gender, religion, and such. And most of us know that one of the main reasons behind the enactment of the 14th Amendment, yes, the black codes of the former slave states needed labor to work their plantations, right? And let me be clear, the views and opinion expressed here by me are my opinion and views solely. They may not be supported by any organization or membership of any organization, public or private, I may be associated with or affiliated with. Just me. If you don't agree with me, that's okay. I don't expect everyone will understand or agree. I am here mainly to support this bill to amend Title 5 of the Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401, by adding Section 4507A to establish guardrails for prisoners committed to the Bureau of Correction and their transfers outside the territory, which I believe is very crucial. The proposed amendment, Section 4507A, does not prevent the Bureau from using off-island placement to meet the housing needs of BOC. Rather, it replaces the Director's single, unreviewable discretion to transfer inmates with a defined process, a written justification, reviewed by a multidisciplinary committee that includes mental health and defense side perspective, a family proximity and legal impact analysis, a real deadline, and a governor-level sign approval with an expedited but still accountable track for genuine emergencies. I understand, skip that. Well, I understand we hold approximately 2 million prisoners at the time in American prisons, rivaling the size of the China's People's Liberation Army. A great deal of potentially free labor if you apply the 13th Amendment. Instead of putting our inmates to work, we are paying off island prisons for profit to warehouse our inmates outside the territory for someone else's use and exploitation. That is the political and economic decision. Neither the governor nor any official of the executive branch should be allowed to make without legislative oversight and procedural safeguards aimed at avoiding potential abuse and or corruption. This political and financial decision must be closely scrutinized by the branch of government, the people of the Virgin Islands entrusted and empowered to set the policies of this territory by legislation. No one else. You, the legislature, the first branch of government, and therefore the most crucial, are the first branch of government, and therefore the most crucial. The second branch, the executive, the governor, and executive agencies are entrusted to carry out the policies of the people through your legislation. We must assume that when citizens vote, they know what they are doing in electing individuals for various political offices and positions. The third branch, the judiciary, interprets the law and gets the last say on what the law means. There can be no second or third branch without you, the first. The executive branch should not be free to change legislative policy aimed at a particular or specific policy consideration or objective by deciding what expenditures and services are necessary to the detriment of the required services mandated by legislation. We should not allow political appointees of the executive branch to singly make policy decisions traditionally reserved to the people through their representatives in the legislature. That may significantly impact or affect the policy consideration of our legislation aimed to implement. Excuse me. An example: the Commission of Education should not be able to decide that teachers are no longer necessary and to save money, certain teaching positions or educational policy or programs will be eliminated from the curriculum to save money without legislative consent or approval. The same for every other governmental agency. You are truly the people's power, not the executive or the judiciary. We, the people, look to you to make policy decisions that potentially affect our daily lives. The people expect you will legislate with the understanding that the executive will carry out your policies or mandates. The courts, the Third Circuit, may step in to say what you meant by your legislation. Should a legal question arise as a result of a genuine conflict that is brought before the court, if for whatever reason you do not agree with the interpretation given by the courts, you have the power to amend, repeal, or otherwise affect that policy by legislation. Your only constraints are limited by the Revised Organic Act of 1954 and the United States Constitution. Own your power and take back the sweeping discretionary power you gave to the Director of the Bureau of Corrections to transfer inmates without checks or balances as stated in Section 4503C of Title V of the Virgin Islands Code. The Bureau's authority to place Virgin Island inmates in facilities outside the territory is set out at 5 VIC Section 4503C, which the Third Circuit Court of Appeals has confirmed operates together with 18 U.S.C. Section 5003A, which is the federal statute authorizing the Director of the U.S. Bureau of Prisons to contract with territorial officials for the custody of territorially sentenced offenders. That's the Graham versus Langford case in 1994, Third Circuit Court of Appeals. Section 4503C authorizes the Director to contract with the U.S. Bureau of Prisons or with correctional facilities of any state, local government, or private correctional entities accredited by the American Correctional Association when the Director of Correction determines that detention and or correctional facilities within the Virgin Islands are inadequate to serve the best interests of the inmate or the general interest or welfare of the territory. As the condition of any transfer, the director must ensure the receiving institution offers educational and or vocational programming, and no inmate is to be transferred to any institution lacking programs. But what is missing? Comparing current law to Bill number 36-0231, one's proposed Section 4507A is instructive because of what the current law does not contain. One, no requirement that the director's threshold determination be documented, particularized, or reviewed by anyone before the transfer, or even after the transfer. Number two, no independent body or no committee, no board, no court review. No court reviews the decision before it is carried out, that is executed. Number three, no statutory factors bearing on the individual inmates such as family proximity, security classification, impact on pending legal proceedings, and mental health input the director is required to weigh with regard to the existing adequacy of our prison facilities under Section 5503C, which seems to run to the receiving institution generally, not to the individual inmate's circumstances. And number four, no deadline by which a decision must be made or communicated. Number five, no guaranteed notice to the inmate's counsel or family before or after the transfer. Number six, no distinction between routine transfers and genuine emergencies, meaning there is currently no accountability differences between a considered decision and an emergency.
Excuse me, not to be disrespectful for you and your testimony, but I'd like you to fast forward to page 16, section 7, comprehensive framework, U.S. standards, and take it from there to the end, and I think that would be good.
All right, fine. Comprehensive framework, okay. Most states place inmates out of state through the National Interstate Corrections Compact, that's the ICC, adopted by 37 states and the District of Columbia. The ICC's model language in the states that have adopted it gives the sending state's official essentially unreviewable discretion to decide that a transfer is necessary or desirable, with no built-in hearing or committee review requirement at all. I believe this is part of why we're talking about a case out of Hawaii. Anyway, I've skipped that. Some individual states have layered additional protections onto the ICC baseline through their own law or agency policy. For example, several jurisdictions require a demonstrated family tie in the receiving state, a minimum time served threshold, or a classification committee recommendation before an inmate initiated ICC transfer is approved. Those protections, however, generally apply only to voluntary inmate requested transfers seeking a benefit, proximity to, for example, proximity to family, not to involuntary bureau initiated transfer derived by capacity or cost. This is exactly the category Bill 36-0231 addresses, and exactly the category where current Virgin Islands law provides nothing. Bill number 36-2031 would not be importing an untested or unusually oppressive standard. It would be giving the Virgin Islands more structure around involuntary capacity-derived transfers than the default national compact framework provides, while remaining well within the range of what other correction systems already do for other categories of transfer. These private prisons popping up all over the United States are now referred to as the prison industrial complex by many experts, thus replacing the military industrial complex, or at least rivaling with same, to allow one individual in the executive branch of government to make the single non-reviewable decision to transfer inmates to these private facilities without oversight creates an opportunity for abuse and corruption. You as legislators are the power of the people to create policy for the people. You serve the people of the Virgin Islands, a power granted to you by the Revised Organic Act, not the governor or anyone in the executive branch. The executive branch executes, that is, carries out the policy assigned to it, not create policy or determine cost-saving measures without the input of the legislature, whose job it is to approve budgets for every agency, approve every commissioner or policy head and such. To leave this matter without the obvious necessary safeguards proposed by Bill number 36-0231, which constitutes a derogation of your office and an abdication of your responsibility to the people of the Virgin Islands. We elected you to set the policies for this territory, not the governor or his appointees. We elected the governor because we believe he will be able to carry out the policies you put in place. Bill number 36-0231 will serve to return the policy-making power with regards to the BOC expenditures and policy determinations to the legislature where it rightfully belongs. Most of the inmates will re-enter our community and society eventually. The third branch, that is the courts, have committed each inmate to the custody of the Bureau of Corrections. These judges, I'm almost certain, have some familiarity with the Bureau of Corrections facilities in the territory. I'm not sure they are all familiar with the conditions and treatment of our citizens in those private prisons. Millions of dollars are being expended to these private prisons to be outsourced, housing, rehabilitation, and corrections of our citizens without an explanation concerning the reason for the discrepancy in cost of housing. While millions are being spent outside the territory, opportunity is being denied to local tax-paying entrepreneurs who may otherwise be able to provide the same services and goods to the Bureau of Correction if those inmates were here. So, are we truly saving or are we squandering? As I understand from my short stay at the legislature, working for Senator Russell and Senator Wynnie, the legislature was seeking means. As a business owner, I remember when my friend and colleague, the late Ronald E. Russell, Esquire, served his second term in the legislature. I think he was the president or vice president at the time. The legislature raised the taxes for the gross receipts from 4% to 5%, to the chagrin of most business owners. I cornered Ronnie, as we affectionately call him, about that, and I believe his response was, it was a temporary measure to raise revenue to meet the obligation of the government. But the gross receipt tax never went back to 4%. The money to pay these private prisons does not circulate in this territory, not even for a second. I believe it is paid via wire transfer directly to these private prison accounts, stateside, or wherever they put their money. These outside expenses are not sustainable, and the question is, when will we be able to house, rehabilitate, correct, and care for our most vulnerable residents? What will we need to reduce the cost of incarceration here, and why this great disparity or discrepancy in the housing costs and expenses exists, or do they really exist? Once again, thank you for your invitation and opportunity to testify on this bill. I remain available for questions.
Thank you, Dorothy Webster. At this time, the chair will take testimony from the Chief Deputy Attorney Ian Clement. Attorney Clement.
Good afternoon, Chairman Joseph, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety.
Excuse me. Could you abbreviate your testimony a bit as well as you go along?
Sure. I'll figure out where to abbreviate it, and I'll tell you where I'm stopping.
Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Joseph, members of the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety, legislative staff, and everyone tuning in or listening. My name is Ian S.A. Clement, and I serve as the Chief Deputy Attorney General of the Virgin Islands of the Department of Justice. On behalf of Attorney General Gordon C. Ray, I'm here to provide testimony regarding Bill number 360231. Bill number 360231, proposed by Senator Gittens, would amend Title V of the Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401, by adding a new Section 4507A that establishes procedures for transferring inmates to facilities outside the territory. The Department of Justice has finished its review of the measure. The Department shares the committee's concern of the incarcerated Virgin Islanders and for the transparency of decisions made in their name. However, the Department does not support Bill number 360231 in its current form. I will clearly and specifically explain why and what changes would enable the Department to support it. I will skip over what the bill does. I think we all are clear on that. I'm going to go to page 3, which talks about the existing law and the litigation background. Off-island transfer authority is currently granted by 5 Virgin Islands Code 4503, subsection C, which allows the director to enter the agreements to use facilities of the United States Bureau of Prisons or corrections facilities of any state, local government, or private corrections entity in the United States, and that is accredited by the American Corrections Association when the director determines that the facilities in the Virgin Islands are insufficient to serve the best interests of the inmates or the overall welfare of the territory. That discretion is not an oversight. It is the reason the territory has been able to defend off-island transfers when they have been challenged, and they have been challenged repeatedly in the Superior Court, the Appellate Division, and the District Court by inmates claiming the right to a notice and hearing before transfer. The Department's defense of those matters has rested squarely on the breadth of the director's discretion under Section 4503, subsection C. The Supreme Court of the United States has held that where officials may transfer a prisoner for any reason or for no reason at all, no liberty interest arises and no process is due. The court has held that an inmate has no justifiable expectation of confinement in any particular prison or in any particular state, or that interstate transfer, even across the ocean, does not deprive an inmate of protected liberty, of a protected liberty interest. To date, no court has recognized a right under Virgin Islands law to be housed in any particular facility or to remain within the territory. I mention that not to argue that the legislature cannot change it. The legislature can, of course, impose conditions on the authority it grants. I point this out so that committee can clearly understand what Bill number 360231 relinquishes and what it replaces. The Department's concern is not just theoretical about rights, it is a practical matter of who operates the prison. I will summarize the Department's objections, starting on page 4. First, the bill removes the administration of the territory's correctional facilities from the officer charged by law with administering them. Read subsection C4 carefully. The director can inform the governor if the committee recommends approving the transfer request. A recommendation against transfer is final. It ends the matter. The director has no appeal, no reconsideration, and no override. The committee is established within the Bureau, but the director does not sit on it. And only one of its 4 members, the family liaison officer, answers to her. The director remains the officer responsible for the safety of every inmate and correctional officer in her institution, accountable to this body when something goes wrong. If Bill number 360231 preserves her accountability but removes the tool to enforce it, authority and responsibility must sit in the same chair. Under this bill, they do not. Second, one of the four members holding that veto is counsel for the inmate. The public defender has an undivided loyalty to the person whose transfer is being reviewed. Seating him on the body that decides whether that person may be moved puts the office of the territorial public defender in an impossible position. It makes the director's security judgment dependent on the very office that is supposed to oppose it. If the public defender's designee votes to recommend transfer, he acts against his own client's express interest. If he recuses himself in every case where his office is a client, that conflict rule, as conflict rules would normally require, the seat often remains vacant and the bill offers no alternative. Neither outcome benefits the inmate, the public defender, or the Bureau. Third, the bill placed the Attorney General in 3 incompatible roles at once. Under subsection E1, the Attorney General or his designee sits as a voting member of an adjudicated body. The Attorney General is also the legal advisor to the Bureau and to the Governor, both of whom are parties to the very decision under review. And the Attorney General is the lawyer who must defend that decision. The committee's written recommendation, which the bill requires to be handed opposing counsel before any litigation even begins, will be Exhibit A. The department cannot sit as judge, advisor, and defendant in the same proceeding. The Attorney General should be a counsel to the committee. He should not be a member of it. Skipping ahead to page 7. 6. The bill requires the Bureau to disclose security-sensitive information to the inmate. Subsection C3 requires that the copy of the committee's written recommendation be provided to the inmate's legal counsel. That recommendation will necessarily rely on the material and the transfer request and the committee's review. Documented behavioral incidents, security classification, gang intelligence, the identities of the person the inmate is being separated from, protective custody rationales, the input from mental health professionals. This bill contains no protective order, no redaction authority, no in-camera procedure, no confidentiality provision, and no exemption from disclosure. It does not address the disclosure of protected health information to the Attorney General, the public defender, or family liaison officer. What is written in a committee recommendation does not stay within the committee. It goes to counsel and then the inmate, and from the inmate to the housing unit. I'll skip ahead to page 11, which are the amendments that would permit the department to support the bill. The department does not oppose oversight of off-island transfer. It opposes this mechanism. The following amendments would allow the department to support Bill number 360231. Strike the right language and add non-entitlement clause. Replace the declaration in subsection A that inmates have a right to rehabilitation and family connection with a statement of territorial policy. Nothing in this section creates a substantial right, liberty interest, or private cause of action, nor shall a violation of this section be ground for release, transfer, or a refund, or return, rather, of an inmate. Subsection A, as written, claims a right that no court has recognized under Virgin Islands law and should not serve as a basis for creating one by implication. 2, make the committee advisory. The committee should issue a written recommendation. The director should retain final authority, and the director departs from, and if the director departs from that recommendation, she should be required to state her reasons in writing, transmit them to the governor, and report them to the legislature in the annual report. Transparency is maintained and accountability remains with the officer who bears it. Reconstitute the committee. Remove the public defender and eliminate the Attorney General as voting members. Ensure an odd number of members for a quorum. Establish a tie-breaking rule and designate the Attorney General as the counsel to the committee. If the legislature seeks an independent voice for the inmate, consider using an ombudsman or a designee from the Virgin Islands Bar Association who is not counsel of record for any inmate and who is subject to recusal. Remove the governor from case-by-case adjudication. Substitute notice to the governor and a certification of compliance by the director. If gubernatorial approval is retained, provide an affirmative approval with default in the routine channel so that inaction does not silently kill transfer. skipping ahead to number 8. Add a federal compliance savings clause. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit, delay, or impair the ability of the Bureau to comply with any order, judgment, consent decree, or settlement agreement of the Court of the United States or with federal law. Include corresponding exemptions in subsection F for transfers made in public to a writ detainer or court order, transfer for medical care, and transfers requested by an inmate. I'm going to conclude. The Department of Justice takes seriously the concerns that motivates Bill number 360231. A transfer to the mainland from these islands is not the same as a transfer across a county line. It can prevent a family from visiting, which is a real cost that requires a real solution. However, the solution proposed by this bill, a 4-member panel, including counsel for the inmate, with a silent veto over the director's judgment on who is dangerous and subject to a 3-week limit, will not improve the treatment of any incarcerated Virgin Islander. Instead, it will hinder the director's ability to manage her institutions, undermine their security, and make it worse and make it more difficult for the territory to meet its oversight standards set by the federal court, which has supervised its prison for 40 years. The department is ready to collaborate with the committee on the sponsor, the Bureau of Corrections, to develop language that provides the transparency this body seeks without incurring those consequences. I appreciate the committee for letting the Department of Justice testify on Bill number 360231. That concludes my formal remarks, although they are in full and submitted to the committee. I'm ready to answer any questions this body may have.
Thank you, Attorney Clement. Thank you, Chief Attorney General. The committee at this time the committee has received testimony from the Office of Territorial Public Defender and the VI Parole Board in support of Bill number 360231, inmate transfer, and both are available on the public drive. Therefore, we will not be reading them into the record today. At this time, colleagues, we're going to go into a 6-minute round. Senator Angel Botes, you are recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience. Good afternoon to Central staff, my staff, and the testifiers in relation to bills number 36-0301 and 36-0231. I think the bone of contention here is 0231. I'm hearing from the director that you believe that there are insufficient safeguards, and then the Deputy Attorney General is saying that the bill is going too far, but then Attorney Webster argues that it does not go far enough.
That's right.
And I've done some research on this matter, and it's not far-fetched to believe that this isn't being done, because there are some states that have committees that approve for the transfer of inmates for specific reasons, whether it's health reasons, whether it's capacity reasons, whether etc. And those states are California, Ohio, Florida, Kentucky, Iowa, Texas, Georgia, and Arkansas. However, none of them have the approval of the governor. I will say that on the record. But it's not far-fetched to believe that this is something that cannot be accomplished. I see the intent of what the primary sponsor is trying to achieve. And I just have a few questions to sort of drill down further in order for us to hopefully get to an amicable medium here. Director, you, in your testimony, you stated that the Bureau needs broad discretion to transfer inmates. What internal safeguards are currently in the process or exists in the Bureau of Corrections to prevent any arbitrary or inconsistent transfers of prisoners?
Director Testamark, Bureau of Corrections. Whenever an individual is being considered to be transferred, we have a process in place where we meet with classification, security, medical, and mental health to discuss those individuals. So we already have something in place.
Is there a standing approved document by, I don't know, the parole board or your organization? Is there a standing document that exists within the department that outlines the specific reasons or procedures in relation to that?
We have a directive. The parole board has nothing to do with transferring individuals to an off-island facility. The parole board only deals with individuals once they're...
Right, that's my mistake. But
yeah, okay.
does the document exist?
We have a directive that basically says the committee, who the committee members are.
Is that considered to be a SOPP of sorts?
Yes, you could say that, but it's a directive.
Okay, and who approves that?
Who approved what?
That document.
Well, you know, the territory has been transferring individuals for the past 30 years. You know, under this administration, 2019, I have transferred 30 individuals under my leadership. When I came, you had about 250 inmates already outside the territory. So this is not something new. But relative to transfers, if we meet as a group, again, classification, security, and medical and mental health, and there are a lot of different factors in which we look at, again, crowding, intel, and decisions are made thereafter.
Through the chair, could you provide the chairman of the committee a copy of this written policy or procedure governing the off-island transfer of prisoners? Has the Bureau also ever reversed or reconsidered a transfer after receiving any new information, whether it's from an attorney, family, or some sort of mental health or health practitioner?
I can only speak for the time that I've been here. There's some things that, again, it's taken into, there are a lot of variables. So when we look at the intel and the different factors that goes into transferring individual, the decision is made collectively.
Okay. I want to move over to the Department of Justice, and you stated that the Attorney General would have some sort of conflicting role under this bill. How should it, in your opinion, can you explain that further, and how should the committee be structured to avoid the conflict that you're speaking of?
Yes.
Mr. Chair, if I may ask for my time to be held.
Madam Clerk, could you hold the time? Hold the time.
Yes. So the conflict is that that the Attorney General is a member of the committee, so he's in a sense, a fact witness, and then he would, or his designee would then have to legally defend that decision. Let's say an inmate challenges that in court.
30 seconds.
He would then have to defend and act as fact witness, a member who made the decision, and also counsel for the BLC, because we defend or represent every single executive department in the government. So that's a problem right there. And it's also a problem for the public defender to be, or designate to be on the committee, because there's no safeguards for the information. If I may finish my answer, for the information that would go to the public defender and not go to the inmate himself, and then to wherever in the prison after that. And the public defender, their professional responsibility would naturally be to not have any prisoner transfer. So their vote is already cast before they even look at any of the information, because that's their responsibility. They cannot professionally take any adverse decision against their own client. So their only opportunity otherwise would be to recuse. And so you permanently have a 3-member panel instead of a 4-member panel. So the public defender should not be on the committee at all.
Okay, before you continue, you mentioned that there are no safeguards. And I think that that's where the intent of the primary sponsor, where he's trying to go, because he wants to ensure the transfer decisions are actually fair, consistent, and not subject to any abuse or arbitrary decision making. And wouldn't it be just better for those safeguards to be codified into the laws of future administrations or held to some actual standard when it comes to the transfer of prisoners, rather than it being the unilateral decision of an individual? Wouldn't you believe that wouldn't you believe that would be more clean and more protective for the individuals, rather than the next director perhaps choosing to handle it however he or she may choose?
Well, I'll speak to that in 2 different ways. So, safeguards as it pertains to this specific question of the public defender, you have a clear professional responsibility problem, right? So the public defender or his or her designee cannot be on the committee. If you want to have someone from the defense bar on the committee, you could create a pool of people from the Virgin Islands bar who have never been involved in any of these types of decisions. That's different. So they're completely segregated out from any kind of type of decision, and they're free to make independent decisions versus someone who might be their client or related to their client or a past client. So that might be a way to get around that. But as far as standards, the director has to have a way to manage the prison in a way where decisions are fluid. One inmate may be affiliated with one gang today and another gang tomorrow, and she has to be able to make a split-second decision that preserves the life of that individual inmate or another inmate or the correctional staff, and to place these types of administrative, I would say, hurdles frustrates her ability, and she could speak to this way better than I can, to manage the prison in a way that keeps everyone safe.
Well, I don't want to abuse my time, so thank you for the responses and thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Point of information, Senator Johnson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. My point of information goes to Attorney Clements, and he quoted the existing law and legitimate background, and it states Off-Island Transfer Authority is currently granted by 5 VIC Section 4503. And to the bottom part of that particular paragraph there, it speaks about the prison being accredited. Who checks to make sure that the prison that we send our prisoners to are accredited?
That would be within the Bureau, the Department of Corrections. The Bureau of Corrections. They're making that decision.
Director?
Right.
That is correct, the director. And during the contracting phase, that is ensured. Currently, Virginia Department of Corrections, they are accredited by ACA, and core civic facilities are also accredited.
Well, my reason for asking this question, as you know, we had some of our prisoners been murdered, stabbed, lack of security, and there's a lot of question from in the media from Mississippi State about their own prison. And that's why my question lies with the accreditation. If these prisons are accredited, and if they're under these type of investigation, why are we still utilizing those facilities?
Director Testamark, I want to make the record clear Mississippi State Department of Correction is totally separate from Core Civic
I'm speaking
facilities.
about Core Civic.
Core Civic have
yeah.
a facility that's within the state of Mississippi. It is managed by Mississippi Department of Corrections. I need to make sure that's very
But
clear.
they are under some scrutiny. Am I correct?
Mississippi Department of Correction is under
You know what?
scrutiny,
We're
not
doing a
Core
war
Civic.
game here that I really don't want to go through today because I saw the documents, I saw the articles where Core Civic is under scrutinization for the amount of individuals that had been stabbed in that same institution that our prisoners got stabbed to death. Marshal Webster, can you?
Yes, let me say something. First of all, I think, with all due respect to the Attorney General of St. Thomas, he is completely misreading the proposed statute. The statute creates for a multidisciplinary case review committee, which includes the Attorney General and the Public Defender's Office, not necessarily the person who's representing the person who is being transferred. The Public Defender's Office, as the Attorney General Office, is we know they're public offices, right? And so he's misreading it to say that the Public Defender Office is defending the person being transferred. Not necessarily true. That person may have a private lawyer representing him when they're being transferred. This person in the Public Defender's Office is an independent person reviewing, as part of the multidisciplinary case review team or committee, is reviewing the documents like everybody. And he's saying, reaching the conclusion that this person from the Public Defender's Office is sharing confidential information with the person being transferred. Not true. So, you know, the thing is, I'm listening here, I think a lot of things being thrown without just conclusions, without any evidence. Like, for instance, I remember, I thought when I listened to the testimony, the reason for the transfer has to do with the cost. Had nothing to do with discipline, had nothing to do with risk or nothing like that. And I read the testimony of the director, Testamark. The reason for the transfer, according to her, was the cost. $320 a day for in the Virgin Islands versus $85 and $900 a day in the States. Okay? That's 3 times more expensive. They're saying we cost to host an individual. I don't believe that because they haven't showed any data. I've been looking for the documentation or the data to say that we expend $220 a day to house individuals. I don't see it. And I want to know how you, the legislature, how can make a determination on any regulation or statute without having information, without doing what is called a qualitative and quantitative analysis of what is going on. You can't. You need data. Where's the information? So you having a bunch of conclusions. That's how they came to talk about conclusions without evidence, without proof. You need proof. And that's what this statute does for you. Gives you the power that you're supposed to have to ask them questions and let them provide the information. You want to make a person who is not an elected official, who is appointee of the executive, make financial decisions for this territory without your input. Then you are not doing your jobs. You're not representing the people of the Virgin Islands. I don't know who you're representing, but you got to do your work. You're the first branch of government. That's your responsibility, not the executive, not the judiciary. I'm not even going to help you. I read the Supreme Court cases he's talking about. They're all in my statement here, my presentation here today. And I outlined for you every section of this statute and how it will change everything. They want to keep the power, okay? But if you get an unscrupulous person in that position, you got a big problem, okay?
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chair, due to some family matters, can't stay for the rest of the day. I just have to go and deal with some serious family issues. I am going to try to get online and at the appropriate time vote my conscience, or when my time for questioning, if I'm online and I'm available, I definitely would do that. But I definitely want to be here to support these measures, but got to deal with some serious family matters. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Have a wonderful day.
You too, Senator Johnson. Point of information, Senator Gittins, you're recognized.
I'm listening to the back and forth, and the first thing I want to say is that this measure pertaining to 36-0231 with the inmate transfer. This is a matter of policy and not personality. The Bureau, to my knowledge, have had to appear in court for show cause hearings up to about a month ago before 2 different judges. Why would a detainee, not even an inmate, why would they be looking for a detainee in court and that detainee is nowhere in the Virgin Islands? So to the director, yes or no, didn't you have to appear through the chair before the courts? It is my understanding that it was on 2 occasions before 2 different judges, but I would say at least one time, didn't you have to appear before the courts to show cause for an inmate, a detainee, charged with murder who was not available to be in court?
Director Testamark, the case in which you're...
Yes or no?
There is not a yes or no. I cannot answer
It is
you.
a yes or no.
Not for me, so I would not be responding.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
I'm not going to have a back and forth.
It's
either a yes or no, or you refuse to answer the question at hand. I have information that the Bureau had to be before the courts at least on 2 different occasions, 2 different judges, to show cause for a detainee who was not present, charged with murder. Didn't you have to appear before the court to show cause? Yes or no?
I will not answer that question.
Okay.
Your information is false.
So the information is not false. The Bureau of Corrections appeared before 2 judges, or had to appear before 2 judges for this detainee charged with murder. The detainee was sent to Larkin. What I'm going to say is that y'all are lucky that you weren't charged with contempt. So to sit here and say that the information that I have is false is not correct. You should have answered the question whether yes or no, whether or not the Bureau had to go before the courts. That's the question that should have been answered. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Yes. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to all the testifiers, colleagues, all listening and viewing. So I'm going to try to get to the bottom of this here. Both of these bills, 360301 and 360231, have supporters and those that do not support. Director Testamark, how are you doing this afternoon?
I am wonderful. Thank you for asking.
Good. Take it easy. So I wanted to Attorney Marshall Webster made a comment there, and I wanted you to respond because that's some numbers that I actually quote. So is it true that you have not provided documentation to substantiate that the off-island prisoners are much cheaper. To incarcerate someone off island is much cheaper. Give me some more details so that we know the numbers that you give are accurate numbers.
The numbers in which I give every year, my the budget hearings, that number is the factual number. Those are the numbers that we have based on the information that the other facilities charge the Bureau of Corrections, the territory of the Virgin Islands, and based on the information that we have and what it costs us here in the territory to take care of the individuals. So I'm not familiar with what, other than what I just explained to you, versus what Mr. Attorney Webster is requesting, because I've never had a conversation with Attorney Webster relative to any numbers or anything like that.
Okay, and so your testimony will be then approximately, you don't have to be 100% accurate, but approximately what is it to incarcerate a detainee locally as opposed to off island? Approximately, because I know it varies by states.
Correct.
Say Virginia. Let's go with Virginia.
Virginia, it varies, I think, from $85 to $106 between them and Core Civic. $106 a day, approximately, versus the territory, $320 to $350 daily that it costs the territory to incarcerate someone.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to go next to the Attorney General regarding Bill number 36, that's 0231. So you're saying that the department does not support it in its current form, and you gave some reasons and, that would enable you to support it. So, in your opinion, are those reasons substantial that the bill should be further vetted in this committee? Because I looked at your comments and it's quite a few comments. Give me some more elaborations on what do you think if those are substantial? Because I noticed you mentioned also some penalties for the correction officers, the staff, et cetera, et cetera. Give me a comment.
Okay. Ian Clement, Chief Deputy Attorney General. So the corrections, the penalties was for the other bill. That was for 0301 involving cell phones.
0301, yes.
That's for the cell phones.
Yes, that's what I was talking about.
All right. The recommendations, are you talking about the recommendations just for the cell phone bill or for this 0231?
No. Well, let's go to 0231 first.
Okay.
You do not support it in its current form.
Right. I don't. I think that and I didn't, get a chance to read all of the things, the recommendations to approve it or the things that were wrong with it. And I think they are material and substantial. Like just for example, it's a 4-person board. If you have a 2-2 tie, you don't have a quorum, you don't have a tie-breaking mechanism within that just in and of itself is a problem. So I think that, and you guys can, do what you want, but I think it should be, tabled and reviewed and have it discussed and come back with some revisions. I think that what I've suggested and what the director has suggested is substantial enough that it should not be voted on today.
Okay, thanks. So I want to stick with 0231. I want to ask Attorney Webster, and give me a short answer.
Okay.
Okay. I do agree with your statement. Whereas, I would say that the legislature does make the rules regarding it. So you're saying that right now the only authority you need is for the Bureau of Corrections to sign off for someone to go off island? Because I do understand, I always thought until I became a senator that if someone was convicted, they would actually serve the sentence in the Virgin Islands. I didn't know that the off island was so extensive, but there's justification why. So Tell me in your short answer, because I heard time was called.
Okay. All right. If they're
what would you recommend as an alternative based on cost?
If there's justification, then you, the legislature, should know, because you're paying the cost. You're the one funding the money, okay? Secondly, what you have is conclusory statements about $320. What? Does that involve life? Life is considered. Whether the union dues is considered. Whether the retirement payments for the employees are considered. What is making up this $320 a day per prisoner in St. Croix? You don't know. And you're supposed to know. Because you, as a policymaker, cannot make policy without the knowledge of that information. You got to make an analysis based on quantity, quality, and everything like that to pass legislation. That's your duty. That's your right to know. You don't have that. You just have a conclusory statement that it's $300 a day, $320 a day here, and over there it's $85 a day. How do you know that? Because someone said that to you, the person from Bureau of Corrections said that to you. Well, tell them, show you the figures, show you the breakdown. How would it come to $320 per day? They could do that. If they could jump to that conclusion, right, then they could prove it to you. But they haven't. And you're relying on that without any information from people who have the interest in the executive government of taking your power away from you, and you're willing to give it to them. You know, you want to be like the Congress of the United States. Just abdicate your responsibility and your obligation to the people and give it to someone who was not elected for that purpose. They were not elected to make policy for the Virgin Islands. You
Mr.
were.
Chair,
You better start making policy for the Virgin Islands.
Yes, Mr. Chair, if I can wrap up real quickly.
Yeah, go ahead and wrap up.
My time was... Okay, yeah. So then, Attorney, so what I ask you then, if the director from Bureau of Prisons can justify the 320, would you then change your position?
I believe they have to be got to be guardrails set up for this process, particularly this process where, you know, in the director's fiscal year 2027 budget testimony, she even testified that the locals, prisoners here, generated $120,000 for the government of the Virgin Islands. And they put in 500 hours of work out of 20 people. 13th Amendment, believe me. You could. I heard, what was it, the senator from St. Thomas talking about sending them all away. But what you're doing is sending away your free labor. That's free labor. They owe a society to the Virgin Islands. They owe their problem that they committed a crime. They do this to the Virgin Islands, not to Mississippi. How much money you think that Mississippi institution is making off of our inmates? You're paying for them to exploit your prisoners.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thanks for your leniency.
Thank you, Senator Fonseca. Senator Carla Joseph, you recognize?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Pleasant good day to everyone. I believe, Mr. Chairman, you skip Senator Avery Lewis, Mr. Secretary, to come to me. I would yield, if you don't mind, to Senator Lewis so we could continue with the order of questioning.
You could go ahead.
Okay. I hope my time will begin now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the commentary that we're here having today, and I really appreciate that this bill is coming before us. I know that Mr. Webster has spoken about it, and some things I quoted, which was accurate. I did say that. And I do have those concerns because this is, if we are going to look at any legislation, we should look at seeing about how that is assessed. how they reach that $320 per day. And I want to ask Director Testamark. Director Testamark, do any of our on-island inmates, because you can't do the detainees, are any of our on-island inmates participating in any work programs where they're out doing some work on behalf of the betterment of our community?
Director Testamark, yes, they are.
And kindly indicate to us how many, I mean, I have the data here that you provided to me on how many of the inmates are housed on island, sentenced inmates, and how many they are on island, but how many of them are out and can be on work relief or have supervised work outside of the prison? How many of them currently in each island district?
Well, in St. Thomas, we have only 4 of them that's approved to go outside. And like I explained to you, it's based on the criteria that the VI code has. So we look at that. There could be more, but however, I asked the legislator to help us amend that law to increase that pool of individuals. Here in St. Croix, we have a bigger pool, and you have about 10 to 15 individuals that's approved that can go out to work.
Okay, so that's part of it, because you have 10 inmates based on the information you provided to me on July 8th, who is sentenced inmates on island, and 54, that's in St. Thomas St. John district, and 54 in the St. Croix district. And you're saying out of the 10 in the St. Thomas district, only 4, based on our laws, is eligible to be out to work?
That is correct, to leave the facility.
To leave the facility.
That's correct.
What about, and you're saying based on, and so this is maybe where we should be looking at. And out of the 54 in the St. Croix district, you're saying only 11? Was it 11?
Yes, that's able to leave the facility to go out to work. They work, the majority of them work, however, it's inside the compounds of the facility.
Okay, so that is something we may need to look at, not necessarily saying, you know, it's what is in the law. Now, how did you arrive at this 320? That was a salient question that Attorney Webster, and if I had to gain a case, I would consider Attorney Webster a good defense attorney. Very good. Now, how did you arrive at the $320 per day? Because that has troubled me, and you consistently report that every time we come for a budget hearing.
Yes. In the correctional world, what we utilize is the annual cost for the agency divided by the number of inmates divided by 365 days. And that will give you your cost per day.
Okay.
Meaning
so
what
there
it
you have
costs to
the
take
math.
care of, you know, the inmates, the staffing, the facility, all of those different things. And it's what is budgeted.
Now, you reported you had over 169, but I know it's higher now, total detainees. I don't know if the time was called. Mr. Chairman, was the time called? I'm sorry. I don't want to go over.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right. You reported you had a significant amount. This is including those detainees, well as those sentenced inmates, and those housed off island at 169. I'm just reading from the July 8th letter you sent me. Kindly indicate for us, do we have the capacity to house all of these human beings here, and knowing that they're growing, because I saw uptick for St. Thomas, St. John district for the detainees. Do we have the capacity currently to house these human beings here?
Director Testamark, currently the Bureau does not have the capacity to house all these individuals, the ones that's away, to bring them back. We don't have the capacity.
That's the reality. That's the reality we're dealing with. And I want to say one final thing in closing. Mr. Chairman, I'll wrap up if you will be so kind to allow me.
Go ahead and wrap up.
Thank you so much. I agree with what Attorney Webster said, that I think I read it, that having the family contact will help with the reduction in the recidivism rate. We have to get that down. And people, when they're incarcerated, and I say it all the time, that 13th Amendment is a big thing. And you quoted it correctly, Attorney Webster, that convicted people are, under the Constitution, considered the only people who are slaves, okay? And I was trying to get the Bureau of Corrections out of business. Education, I'm going to say it again, education, once we become educated as a people, we are elevated. We are elevated, us here, this. And so I am troubled when I see so many incarcerated and they're away, and we have to do something better, and the Bureau is doing their very best. I've never seen anything like it in my life. But people have to pay the time. Whatever you do to crime, you're going to pay the time. All right? And you're losing your rights. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the leeway.
Yes. Thank you, Senator Joseph. Senator Avery Lewis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to the testifiers. As it pertains to Bill 36-0301, as it dealing with itself, electronic communication or recording devices, one of the things I'll first say is that, I understand the intent of the bill and I understand the direction we're trying to head in. But there's no Liberty or no T-Mobile or nothing in prison, so we have to first look at how they're getting into the prison. That's the first thing we need to capture. Maybe we need to change our policies, how things are conducted with who's coming and who's going into the prison. How employees come in or go out. I don't want to say search employees, but we have to do some double checking and cross checking to make sure all is right. Testamark, you have some hard working employees, but things are happening. And again, we don't have no manufacturing in a prison like this, so we have to see where the source is coming from and try to root it out. Attorney General, sorry, I didn't want to call you the wrong name. Attorney Clement. Under Title 14, Section 664 and 665 of the Virgin Islands Code, it is already a crime for an inmate to possess contraband, including mobile telephones and electronic communication devices.
Yes, it is. I would have to amend my testimony a little bit. It is already, but this particular bill adds a little bit more teeth to it. It adds for the actual penalty of 5 years or fine of $5,000 or more. This bill does specify the corrections officer, but to the extent that Section 665 also covers the corrections officer, so we might not need to amend this bill for that. But what this bill also does talk about, Bill 665, Section 665 was passed in 2012 or amended in 2012. This bill also talks about videotaping that within the prison, and that's kind of more of a more current thing that's happening with the video phones and that ability. And so when the statute was passed, that really wasn't, it was nascent, it really wasn't there. But that's what's happening now. I think that's what the director is talking about.
So you could see where this bill needs some amendments.
Yes.
What about those who's actually watching, who's actually doing the taping?
Well, yeah, so it would also involve that person who's doing the taping, but you have to, it would involve the taping. You have to be careful about who's committing the violence, because they have to be involved in the act, like it's a production. It would have to be both the tapees and the tapers, not just random violence that's happening in the prison.
So, scenario, 4 inmates sharing a phone.
Mm-hmm.
Who the phone for?
Who the phone? Who do we charge?
Who's the phone for?
Well, that's BOC intelligence to figure out who that is.
Oh. All right, let's check in. Director Testamark, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Does the Bureau currently have policies prohibiting inmates from possessing cellular phones, electronic communication devices, and recording equipment?
Yes, we do.
You do have policies about it?
Yes, we do.
Or have they been updated, upgraded when last?
Yearly. We
2
review the
minutes.
policies yearly, and also the inmate handbook.
I would appreciate if you could share that with this body at some point in time, please. Through the chair, I would appreciate if we could see the department's policy as it pertains to cell phone and recording devices and so forth.
Will do, no problem.
As it pertains to Bill 36-0231, Attorney Clement brought a good point there about the structure of the board as well. Mm-hmm. One thing I got to make crystal clear is I don't think no governor should be involved in that. Whether he or she, no governor should be involved in that. You don't want it to be biased, and you don't want it to be a thing where we don't get blamed for everything. And I don't want the legislature have to make no decisions about that at all. To be involved in that decision-making process, who should go or who should stay or whatever the structure goes on. Director, does the Bureau of Corrections? No. The bill, Attorney Clemente, the bill uses a 10-year sentence as a threshold for restricting transfers. From your perspective, is an inmate sentence length the appropriate factor, or should the transfer decision be based on institutional behavior, security classification, escape risk, and threats of staff and other inmates?
Ian Clement, Chief Deputy Attorney General. I think that the director knows better than I would know. I think all those factors should be included, but sentence length should also be included. When you're dealing with someone who's charged with life without parole, you're dealing with someone who's committed a murder. So that's something that should be a factor that should be considered.
Time.
And whether the BOC currently has the ability to house and safely house that individual.
So if I'm following the bill correctly, Attorney Clement, based on what we're hearing here today, if a situation arises, this situation would have to go to the board, and the board will make a determination as to what direction the director should take with the inmate.
That's the way it looks to me, that the director is not on the board. There's a liaison person who is a staff of the director, but the director herself is not on the board.
Yes.
And in my estimation, in the department's estimation, is that the director who's making these decisions minute by minute, day by day, should be the person that should be entrusted to make that decision.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard my time call. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Senator Lewis. Point of information, Senator Gittins.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'm not questioning my colleague's line of questioning, but sometimes you have to clear up certain things. Of course, the Virgin Islands don't manufacture these phones, so how they get it into the prison? How they get it into the prison isn't the legislature's responsibility. That's the Bureau of Corrections' responsibility. The Virgin Islands don't manufacture guns either. How they get it into the territory? Whose responsibility is it? Those protecting the borders. The responsibility of the legislature is to create policies that will address these things. Again, I stated that this was about policy and not personality. Director, I must tell you, because I don't like when I get messages and it seems like we're going back and forth. We're on the same side here. However, it's just how we get to that arena. Let me see if you'll answer this question directly with a true or false response. Everyone arrested is found guilty. I mean, it's not everyone that's arrested is found guilty. True or false?
That is correct, sir.
So, when I asked the question earlier about whether or not the Bureau had to show up or had to show cause for a particular matter, the response was yes. But instead, you declined to answer the question because you wanted to give the explanation. I wasn't saying that the Bureau was guilty of anything. I am trying to lay a foundation as to why this measure came about. And in doing so, had you answered the question, which was yes, the Bureau did have to show cause, then by all means, you would have had the opportunity to explain what transpired. Because, yes, I also found out that it wasn't the Bureau's fault that it happened. However, you had to show cause. And the only way for that to be explained was for you to get there, or whomever representing the Bureau of Correction, to go there and explain yourselves. So I just say that to say, whenever I ask a line of question, at times, yes, I ask just for a yes or a no answer, or a true or false answer, and you will be given an opportunity if you need to explain. But when you go to court, I always used to hear Judge Finch, rest his soul, say, you can't be guilty with an explanation. But in the legislature, if you were to say yes or no, you would be given that opportunity to explain your yes or your no. So that's where we went wrong there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all of you listening and present. I'm glad I live in America, where I have my opinion, you have yours. You know, we'll bend. 360231, I will support if we're going to amend it. Because as it is written, I will not support it. And is again, I think the governor should be excluded. I think the fact that we put in a process, the intent to put in a process that has to be done with sending our prisoners off island, I got that. I would agree with that. I would agree with having a tiebreaker for being a multi-disciplinary case, but let the decision be the final decision that the director makes. I don't want to take the authority away from the director. That's why I supported putting in a director. So in codifying it going forward, I could support that. So I think the process is good. I think there should be a separate process if the decision is going to be that based on a financial issue, we need to send prisoners off island to save money and stuff, then there should be another process for that. Because again, that too shouldn't just be taken into consideration. Because again, we fund these branches of government and the decisions the departments make. So that's my stand on 360231. 360301, I too got the intent. I have a couple of questions in regard to this bill. So I'm not against any of the bills, but like I say, in the form they are, I have some questions and I won't support them in the form. But in regards to 360301, Assistant Attorney Clement, Attorney General Clement, in regards to Section 1, Number 2, the purpose of subsection for this subsection, constructive possession mean any situation of which an individual is aware of the presence or prohibited device listed in subsection E1. I got that, and has the ability and intent to exercise dominion or control over the device, either individually or jointly with others. Is dominion over a device the individual on the other side of the phone call? So I'm in my house, I get a phone call, I answer it. It happened to be someone I know who's incarcerated. I didn't know they're incarcerated. Does it put me in a position where I become under that dominion, either individually or jointly with others?
No, I believe what this is referring to is, let's say you have a cell or group cell where you have 4 inmates and they all know about this.
Speak into the mic, please.
Sorry. You have 4 inmates and they all know about the phone, or they each brought in a piece of the phone. Or even if they're not in the same cell, they're sharing the phone. In fact, they work together. And someone uses it today, someone uses it tomorrow. You catch one person with it, but you have a intelligence within the prison that 3 or 4 or 2 different people have known about this phone and have been using this phone. That's what it means.
Okay, because I was saying to mention the word exercise dominion. Dominion has a broad definition in terms of dominion.
Right.
So, okay, so I just wanted to make sure then the person on the other side isn't held liable because they're receiving the call, because they're taking the call.
No.
Okay. Okay, and
2 minutes.
Any person who aids, abets, facilitates, or conspires with another to use a prohibited device to record, transmit, disseminate violent acts or disturbances within a correctional facility shall be charged as a principal. So you said this applies also to the prisoner and the corrections officers.
Right. Well, so you're talking about the videotaping. So the videotaping has to deal with, let's say, for example, there's a planned beating of someone, and a third party videotapes the beating with this phone. That's how it would. I think that's what we're talking about.
Okay. So again, any person who violates, or any person who aids, any person doesn't differentiate from a prisoner from a corrections officer.
It does not.
Right. So then, that's what I'm saying. So, I guess Director Testamark, do correction officers or are corrections officers allowed to possess their personal cell phones while they're on duty?
No, they're not.
Okay, by your policy.
Yes, by our policy.
Okay. Okay, so then they won't be that particular person, but in the event they would. Okay, so I got that. And individuals who knowingly participate in acts of violence in proximity to prohibited device or who allow such acts to be recorded without reporting to the warden or the warden's designee, the director of the Bureau of Corrections, the correctional facility officer assigned to the facility, or attempting to prevent them, is guilty of a felony. Right now, as it stands, isn't that a felony without being codified?
Time.
Okay. You go ahead. Mr. Chair, you could just wrap up?
Yes, go ahead and wrap up.
Chief Deputy Attorney General.
Okay.
Chief Deputy Attorney General Ian Clement. Yes, it is a felony under 14 VIC 665. This, I guess, would repeal that by implication. This is far more specific as to how it would be administered.
Okay. So with those clarifications and 360301, I could support 360301 because of the concerns that I had. But like I say, in regards to 360231, the concern that I have in it, maybe we could just do with amendments. But I think there is a need for having a process to go through for sending our inmates off island, and another process for sending them off island for financial reasons in terms of saving the territory money. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the line of question, Senator DeGraff. Senator Nova Francis Jr., you're recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'll make it quick. I'm not a member of this committee, and I don't have a vote here, but I'd just like to weigh in real quickly. and a couple of the measures before us. 36-0301, I do hear and sense that there is some concurrence within that measure, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. I just wanted to ask you, Director Testamark, whether or not, do you have any policies, procedures, directives? What do you issue from your level in terms of your documentation or instructions?
At my level, we have policies and directives.
And directives. Do you have any such policy or directive as it pertains to the incarcerated persons from possessing or using electronic devices?
Yes, we do.
You do have that in place right now? As a policy or a directive?
Policy.
Okay. And you believe that that's being adhered to?
For the most part.
For the most part. Okay. So this being codified is not an issue. It's something that you could definitely, as you have indicated, could support. In regards to Bill 36-0231, and I will also say from the onset that I agree that this bill needs some additional work to it. Am I hearing from you that you are in support of this measure with some tweaks and amendments?
Yes, with the amendments that we stated.
So you're willing to sit with the bill sponsor and recommend those amendments along with the Attorney General's office?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. And do you have any established clear procedures for inmates transfer outside of the United States Virgin Islands?
Yes, we do.
By directive or policy?
Yes, directive.
Do you believe it prevent abuse of administrative authority?
No, it does not. It's just here to safeguard the inmates, the staff, and the institution.
Protect inmates' right to family connection and rehabilitation.
We also do ensure that's happened to the ones that want connection with their families.
Ensure transfers are done only when necessary and with oversight.
That is correct.
Okay. So can you just quickly, in the rest of the balance of my time, just talk about what procedures in place or how do you arrive at a decision to transfer an inmate at this point?
Director Testamark, many times, for the majority of the times when we transfer individuals, and again, me being here, I've only transferred a couple of inmates for this tenure. However, when the wardens will meet, again, based on population, based on intel, they will meet with each other, St. Thomas, St. Croix. They will meet with classification, mental health, and medical, along with, again, sometimes it's some external stakeholders that may call. Sometimes Department of Justice, all depends. There's a lot of different factors that goes into this decision making. They will meet, they will come to a general consensus, they will create a list, and then they will come to me with that list and with the explanations of reasons why we need to do what we need to do. And then the final determination is made.
Are you the first director to transfer inmates?
Definitely not. When I came in 2019, we had over 200 inmates already out of the territory that's been in those systems for the past over 20 plus years.
Very well, thank you. You have certainly responded to my queries. And again, I hope that we're able to work out the mechanics to ensure that we're moving a meaningful legislation as it pertains to bill numbers 0231. Thank you for your response.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Francis. Senator Gittins, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to all. Thank you all for your testimony on both measures. So it seems like we're a little clearer on 36-0301, which is the prohibiting of incarcerated persons from possessing or using electronic communications or recording devices within the prison. And we also have 36-0231, which speaks to the transfer of inmates, and this seemed to have a little more hiccup. Colleagues and people of the territory, this bill regarding the inmate transfer is simple. It's about tweaking policy to not have one individual be the sole determining factor of transferring inmates out of the territory, and simply having a panel that will review and make the decision, which is costly to the Virgin Islands government. This is why we are here as senators, to create policies. The bill doesn't question the professionalism at the Bureau of Correction. It recognizes that significant decisions affecting the Virgin Islands should be subject to checks and balances. My colleague who just spoke before me usually asks individuals, what keep you up late at night? Nothing don't usually keep me up late at night, but last night I was here going through testimonies. And I went through all. And I had to sit down because I really wanted to see, I was telling myself, I don't want to go have a back and forth with the director of the BOC today. So I sat down and I made sure that I went through all, even the 19-page sermon from the good attorney. But in just analyzing the testimony of the Bureau of Corrections, principal arguments, in the first one, and you had 10 points. The first one was that the bill restricts essential correctional authority. That's on page 1. And your argument is that transfers are one of the Bureau's primary management tools, and that requiring committee review and gubernatorial approval will delay decisions affecting security. This bill does not eliminate the transfer authority. It does not. It simply requires that for inmates serving less than 10 years, must 1, have written justification, 2, multidisciplinary review, 3, gubernatorial approval, and 4, proper documentation. Documentation. This is why the police department and the Bureau of Corrections is under a federal consent decree for lack of documentation. The director continues to recommend the transfer in this bill. The committee merely reviews it. The governor makes the final decision. That's who signed the check, after all. If a transfer is truly justified, then
2 minutes.
Documenting that justification and obtaining appropriate oversight should not be viewed as an obstacle. The second point on page 2, where the bill undermines, you stated that the bill undermines professional judgment and that only correctional professionals should decide transfers. The bill does not substitute legislative judgment for correctional judgment. Instead, it adds perspectives from 1, the AG, 2, the Office of the Public Defender, 3, the Department of Health, and the Bureau of Corrections Family Liaison. Those perspectives exist because transfers affects more than security. They affect 1, the legal access, 2, rehabilitation, 3, mental health, and 4, family reunification. Correctional judgment remains part of the process. On page 3, or page 2 again, the third bullet, confidential intelligence undermining professional correctional judgment, you stated that sensitive intelligence could be disclosed. This is probably one of your stronger operational arguments that you made. However, nothing prevents the committee members from maintaining confidentiality here. The Attorney General Office and the Public Defender's Office routinely have confidential information all the time. Mental health professionals are legally bound by confidentiality. So if confidentiality language is necessary in this bill, I am open to offering that provision. The fourth one on page 2, Mr. Chair.
You may wrap up.
The fourth one on page 2, you spoke about the National Correctional Standards. You repeatedly referenced the ACA, the NIC, the DOJ, Correctional Leadership Association, but I noticed that you never cited specific standards to this regard. You generally stated that the national organizations recognize broad discretion, which is true, by the way, but broad discretion is not unlimited discretion. It is not. Legislatures across the country routinely places statutory limits on executive authority. 5, you spoke to governor approval is operationally impartial. You also stated that no major correctional system requires gubernatorial approval. That may be true, but the Virgin Islands is a unique place. Unlike large states with multiple correctional facilities, the U.S. Virgin Islands has limited correctional facilities here, one in St. Croix, one in St. Thomas. And our island transfer has a profound impact on inmates and their families. 6, on page 3, you spoke to constitutional compliance. You also stated that transfers help satisfy the PREA, which is the Prison Rape Elimination Act. You spoke to overcrowding and the federal oversight. I want to assure you and my colleagues and the public that the bill before us don't prohibit transfers. It merely requires, again, documentation. Therefore, if the transfer is necessary to comply with the PREA Act or federal orders, the Bureau of Corrections should be able to document this as necessary. And I'm coming to the end here, Mr. Chair. She also spoke page 3 and 4 of the emergency response. This is one place where I believe your testimony somewhat overstates the bill. The bill before us already contains an emergency provision. Your argument is that emergencies develop within minutes. That could be true. However, the bill allows emergency transfers when immediate threats exist. The only requirement is the notification and later review. That is oversight, not delay. 8, the administrative burden, which is on page 4. Every accountability measure creates paperwork, you stated. That alone is generally not a sufficient reason to reject the legislation. We as a legislative body routinely requires annual reports, audits, written findings, and even procurement documentation. So those requirements exist because transparency is a legislative responsibility. 9, you spoke to the safety, the staff safety. No one disagrees that staff safety isn't critical. But your testimony assumes that oversight automatically creates danger. That is far from the truth. The connection is never demonstrated. A transfer can still occur. It simply follows a documented process. And 10, you spoke to the rehabilitation, where you stated that the Bureau remains committed to rehabilitation through family fund days, structured activities, etc. Yet nowhere does your testimony explain how often rehabilitation programs are offered, participation rates, educational completion, vocational certification, substance abuse treatment, counseling, reentry planning. The bill specifically requires consideration of rehabilitation. Your testimony simply says rehabilitation is important. Those are not the same thing. We're on the same page. All I'm asking for is some accountability of us just transferring inmates out of the territory, which is at a cost to the people of the Virgin Islands. It should not be determined by one individual. It should be determined by a panel. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Gittins. We have exhausted the time for this block, and I thank my colleagues for the questions. Beginning with Director Testamark, could you have 30 seconds to close?
Director Testamark, thank you for the opportunity to be present and present BOC's responses to the bills in question, and also to give an update on BOC operations. I want to thank all my staff, all correctional staff within the Bureau of Corrections for their continued hard work and dedication, and we look forward to working with this body. Thank you.
Attorney Webster. In the mic, in the mic.
Thank you again, Honorable Senator Gittens. Thank you very much. I think that I would like to urge you, the senators, the #1 branch of the government, the most important branch. They could only just without the first branch, there'll be no second and third branch. Okay, so you're the #1. You're the most important branch. You're the people's power. I would urge you to ask questions of the people come before you, especially where I heard the senator ask the question of whether or not we have the capacity to bring back or to house our inmates. And the response was no. But no question asked was why, what would it take, how long it will take, when would it could be accomplished, and why we cannot. Those are important questions. And I don't think that we could continue, according to the testimony of Ms. Testamark, this continuous giving away of our free labor. These people who are convicted owe the debt to the Virgin Islands, not to Mississippi or some foreign jurisdiction. They should be required to pay the debt here, not be used as exploitative labor in a foreign state. Thank you.
Attorney Clement.
Thank you. Thank the committee for allowing the Department of Justice to comment on bills 360231 and 360301. As I previously stated, we urge the passage of bill number 360301, and am willing to work with the committee and the Bureau of Corrections to come to an agreement and on the corrections to Bill 360231. Thank you.
Thank you. The Committee on Homeland Security. No. He got one more. He's staying. Yeah, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice, and Public Safety stands in recess for 3 minutes. And you guys are there. The committee is back on record. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that Bill number 36-0301, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code prohibiting incarcerated persons from possessing or using electronic communication or recording devices, be voted upon favorably here in this committee and be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee where there may be amendments made to this bill. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Senator Gittins and seconded by Senator Bolkes. Roll call on bill number 36-0301. 01 as amended. No. 36-0301. 01. Roll call.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yea. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yes. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yes. Senator Avery L. Lewis. Senator Lewis, absent.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, not voting. Senator Lewis, not
I
voting.
said yes. Senator Lewis said yes. Don't do that. I said yes.
Senator Lewis, yes. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yes. Mr. Chair, you have 6 yes, 1 absent.
Yes.
Tell it, Mr. Chair.
No, Fonseca, yes.
Mr. Chair, you have 7 yes.
Bill number 36-0301, an act amending Title 14 Virgin Islands Code prohibiting incarcerated person from possessing of using electronic communication or recording devices has been favorably voted on the Committee on Homeland Security and Justice and will be forwarded on to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Do I hear a motion?
Motion.
Senator Gittins, you are recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill number 36-0231, an act amending Title 5 Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401 by adding Section 4507A to establish procedures for inmate transfers outside the Virgin Islands with possibility be forwarded to the Rules and Judiciary Committee for further vetting and possible amendments. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Senator Gittins and second by Senator Bolkes and Senator DeGraff and Johnson. Roll call on Bill number 36-0231.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Senator Bolkes, yea. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
No.
Senator DeGraff, no. Senator Ray Fonseca.
Nay.
Senator Fonseca, nay. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins.
Yes.
Senator Gittins, yea. Senator Franklin D. Johnson.
Yes.
Senator Johnson, yea. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
No.
Senator Lewis, nay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yea. Mr. Chair, you have 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Bill number 36 0231, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 3, Chapter 401, by adding Section 4507A to establish a procedure for inmates transfer outside of the Virgin Islands, has been favorably voted on by the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, and will be forwarded on to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. The committee will stand in recess for 2 minutes. The committee is back on record. Madam Clerk, please call up the item in Block 4 on today's agenda.
Block 4, Bill number 36-0242, an act amending Title 5, Virgin Islands Code, Subtitle 3, Part 1, Chapter 305, Subchapter 1, Section 3561, Subsection A, by granting peace officer status to enforcement officers of the Virgin Islands Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Sponsored by Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Invited testifiers, Honorable Vincent L. Roberts, Commissioner, VI Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation. Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department. Bill number 36-0303, an act amending Title 20, Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424, to update child passenger safety requirements applicable to rental vehicles. Sponsored by Senator Angel L. Bocas, Jr. Invited testifiers, Honorable Mario Brooks, Commissioner, VI Police Department, Ms. Denise Gomes, Occupant Protection Program Manager, Virgin Islands Office of Highway Safety. That concludes the reading of Block 4.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Who speaks to this bill? Bill number 36-0242.
Motion.
Motion. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair and colleagues, since no one speaks to bill number 36-0242 at this time, I move that this bill be removed from today's agenda and be held in the committee at the call of the chair. I so move.
The motion has been properly made and seconded. Hearing no objections, so ordered.
You got to go to a vote.
Go to a vote for what? Who speaks to bill number 360303? Senator Bolker, do you recognize?
Point of information. Point of information.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Joseph.
today I present bill number 36-0303. A straightforward but important public safety measure that modernizes an outdated provision in the Virgin Islands Code and helps ensure that children traveling on our roadways are protected under the most current passenger safety standards. The purpose of this bill is very simple. Before someone rents a vehicle, the driver who drives on our roads, they should be aware and receive clear and accurate information about the Virgin Islands Child Passenger Safety Law. This legislation does not create new child passenger safety requirements. It does not change the age or height or standards currently established in 20 VIC 466. It does not create new penalties or increase existing fines or expand law enforcement authority. And it does not impose a significant financial burden on the rental vehicle companies. This is what it does. Our current rental vehicle statute still references outdated child passenger safety requirements that no longer reflect the more comprehensive protections outlined in 20 VIC 466. Over the years, the legislature has updated Section 466 to strengthen child passenger safety requirements, including standards based on a child's age and height. However, those updates were never fully incorporated into the rental vehicle statute, creating an inconsistency in the law. Bill number 36-0303 corrects that inconsistency. Rather than repeating specific age or height requirements, which may change again in the future, this bill simply directs rental companies to provide every customer with a copy of the current child passenger safety law outlined in 20 VIC 466. As a result, if the legislature updates those safety requirements in the future, rental companies will automatically be providing the most current law without requiring another amendment to the rental vehicle statute. The bill also requires rental vehicle companies to provide every driver with a copy of the law, obtain the driver's written acknowledgement that the information was received, and maintain a copy of the law in the glove compartment of every rental vehicle. These are practical, low-cost requirements that improve public awareness, promote compliance, and place important safety information directly into the hands of those who really need it. Currently, the rental vehicle statute contains outdated information for children up to age 5, while the more comprehensive requirements of Section 466, which include a child's restraints, are required for children under 8 years of age or children shorter than 4 feet and 9 inches. This can be confusing to visitors and rental companies, and even more confusing for enforcing members of the law enforcement. This bill eliminates that inconsistency by ensuring everyone is operating from the same legal standard. Many individuals who rent vehicles in the Virgin Islands are visitors who may be unfamiliar with our traffic laws, and we should not assume that they know our child passenger safety requirements. At the end of the day, this bill is about helping parents and visitors properly protect their children that they're riding with in a rental vehicle. And to be clear, colleagues, we want to make sure that it is understood that this section is simply having Section 20 VIC Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424 to be amended to point to VIC 20 466 as the requirements. So to be clear, The outdated rental vehicle standards do not include the more comprehensive updates that the legislature has been amending for many years in relation to child passenger safety requirements. And we want to make sure that they point directly to those requirements so that we can sort of have them work in tandem in order to make sure and assure that the same law is used for the rental vehicles as well, because there was a gap that has caused some confusion with the law, whether it's with tourists or even law enforcement alike. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Senator Bolkes. At this time, I will allow Assistant Commissioner Santos to read your testimony into the records.
Yes, good evening once again, Chairman. On behalf of the Virgin Islands Police Department and Police Commissioner Myra Brooks, I'll have Program Manager Ms. Denise Gomes from Department of Highway Safety present the testimony.
Good day. Good day. Good day to the Chair, the Honorable Clifford Joseph Sr., legislative body and staff, members of the VIPD team, and to the listening and viewing audience. My name is Denise Gomes, Occupant Protection Program Manager of the Office of Highway Safety for the United States Virgin Islands Police Department. I come before you on behalf of Police Commissioner Mario M. Brooks to express support for Bill number 36-0303, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424, to update child passenger safety requirements applicable to rental vehicles. The Virgin Islands Police Department stands in full support of Bill 36-0303. Child passenger safety is a significant health concern in the territory. Each day and on every island, child passengers can be observed riding in unsafe and illegal ways. In the territory, child restraints, car seats, and booster seats are required for children under the age of 8 or shorter than 4 foot 9 inches tall. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, or NHTSA, these safety devices have been proven to reduce the risk of injuries and fatalities by 71% for infants and 54% for toddlers. With an average of 14 crashes recorded daily on VI roadways, it is imperative that caregivers take preventive measures to keep child passengers safe. According to the Observational Seatbelt Survey commissioned by the Office of Highway Safety in calendar year 2025, 60.65% of this fragile population rode in the rear, either unrestrained or under-restrained, without the appropriate safety restraint. Work conducted by child passenger safety technicians, or CPSTs, throughout the territory revealed that safety was even compromised for children riding in car seats. Approximately 95% of safety seats checked were found to have at least one usage error that could result in injury for a child crash victim. Although these statistics are not directly linked to this VI code section related to child passenger safety in rental vehicles, they help to describe a health and safety crisis that requires a concerted, cohesive, and collaborative approach. Chapter 20, Section 466 clearly defines laws applicable to child passenger safety in the territory with standards comparable to districts nationwide. The differences found in Chapter 38, Section 424 are conflicting and, if followed, would put the lives of young riders in jeopardy. The amendment, which references Section 466, reduces redundancies, ensures alignment, and facilitates future amendments to the code. Our team thanks Senator Angel L. Bolkes Jr. and his team for championing this critical amendment. We respectfully urge the committee to advance the amendment to Bill number 36-0303 with a favorable vote and final enactment. The VIPD stands ready to assist the legislature with implementation details and to answer any questions from you and the committee members.
Thank you for your testimony. At this time, we will be going into a 3-minute round. Motion. Motion. Senator Gittins, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move to waive debate time for Bill number 36, that's 0303, unless there's an objection by any member of the committee. I so move.
Second.
A motion has been made by Senator Gittins and has been properly moved and seconded by Senator Bolkes and Senator Avery Lewis and Senator Dwayne DeGraff. Hearing no objection, so ordered. Do I hear a motion? Senator Bolkes, you're recognized for your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move Bill number 360303, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424, to update child passenger safety requirements applicable to rental vehicles, be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary, to be voted upon favorably out of this committee and before the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further action and consideration. I so move.
Second.
The motion has been properly made by Senator Bolkes and seconded by Senator Avery Lewis, Senator Gittins, and Senator DeGraff. Roll call on Bill number 3603-0303.
Senator Angel Bolkes Jr. Yay. Senator Bolkes, yay. Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator DeGraff, yay. Senator Ray Fonseca. Senator Fonseca, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittins. Senator Gittins, yay. Senator Franklin D. Johnson. Senator Johnson, absent. Senator Avery L. Lewis.
Yes.
Senator Lewis, yay. Senator Clifford A. Joseph, Sr.
Yes.
Senator Joseph, yay. Mr. Chair, you have 5 yeas, 2 absents.
Bill number 36-0303, an act amending Title 20 Virgin Islands Code, Part 2, Chapter 38, Section 424, to update child passenger safety requirements applicable to rental vehicles, has been favorably voted on by the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety, and will be forwarded to the Committee on Rules and Judiciary for further consideration and action. Colleagues, this has been a long day. I wanted to thank you for your input and thank you, the central staff, my staff, and the viewing and listening audience. There being no more further business, the Committee on Homeland Security, Justice and Public Safety is hereby adjourned.